While you're eating, can you do tweets and shit, John? Okay, done.
There's a bit of divide in Sydney southwest tonight, with news public land earmarked for housing could instead be used for a brand new mosque.
Neighbours recently advised of the plan by the Australian Iraqi Muslim Society. A letterbox drop saying, "We are actively working to minimise any inconvenience caused."
Hello, welcome to the final Media Watch of the year. I'm Linton Besser. And first tonight, a scandalous proposal by a Muslim organisation to construct, can you believe it, a place of worship. A real-life mosque in the Sydney suburb of Fairfield, which had the local mayor all fired up.
We're left with nothing more but a place of worship that's going on a site that could accommodate 50 separate units.
Sky News' late debate had taken up the story the night before.
Over in New South Wales, there is some madness going on.
And they've simply sold it to the
Hey,
highest bidder, which happens to be someone who wants to put a bloody mosque on it.
And
as
got in
did
trouble
their
for it?
colleague Peter Credlin.
A backyard mosque in Sydney. Yeah, I don't think people with their backyards around that area are going to want the call to prayer.
I mean, look, this... Predictably, it's all Sky News. Yeah, this is what you expect from the Murdoch press, is a fake thing happens, fake press goes where?
Prayer at 5 a.m. or whatever it is in the morning.
The mosque happened to be of great interest also to Sydney's 2GB, which, in addition to running the story in its news, had host Ben Fordham warning...
Residents have now been blindsided. Wasn't this for
guy's a
new
fuckwit.
high-density housing in the middle of a housing crisis?
And where did this earth-shattering revelation...
Did bro really just... Okay. I misheard. Okay. Funny he's talking about housing.
Housing in the middle of a housing crisis?
And where did...
These people always cry about high-density housing, but when it suits them, high-density housing is what this was meant for. Can't have a mosque. You know, it's a hierarchy of needs.
this earth-shattering revelation
Mosque
come from?
at the bottom.
It was first published online by the Daily Telegraph, before appearing in print the next day like this.
Exclusive. Fairfield residents received a letter from the Australian Iraqi Muslim...
Housing fix, they must be joking. That's a great headline.
Muslim Society Incorporated, revealing the group's intention to
that's
develop
peak.
the site into a new place of worship.
And which first quoted Mad Mayor Frank Carbone's fighting words.
A furious Fairfield Mayor Frank Carbone told the
Who?
Telegraph, "While I don't make the final decision, I will be
Sounds
objecting."
A
Italian.
rather cross councillor, a Muslim association's mysterious pamphlets, and a state government betrayal of its housing commitments. All the ingredients for the ultimate
way.
tabloid tale. Except when you look at the land in question and check its title, it's owned by a shelf company, Lucky 20 Holdings Proprietary Limited, whose sole shareholder is a Sydney property developer and not the Australian Iraqi Muslim Society. And what about that flyer that set the hairs racing?
Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. It is with great respect and openness that we inform you of our intention to build a mosque at 422-426 the Horsley Drive, Fairfield.
I'm pretty sure that's not how you say it.
Certainly looks very official. In the top corner, a logo for the Australian Iraqi Muslim Society. And along the bottom, a warm salutation from a representative, Ahmad bin Ali Talib. But as journalist Antoinette Lattouf first discovered last week,
this Ahmed bin Talib, I can't find any footprint of that person existing digitally in Australia.
a quick check of the not-for-profit regulator's website, and no, the man's name also doesn't appear among the charity's officials. Oh, and what's that? The Society's revenue last year was just $5,600. None of which inspires much confidence the Society is readying itself to build a doll's house, let alone a place of worship. Yes, as you've already worked out, those fastidious fact-checkers at the Daily Telly, 2GB, Channel 7 and Sky News were all happily duped by a fake letter. The Australian Iraqi Muslim Society's public officer told Media Watch,
"This was a fake flyer. The person who signed it is unknown to us and we believe is fictitious. The media coverage has had a tremendous negative impact on us. The media..."
Isn't it actually amazing that it takes the ABC's Media Watch to make a video for Sky News, a Murdoch press outlet? It takes them another outlet doing media watchdog shit for them to realize that this was fake when there was a fucking number on the page, on the thing, a number on the actual thing that you could have just called the fuck up and been like, "Hi, who's this? Oh, it's not the person? Whose number is this? Cool. Who's asking? I'm a journalist investigating this letter. Problem fucking solved." Murdoch Press couldn't even do the most basic of journalistic ethics. If that... And don't think that this is an Australian-only problem. Like, obviously, Fox News has this problem as well, but Sky News is in the UK too. And Sky News in the UK does the same shit. It's no different to any of the Russian news sites. It's no different to any of the other... New York Post is a bit more tabloidy, but, like... give me a look. Hold on. Peter Credlin salary per year. Let's see. Let's go. According to this website, which is probably not true, but it's also probably not untrue, is worth over $2 million. Peter Credlin, who is the woman who was lying just before. Peter Credlin in talks to take $1 million a year job with James Packer. That makes sense. So, you know, we're looking at somebody who's getting paid upwards of $500,000 a year. I'm going to peg it low. And she can't even take 5 seconds to make a phone call to verify for herself. Credlin career. Let's see what she's done. Apparently she's a political journalist. A political advisor. Man, if you're getting political advice from Peter Credlin, you should probably quit politics. To be honest. This is like having Alex Jones as your political advisor. It's the opposite of advisory. Yeah, that's just straight hindrance. You're getting bullshit from the tap. And if you're getting political advice from Peter Credlin for a political campaign, what you're really getting is Murdoch. So, oh my god, she was the chief of staff to Tony Abbott. No fucking wonder she's on Fox goddamn News, Sky News. Jesus fucking Christ. This is the no mining or what was it? No mining or no carbon tax under the coalition. Quote, Tony Abbott. Yeah, this is her. This is them. No wonder. You know, she is literally beholden to all the richest assholes in this country. And on top of that, she's a mouthpiece on Sky News at a Murdoch paycheck, shilling the Liberal Party's bullshit to the general public who then probably won't watch Media Watch to find out that this is actually bullshit, and then will now go onto Twitter and online and into the rest of the world and start telling people about, oh my god, the Iraqi Muslims are going to start building mosques where housing is supposed to be, and then what? What's the natural conclusion? Like, what is the actual end goal of this whole thing? Who released them? Well, what did we see the other week from New South Wales that ended up with someone being deported? It's very interesting timing, isn't it? But that's just some speculation.
Media was complicit by virtue of not doing the most basic and simple verification of facts. It was delinquent and divisive journalism.
When we sent questions to these media organisations about how they got this so terribly wrong, 2GB told us it was only relying on information from the mayor. But when Sky News received our email...
That's fucking incredible. So 2GB, one of the biggest AM radio stations, their source was a single source. They couldn't even fucking corroborate it. They couldn't corroborate their sources. They couldn't... Okay, Mayor says, oh, it's this, and this. Okay, there's some people, right? Mayor definitely said some names, said some places. Look, there's some things that you can go back and check. Oh, Mayor says, oh, okay, this group owns this land. Cool, call that group. I guess basic journalistic standards is too difficult for the Murdoch press to comprehend.
It quickly scrubbed its coverage from the internet and published a correction online. Channel 7 said it had tried to contact the Australian Iraqi Muslim Society but failed, and...
The Australian Iraqi Muslim Society contacted 7 News the day after the broadcast and we removed our stories. 7 News was not the first media organisation to run this story.
Oh, well, that's all right then. The Daily Telegraph, rather
that makes
than
it
addressing
okay.
our questions, pointed us to this online story it published last Tuesday. Not a correction, of course, but an update. If only there'd been clues along the way that something was awry, like in the very intro perhaps read from the anchor's desk.
The council and state governments say it's the first they've heard of it.
Or that the phone number on the flyer, which was briefly answered when the Daily Telegraph called, was soon disconnected.
We called the number on the flyer, but...
Your call could not be connected. Please check the number and try again.
And what about when the angry alderman at the centre of this debacle was put under just a weensy bit of pressure?
If it's a developer, though, if a developer's bought this, they're not going to make money out of building a mosque.
But why would they be circulating a letter saying that a mosque's coming?
Despite Laura J's spidey sense, Frank Carboni assured us he was speaking out to decry the state government's poor housing policy. Once upon a time, it was pretty much central to the project of journalism to verify stories before publishing. A quaint idea, I know. Because in their rush to publish, these journalists not only got it wrong, but failed to focus on the real story here about an innocent group of people minding their own business, becoming fodder for a dirty tricks campaign by someone with nefarious intent. And here's something else to ponder. Would there have been such a rush to publish had the house of worship at the centre of this debacle been something other than a mosque? And now to the Batuta Advocate, the satirical online newspaper which, since launching a decade ago, has charmed its way into a cult following. Coining the phrase Scotty from marketing and trading on the inherent absurdity of Australian politics. And which 2 weeks ago brought us this hilarious gag, a classic Batuta spoof featuring a local millennial bloke called Greg needing a new outdoor setting. Now, let's read on for one of Batuta's signature punchlines.
Having neglected the outdoor area of his humble terrace for some time, Greg Wallace, 33, says he finally took the plunge and got a nice set from Koala Furniture.
But there's got to be a joke in there somewhere, right?
He proudly shows our reporter a pair of snazzy lounge chairs from Koala that look like they fit perfectly with a couple or several glasses of sangria.
Oh no, this is an ad. Oh no, they integrated an ad into their article. Oh no. Oh, that's fucking awesome.
Huh? No sting? Not even about the yuppie forking out more than $5,000 on his sweet new garden set? Turn to the Batuta Advocate's social media feed and it's revealed the whole thing was not a piece of biting satire, but an ad for a furniture retailer, which wasn't disclosed anywhere on Batuta's website. Some fans of the outlet were as nonplussed as we were.
An ad? Ugh.
It's giving John Law's cash for comment vibes.
In fact, over the past few months alone...
Hold nobody on a pedestal and you'll never be disappointed.
Those Batuta larrikins have spruiked films, meal kits,
amazing
drinks companies, Adobe Acrobat software, and even the state of Queensland declaring it, erroneously of course, the nation's best. All of it without letting readers in on Batuta's most sour joke yet, that they've been sold out to advertisers at $15,000 a pop. Unless you think this satirical website is a mere bit player, in fact, the Batuta Advocate is no brass razoo. It scores interviews with serious political figures and claims to reach an audience in the millions. This also isn't the first time that Batuta hasn't been fair dinkum with its audience. Back in April, the ABC's background briefing program revealed that Batuta's founders, through a separate company, were being secretly paid by the Labor Party during the federal election for media advice at the very time that the Batuta Advocate was conducting interviews with Labor Party players, Foreign Minister Penny Wong and backbench MP Josh Burns, which is just not cricket, is it? Batuta's Anthony Stockdale insisted these interviews were independent of the consulting job. And as for the undisclosed advertising, we received this trademark response from Batuta's editor Archer Hamilton, who goes by the pen name Clancy Overall.
I completely wash my hands of this and squarely blame the young people in my office who are in charge of anything computer related. I have
Boomer response. It was the youth. Those damn kids.
rated them publicly, and I promise that such mishaps and inconsistencies have been ironed out.
So smoothly ironed out, in fact, that 5 days after we alerted Batuta to the problem, none of those pages have yet been updated with a disclosure to readers that they're actually ads. What Batuta is really doing is gambling with the loyal following it built, poking fun at the cynicisms of the establishment by behaving just as cynically itself. Now, as we draw tonight and the year of Media Watch to a close, we wanted to give a special shout out to our army of spies at home, who, with keen eyes and keener minds...
Oh, Donald Trump. Peace again. Audio, please.
Latest version of a peace plan proposed by the United States has been rejected by both of Sudan's warring factions. That's the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces and the country's army. President Trump said last week that he would bring an end to the conflict, which erupted in 2023 over a power struggle and which has led to ethnically motivated mass killings, mass displacement and nationwide famine. Sudan's army has denounced the participation of the United Arab Emirates in peace talks because of their alleged role in arming the RSF. Here in Europe, the European Parliament is discussing a ban on the sale of weapons to Abu Dhabi in an effort to stop them being used in Sudan.
There's growing evidence in Sudan that the United Arab Emirates is supplying weapons to the RSF, a paramilitary that has allegedly executed and tortured thousands of civilians. The UAE denies that it arms the RSF, despite compelling evidence provided by the United Nations and rights groups. Why have the UAE's allies in Europe and the US been silent for so long? Analysts say financial interests play a role.
The UAE are seen, unfortunately, as an ATM by most European governments who want tens of billions, if not more, worth of investments into their countries.
Whether it's a new AI center in France, an investment deal with Italy, or football clubs in the UK, the UAE has proven to be a big spender. It's also pumping billions of dollars into U.S. industries and real estate.
They invested over $2 billion in a cryptocurrency exchange that is owned by the Trump family, the Trump Corporation. They've actually committed to investing over $1 trillion in the U.S. economy over the next 10 years, which is a staggering number.
Then there's the profit coming from arms sales.
Washington sells a great deal of weapons and other advanced weapon systems to the UAE.
Major arms deals were already being made during the Biden administration, and Trump has further approved a $1.6 billion sale to the UAE earlier this year. A lot of the UAE's weapons also come from Europe.
The UAE is a very big spender, particularly in France.
A deal signed in 2021 where the UAE ordered 80 fighter jets from France was France's largest ever weapons contract for export.
The money that they invest, which are tens of billions of dollars, is a very, very important influx of investment in this part of European industry.
Why does he look like that?
Investigations by journalists and rights groups suggest that some weapons or parts manufactured by the UK and France ended up in the hands of RSF fighters via the UAE. And even though there's a UN arms...
Well, DW, look, man, I've been told by all the Nazis that the Jews are backing the RSF. So, like, this is clearly fake news. How do the Israeli weapons get in the hand of Sudanese? Almost like Israel was a trade partner with Sudan when both of these groups were in the military. Crazy. And it's almost like the UAE and other groups have been funneling weapons into this since the civil war broke out. Which, you can call it a civil war. Realistically, continuation of genocide. But, yeah, everybody is culpable. Yet again, everybody is fucking responsible and nobody's taking accountability.
Embargo on Sudan, there's none on the UAE.
The UAE is a very, very important buyer of Western arms, and beggars can't be choosers. So, if you want these investments from the UAE, you need to kind of keep the UAE on side.
Then there's the issue of energy security. Not only is the UAE one of the world's biggest oil exporters, with leverage over the oil markets, it's also investing billions in developing renewable energy. It's launched trade talks with the EU this year and aims to export green hydrogen.
Energy interdependence between Europe and the Gulf is deepening, especially as Europe is kind of pivoting away from Russia.
The West also sees the UAE as an important security partner in the region.
Since the Arab Spring, we've seen the Europeans and also the Americans gradually withdrawing from the Middle East and delegating that sort of security provision to local partners. And one of these local partners is the UAE.
In 2024, the U.S. designated the UAE as a major defense partner, the only country with such recognition after India.
Pretty cool.
This year, the U.S. has sold defense weapons to the UAE worth billions of dollars. The UAE hosts Jebel Ali Port in Dubai,
and then they give
which is
them
the U.S. Navy's
to
largest port
genociders.
of call in the Middle East.
American habits dying hard.
Washington has been, very vocal in their praise of the UAE and the alignment of U.S. national security interests with the UAE.
Arming two genocides
Those ties could make any peacemaking efforts by President
America,
Trump and the UAE's Western allies more
They're
complicated.
saying green
and
hydrogen.
Could make stemming.
Yeah, they say green
Right?
hydrogen. Mm-hmm.
But you think they're just saying green because it sounds better than...
And you don't think it's actually green hydrogen? Because green hydrogen is above pink hydrogen. Which means it's cleanly created.
Green is it's when you take a renewable energy resource, say a windmill, and you plug that into your hydrogen infrastructure.
Oh, is it? So it's not about the production of the hydrogen like pink is then?
Pink is nuclear.
Yeah, it's a byproduct of nuclear fission. And that's where pink hydrogen is. And this is my thing that I advocate for is the closed loop hydrogen to nuclear energy chain. Because, like, nuclear generates power, generates hydrogen, runs cars and shit, generates water as emissions. Like, that's a pretty good circular system. However, but it wouldn't.
It just says natural gas, not oil.
Huh.
So, none of this. So it says that gray is fossil fuels, but it's specifically listing it as coal.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see anything for oil. Only natural gas and coal. So, like, if they're such an oil producer, why are they going for green hydrogen?
Yes, true. But making the dream a reality in Australia is proving difficult. The Queensland government withdrew financial support. Okay, great. Cut
Look at this
green
bread.
jobs. Green iron? Green iron? The fuck? Oh my god, I fucking hate this. Just pathetic, regressive, conservative fucking behavior where it's just like, oh my god, it's gonna be too difficult, it's gonna be too expensive, even though we're literally talking about investments 30 years into the future. We can't possibly spend the money right now for a future investment for green energy, nuclear and hydrogen. Let's just restart coal. Like it's gonna reduce. It's civ, right? It's ignoring one thing to create another thing and just pushing back what you needed to create even further back. Like that's all it is. All it is replacing something that you were going to build. Building something that takes less time to build is worse and cheaper because you're too stupid to have a longer-term vision. That's what's happening right now. People too stupid to understand, to comprehend, are being fooled and manipulated by the people running everything into believing that what they are doing benefits them when we've got... When did Reagan get into office? 81?
I don't know.
80?
Yeah.
It was literally 80, wasn't it?
Kennedy is... Did we go to the moon in 79, right? No, 69.
69. And then it's Johnson, Nixon... Yes, Johnson, Nixon, Reagan, I think is the... No, Bush.
No.
Bush... After Reagan, wasn't he? Reagan, Bush.
I think it's...
Reagan, Bush, Clinton, Bush, yes?
Ford.
Ford, okay. Hold on, let me... American presidents.
And then...
Let me see how close I'm actually very interested to see how close I was to being correct. Okay. So... Kennedy... 63 Kennedy died. So, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter. Okay. Missed Ford and Carter.
Yeah, I was about to say Carter as well.
Okay, so Ford and Carter were there between Reagan. Reagan got in 81. So, for 50
When did we go
years...
to the moon then? Was it 59?
No, it was 69. It was under Johnson.
Oh. I just associate with Kennedy because he's the one who gives the speech.
Yeah, the space race speech. Kennedy invaded fucking... How do we have such a good view of fucking Kennedy when he literally
Kennedy's
started the
actually
Cuban
amazing.
Missile Crisis and invaded Vietnam? What are we talking about?
Did Kennedy invade Vietnam?
I'm pretty sure he did. Hold on.
No,
I
think it's Ford.
Was Kennedy president during Vietnam.
1975.
During early years, serving 61 until he was assassinated. Slightly increased US military involvement during the presidency. Yes, he was involved in Vietnam, and he did the Cuban Missile Crisis too, but he kind of dealt with that okay.
The real thing that's important when it comes to Kennedy is he comes in Bay of Pigs.
Yes.
Because was Ford before Kennedy? Who's before Kennedy?
Eisenhower. Military-industrial complex king.
So, like, the Bay of Pigs plan was already in place.
Yeah.
When Kennedy came in. And so, like, the agencies kind of strong-armed him into not canceling it because all the assets were in place.
Yeah, he just had to deal with the fallout. Okay.
And, so he still was for the Bay of Pigs. Also, the Cuban Missile Crisis, I don't know why we would criticize Kennedy for that.
Elaborate?
Well, all it was is we saw some aluminum tubes, right? Right?
What, in Cuba?
Yeah.
Okay.
And like an objective view of history, Nikita Khrushchev won that crisis.
Oh yeah, he put his dick on the table and absolutely won.
Kennedy was able to have the situation play out in a way that made it look like he won among the Americans. And so the missiles got pulled out first, and in exchange a few months later the missiles that were never in Cuba, they only saw tubes, I believe.
Well, weren't there missiles on ships that they were sending? They were like on the water that they were like,
were
hey,
they?
we're going to put them there?
I don't think we know for sure.
Interesting, because I always thought that there were pictures of the ships with the missiles on them.
The deal was that a few months later, Kennedy would quietly pull the nuclear assets out of Turkey.
Yes.
Kennedy de-escalated the Cold War.
Okay. That's funny.
And so, Kennedy, influenced by the Marshall Plan, he is like the first real guy to do the positive modern imperialism. Like, who gave back the Panama Canal? Was that Eisenhower?
Hold on. Possibly? 77? Carter.
Okay.
There's a song from JID. At the end of the song, it's like it must be his dad or his granddad or something. He's just got him talking, and he's talking about how Jimmy Carter was still alive, and he's still alive because he didn't hurt anybody. He didn't start any wars. And I know absolutely nothing about Jimmy Carter, which honestly is probably a pretty fucking good thing.
Because of the situation at the time, a combination of both Kennedy and Khrushchev made that era not so bad, imperialism-wise.
Yeah, it was sort of Nixon when it got, and Reagan when it ramped up.
Well, yeah, Reagan reignites the Cold War for some fucking reason.
Dumb fuck.
Even though, like, it was unnecessary to do. Because the Soviets took themselves out.
Yeah, exactly. So fucking stupid. Like, you could have just... Like, surely at that point the Americans were aware that the Soviets were struggling. That Perestroika... I don't think Perestroika had
Perestroika comes in pretty late.
80s. Yeah, late 80s,
pretty late.
Right?
That comes in very, very late.
Because I was looking it up.
We talk about this as like, what's the eyebrow guy name? Brezhnev?
Eyebrow guy?
Yeah.
Sure. Is it? It's not Brzezinski, is it?
No. The Soviet eyebrow The Soviet leader with the eyebrows.
on. Ah, yes, I know. Yes, I know his face. Hold on. Soviet leader
with eyebrows.
With eyebrows. It was Brezhnev.
That's what I thought. I wasn't sure if that's how you pronounced it or not. But yeah.
I would hold on. I'm just gonna do something funny here. Australian politician with the eyebrows, and let's see if John Howard comes up.
So, like, you know, Kennedy is where we get USAID from.
Yep.
Right? And, like, you know, like, people who want to romanticize the Soviet Union talk about the positive things that they do for these countries, like Angola.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay? When did that happen?
I'm gonna say like early, like post World War II.
When did the Soviets start sending aid to Angola?
Um, 1960s.
So, like,
until independence in 75.
I'd like to talk to a real expert on this because I want to see, because Kennedy was influenced by the Marshall Plan and what it did for Europe, right? And so, like, unlike Reagan, Kennedy said we have enormous wealth and capital. Let's make the world better. Right?
That's what Kennedy said.
The question is if it was influenced by the Soviets aiding these countries. Or if the Soviets were influenced by the Americans starting aid to these countries.
That is
That's
an
what I'm
interesting
curious
question.
about.
That is an interesting
question. But as far as U.S. presidents go, Kennedy might be like revered for some reason, but nobody will be able to tell you why.
Why? Yeah, it's because he got murdered so spectacularly.
His head exploded like his gay uncle.
That's literally why. It's because he got domed on camera. Like, that is the only reason that he is mythologized as hard as he is.
I think
I feel like
has a video where he says the biggest controversy for each president.
Interesting.
And I'm sure Kennedy is the Cuban Missile Crisis, but
I'm sure it would be.
I wonder if he has a video of the best things each presidents have done.
Well, that would be an interesting video.
Because, like, I think as a U.S. president, you should not only positively impact this country, but positively impact the world. I think the U.S. should never be a negative impact on the world. Right? And very few presidents post, the modern era, post-Nazi, how many of them actually were positive in the world?
Had positive change? It's a good question. Probably not many.
And Kennedy is definitely one of them because of USAID. And, Carter, there is the whole, there's the Iran stuff with Carter, hostage crises and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But other than that,
Also, I'm just curious, what does this have to do with anything we're talking about?
What?
Just this fucking reply here. Like, you wanna pay attention? Or you just wanna keep, randomly saying shit? Up to you. Anyway, we're gonna talk about Sudan now.
So I just Googled presidents with a positive impact on society. And Lincoln, that's more America. Washington. I I guess you could say because of the democracy movement, which wasn't led by Washington by any means, but the vacating of power that we hold up now. I'm not sure how much influence that had at the time.
Well, because they expected him to be a dynasty, didn't they? And he stepped down?
Yeah, but he stepped down because he wanted to go fucking exploit Ohio and fucking do slavery shit.
That is true.
It wasn't altruism.
No,
That's what I don't like.
Yeah, it's the romanticism, but like...
And then there's FDR, objectively, you know, ended World War II, technically helped destroy the Nazis, kinda.
Created nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
Whatever Nazi scientists.
But, you know, the New Deal gave rise to the Marshall Plan.
Yep.
Teddy Roosevelt, national parks, conservation.
That's right, he's
worldwide.
the parks guy.
LBJ, Civil Rights Act.
Was that his doing, or was he forced into doing it?
Well, my favorite is the meme where it's like, LBJ was like racist, but he also like didn't see people as inferior and believed that they had the right to equality at the same time.
That's a very strange contradiction.
So it's like I don't like these minorities, but I think they deserve human rights.
Yeah, it's like stay the fuck away from me, but I'm not going to tell you not what to do.
But my favorite is this meme where it says like it's like LBJ today, and I don't remember the exact wording. I just know it's like something about him saying that the trannies deserve rights. And that would be like if he was around today, like using a slur to refer to them, but also saying they deserve rights.
That's something I could see Trump doing.
No,
I could
only people who support him and like him deserve rights.
Oh, I purely mean as like a pure
using a
virtue
slur
signal.
while saying people deserve rights.
Yeah, like you know, coming out and being like, oh yeah, these fucking I'm not going to say it, but you know, you can imagine.
Okay,
what
so we could say Truman.
Mm-hmm.
He has the Marshall Plan, and then establishment of NATO. So it depends on your outlook of NATO. If it's been more positive than negative. Same with USAID. Like negative things have occurred from that as well.
You know, it would be an interesting discussion to have. Having a discussion with having two people, someone anti-NATO,
AI also
someone pro-NATO.
says World War II hero for Eisenhower successfully navigated the complexities of early Cold War, maintaining peace and prosperity during his 2 terms. Bro
Creating
almost dropped a
mutually
nuke on
assured
Korea.
Destruction. Mutually assured destruction was this guy.
Yeah.
That's that guy.
Maybe Clinton also had positive things globally. But also he failed to prevent the Rwanda genocide. But that's failing to act, not causing something. You know, but you do have the Balkan crisis under Clinton that's resolved. He kind of overturned some Reaganomic aspects to make it like kind of a better system. But I don't know. Kennedy, Truman, FDR, as far as the world goes, I can't tell you who would be really up there. Like Jimmy Carter's fine too, but he didn't necessarily do anything great.
No. Nothing brave anyway.
You know, obviously not Bush.
Yeah. Or Obama or
Obama wasn't awful.
Biden or Trump.
Necessarily. Like Libya isn't necessarily his fault, you know?
Although I did see something. I don't know how legitimate this was, but apparently it came out that there were like secret files that were saying that America invaded Libya to prevent Gaddafi creating a Bank of Africa or some shit with all
Oh
this
my
gold.
god. This is a classic.
I'm sure that's
This
just
is a
like
classic
pure
fucking
disinformation. But like
no. Classic conspiracy. Yeah. No.
Yeah, so I was like, oh, well, this is probably not true, so I'm going to, like, keep this in the back of my mind and bring this up on stream because I'm curious.
No.
And
also...
because my first thought
I wasn't
was, like,
aware that the U.S. invaded Libya.
What do you mean? They were already there?
I mean, an invasion is a specific thing. You know?
Yeah, it's not like they went in like they did in Iraq.
Like, that's the thing. Like, I know that, like, with Ukraine, for example, a lot of people like to use the term full-scale invasion for when the main phase of the war started. But even then, like, I wouldn't... Until, like, those military movements are coming over, I don't really consider it an invasion.
It's more incursion.
You know, because, like, there's, like, you know, conflicts that pop off here and there. Like, look at the Toyota War with Gaddafi, you know?
Yeah. Look at the Cambodia-Thailand border conflicts.
Mm-hmm. You know, and then you have, like, the Arab-Israeli War. Like, Egypt invaded Israel to start that war.
Yeah.
But, like, positioning of some commandos among some forces, intelligence assets.
Yeah.
Also...
It is interesting, though.
This whole idea that... I mean, Aaron Mate likes to push it. Someone was... Oh, it was Matt Taibbi was on Joe Rogan. He was talking about they constantly have to invent a villain for us to hate.
Mm-hmm.
And he was talking about that conspiracy, about how it went to Saddam. Now it's Assad, when the Americans couldn't give a fuck about Assad at the time.
Yeah.
Right?
Nor did they ever.
Mm-mm. And and that's the thing with Gaddafi. Gaddafi is a European problem.
Mm-hmm.
Not really an American problem, which is why I think France is really so involved with that conflict.
Yeah. No, it is interesting. I really don't know much about Libya, which is why I wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, that's one. There's a lot of... So, you know how I talk about, like, Saddam's ghost is these conspiracy theories that sprang up during his rule that ended up coming back during the Second Gulf War, like the birth defects being caused by uranium rounds and things like that.
Yeah.
When it's war and hospital logistics cause birth defects, when
it's literally like dust in the air and shit. Yeah,
you need to provide care, and you'll see throughout the entire conflict, starting with Gulf War I to the end, the Kurdish region will have more birth defects than Fallujah, and it's because of poverty.
Okay.
Not because weapons... I mean, there was chemical weapons used in certain areas where we still see birth defects in Kurdistan, but the birth defects were caused by poverty and things like that. Yeah, malnutrition is the biggest factor. So that's what I talk about. So, but with Gaddafi, because he's insane, like, one of my favorite things is how Reagan killed his daughter. Do you know about this?
No.
Look it up. Also, there's he talks about how America is not a nation of civilization. I think it's his daughter. Daughter killed. This is a fucking great Gaddafi moment. Yeah, his adopted daughter was killed during the Reagan admin.
Says some people dispute the claims.
Yeah, she doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist, like never.
She doesn't. He made it up because it was a justified airstrike, I believe.
Amazing.
So he made it up saying that the Americans killed his daughter and his adopted daughter, and even like produced material to like try and like prove her existence.
That's
right?
fucking awesome.
So that's what I'm talking about when it comes to Gaddafi. is you'll see a lot of things. Like, because Gaddafi, the first thing he does is try to unite the Arab world. Saddam tells him to fuck off, basically. Then he tries to unite Africa. The reason,
this is
one of the reasons.
This was my first thought when I saw this thing about Gaddafi that I brought up. I'm like, you're telling me that America and Europe intervened because the King of Africa wanted to create a central bank to control all of Africa? Isn't, like, the central bank your entire problem?
If anything, that would be more of a France thing, considering how much fucking African money is in their banks.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, I'm just thinking, like, don't you guys constantly complain about central banks?
But it's like, Gaddafi is a lot like Hugo Chavez. So if you check out, like, anything on, like, any graph you can find.
His official title.
Like, just check out this economic graph for Libya.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so Gaddafi takes power in 1969 and dies in 2011.
Yeah.
So you can see his death. There's a massive downward spike. Right? But under Gaddafi, before this war starts, like, Libya's economy was fucking thriving. And then even after his death, because the economy was so good before it, it was able to spring back briefly, you know? But, like...
So why did it plummet again?
Oh, I mean, it's fucking under occupation between Turkey and Russia and the UN, and there's all this, like, there's Haftar splitting it in half and stuff. But even then, I mean, like, it's still recovered a great deal. You know, and if you actually look here, when, like, this is when Gaddafi comes in, like, there was brief economic prosperity. You know, like, if this would be even bigger spikes if we didn't have this data up here. But
yeah, that's true.
It was kind of already on an upward turn, you know, and that's why I say it's like Chavez. It's like they can produce results for a brief period of time by shifting the economy in a certain direction, but markets change, and it's just the reality of capital. And that's the thing, it's just like, even in a communist system, capitalism would still have to exist. You'd still have supply and demand type things. And so there's basic economic things that need to happen. And it's like, even interests change, tastes change. You know how much food we used to eat that it just isn't in our fucking culture anymore? So they have this whole thing where they say that Gaddafi was doing all these great things because Gaddafi embellished and pushed. Like, he's a lot like the Kim regime in that regard, where he wants to be... He doesn't say that he golfs hole-in-ones or anything like that, but he still has a similar megalomania to them. Where, like... It's like Saddam is dangerous, Gaddafi's unpredictable.
What's worse?
Oh, Saddam. Saddam, really? Hands down. Like,
so you don't think unpredictability is a more?
I mean,
if you're thinking in like geopolitical terms,
besides being the most possibly prolific rapist in modern history, what did Gaddafi do that was wrong?
No, because I'm asking, like, I'm not talking about moral or personal judgments. I'm talking like high-level diplomatic discussions in the United States State Department. Are they going to work with someone who's dangerous or unpredictable? They're going to work with the dangerous person.
Every time. That's why they did back Saddam.
Time. Exactly. And this is the point that I want to get to, is that it's got nothing to do. Nobody in the United States gives a fuck about the morality of the person that they're backing. if they're like Gaddafi, who sends fucking Semtex to Ireland and wants to rule over Africa, right?
I believe they had a missile.
While also doing everything else that he did against Western interests. Of course they're not going to fucking work with him. But that would be the one to work with, in my opinion, is the unpredictable person. Not in like a close diplomatic ties, but just like to be friendly with on like basic diplomatic levels.
Yeah, like that's the thing. This is like he'd answer the phone. It's not like Iran, where we have to go through all these back channels and do all this dumb shit, you know? So Gaddafi's like first plan was to unite the Arab world, and then he wanted to unite Africa. So this unitary idea is something that exists throughout the evolution of Gaddafiism. So because of that, I think a lot of his cult of personality carried on, like his ghost carried on into a lot of these conspiracies about what happened there. And for someone who maybe isn't engaged in politics but just thinks we shouldn't be overseas, says something like no wars for oil, no blood for oil, that type of person. A little bit more rare now, but when Gaddafi was happening, not rare. Like the idea that the wars were over oil was probably like the most common accepted thing among society. So to say that he was challenging the U.S. petrodollar and that's why all this happened.
Yeah.
Like, even if Libya is profiting, like, that's not a bad thing because that means they're engaging in trade with other nations, right? So, like, if a country is adversarial and they have a thriving economy, the United States likes that. That's why we have the term near peer adversary now.
Yes.
You know, and why dumbasses want to say China is an enemy. No.
Yeah.
You don't know what that word fucking means. Cuba is technically an enemy of the U.S. because we're completely disengaged with them and have embargoes. You know? That's really the only thing who's actually, like, if you have a team list and who's got economic alliances and stuff, that really the only one in the enemy pool now, Afghanistan, we have more shit going on than Cuba. You know?
Yeah.
Which is just fucking crazy to me. Venezuela, we don't have a lot going on there. You might be able to say that's an enemy nation, which is also just silly. So, and then also with Gaddafi, like the pushing to end apartheid and helping in the apartheid struggle in both, you know, Africa, Palestine, Ireland. Yeah. He also, well, he helped the Kurds as well because he didn't like Saddam.
Gaddafi did.
Yeah. So it's not uncommon that Gaddafi will have a positive view among certain Kurdish people. If you look at early Echelon writings, there's Gaddafi influence in them.
Interesting.
So the thing is like, I think Gaddafi was like, something was going on upstairs where he was crazy, but he also wasn't stupid.
Seems like a very interesting guy. Again, I don't really know much about him. I just
probably the most interesting guy in like the fact that Kim Jong-il was like always the one that people wanted to focus on being the one who's like weird and interesting. Like Kim Jong-un is nothing compared to how, I mean, Kim Jong-il's Team America, you know? But like Gaddafi is so much funnier and more interesting. but like nobody hated him enough that they needed to start a war to depose him.
Yeah.
Same with Assad. Like, to think that we would go for Gaddafi over Assad when Gaddafi participated and fucking handed over, like, he had, I think he had some HD rounds. Or something like that. But nothing that actually was, like, a realistic weapon that was really any threat when it came to WMDs.
Yeah.
He may have had components and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we should encourage North Korea to remain that way as well. The last thing we need is North Korea becoming expeditionary. But that was like a little 20-minute thing on Gaddafi.
Okay, so
I might
in
clip
2003, this is AI, by the way.
Yeah.
Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi announced his decision to voluntarily abandon all of his country's weapon of mass destruction programs.
What a king.
Okay. As well as long-range ballistic missiles. This followed a period of secret negotiations with the United States and the United Kingdom, driven by international sanctions and the desire to normalize relations with the West. Okay.
So it was out of
this period that's happening right now, okay, as we just showed with the Libyan economy, it's coinciding with the uptick on that economy. So sanctions are being removed. So people who say sanctions don't do anything, suck my dick. Sanctions are getting removed. The Libyan economy starts thriving, right? They're now working openly with Gaddafi and trading with him. They have him disarm his long-range ballistic missile program.
Yep.
That's the bigger than any chemical rounds that he had, is the long-range missile program. You know? And Gaddafi was more than willing to do that because at the end of the day, he wasn't like a tyrant in the same way that Assad and Saddam are, right?
He was more of a megalomaniac.
He backed the underdogs for a reason. Yeah. Like, there's something in him, the way tankies are, how they think that they're morally justified in so many things, right? Because it's always so funny to me, these types of people who think that it's like capitalism is evil, we're the good guys, and they're just the most abhorrent people of all time.
Every fucking time, yep.
So
it's like, are you the moral center that we're meant to be?
Okay, so Libya had an active, though not fully successful, nuclear weapons program.
Not enough turns to finish.
Yeah, in March 2004, all related equipment, including centrifuge parts and uranium conversion facilities equipment, were packed up and shipped to the United States. Okay, so 2004 and declared its stuff as... Okay, so 25 tons of mustard gas HD.
Okay.
And then 1,000 tons of precursor chemicals.
For nukes.
So 25 tons of... I love that it says mustard gas. Ugh. Sulfur mustard. It is not a fucking gas.
It's a vapor, no?
It's a liquid.
Yeah, it's like a water vapor.
But it's like mustard doesn't necessarily like vaporize the same way as like other agents that are liquid.
Yeah, it sits and denies, doesn't it? It sits and like
that's what it's good for, is the area denial stuff. But it's a blister agent. It's not necessarily it's not necessarily as dangerous as something like chlorine, which is a gas.
Yeah.
So, like, if you inhale the vapors, it will blister your throat and lungs, and that's what can kill you.
Okay.
But, like, in Iraq, for example, during ordnance disposal, some orange liquid leaked out of a round onto a soldier's lap, and he got some severe chemical burns.
Huh.
You know, but it, like, took a while for those burns to develop. He didn't know that he was burned by the liquid until like a little after or something like that. So,
would HD smell like eggs?
Because you think it's sulfur?
Surely it would, right?
I don't. It smells like something. It's not camphor. That's a nerve agent. It does have a distinct smell.
Because chlorine.
Horseradish.
Really?
I knew. I was trying to think. I was like, it's like a spice. It smells like a spice. Yes, it smells like garlic, onions, or horseradish.
Huh. Fascinating. Gaddafi was a Ba'athist, right?
No.
No?
No. He tried to be an Arab nationalist, and the Ba'athist clashed with his ideas.
Huh.
Mainly because he had this pseudo-democracy thing, and they were like, what? No. Type stuff. No, but Gaddafi is not... Gaddafi is Gaddafi. It's like Chavez. Chavez is...
It's his own thing.
That's still going on in Venezuela today.
Interesting. Cool.
And then there's also, like, some of the stuff that Saddam dropped smells like fresh laundry. So people went out and said they were smelling the air because it smelled good.
Great. Fucking hell.
So, to any type of thing that, like, Europe wanted to depose Gaddafi at the time is silly. Like, Nelson Mandela is, like, free from prison at this time. Like, apartheid is over. Like, the only country that could possibly have any interest would be Israel. And look at their interest when it came to overthrowing Assad.
Yeah.
Because, like Gaddafi traffics weapons to Israel. They like, at the end of the day, what are they going to do? And when I say Israel, I mean Palestine, you know? Like, he... And that's the thing. He also did this pseudo-Islam thing as well. That's, like, similar to how some of the Baathists did.
Interesting.
But yeah, Gaddafi has the little green book.
Yes.
So he's also inspired by Mao and stuff. And third positionism type stuff. So.
Very interesting. Well, that'll be a good little 30-minute thing to clip out.
Making the flow of weapons to the RSF more difficult.
Haga Ali is a political scientist and research fellow at the Giga Institute for Middle East Studies in the German city of Hamburg. Welcome to DW.
I've been trying to get fucking Libya experts for the longest time. They're hard to nail down.
Reports documenting the fact that these weapons get from the...
I mean, still, people, like, even harder to find people to talk about is fucking Georgia. Or fucking Chechnya. Imagine trying to find someone from
Chechnya and Georgia are both really fucking small.
It's gonna be a fucking nightmare.
We've gotten close with both of those, though.
So close.
There's a Libyan I know would fucking be killer on the show, but he's doesn't want to do it.
UAE to the RSF in Sudan. Perhaps you could talk us through how they end up there.
So the United Arab Emirates is a bit of a turntable when it comes to funneling weapons into Sudan. In general, Sudan is already embedded in quite a wide ecosystem of weapons that get into the country. But the United Arab Emirates are kind of a reliable direct supply lines that transports weapons often indirectly. So not directly from the Emirates to Sudan, but often via Chad, via Libya.
Does she say to Saddam?
Different subcontractors that it uses to
see, that's a joke because that's how they armed Saddam as well.
And also the supply line as murky as
like if the UAE isn't
the role
arming the RSF, then America and Europe didn't fucking arm Saddam Hussein. Okay?
Apparently a Reaper drone went down in Chinese waters. Off the coast of Korea.
I think Hassan should double down and do a nice tourist visa trip to Iran.
Wait, who?
Hassan.
Are
you pipping over there? Wouldn't that be funny?
No. I don't want to see him do regime propaganda for Iran.
Yeah, that would be fucking wild. I don't think he would go there. My favorite on that one post where the guy was like, enemy state, there's people in there be like, these people never want to go to the countries they're talking about. It's like, oh my god, the comment section is even dumber than you. What a surprise. Like, he's getting criticized. Like, did you even look? Like, you go in and you comment that these people never even want to go to the countries, and the guy's post is literally on Hassan in China. Like, you do have to click twice to go back to the quote tweet chain, but like, come on, man.
Also the effectiveness of the UAE's weapon supplies, that it never goes the direct route, that it uses transit countries, that it bounces weapons around as well, and more importantly, that it also never quite or only supplies its own equipment, but rather takes equipment it has been supplied from elsewhere to further confuse that supply line.
Okay, and why? What's in it for the UAE?
For the UAE, it's, especially in the war in Sudan, it's the access to gold. And the collapse of the central government and the very chaotic situation makes it very easy to access the gold under market prices and to get a steady supply under conditions that may have less of an administrative hassle, especially if it can just be smuggled out. It's also a vehicle to further the cooperation, for example, with Russia, and which also has a vested interest in the gold trade in the country to finance its own war in Ukraine. So having kind of a shared interest is a good incentive to cooperate, to back channel together, and to access gold in this very chaotic situation.
So Western governments have been reluctant to pressure the UAE over its role in this conflict. Do you believe that pressure, that they know about what's going on, and that pressure therefore follows? Or do you believe that they actually have legitimate reasons for not applying the pressure to Abu Dhabi?
I mean, currently the chain of proving that the United Arab Emirates, it's very difficult to prove it beyond a shadow of doubt. And as long as that's the case, as long as it's as murky as possible, it buys time on both sides. It buys time for the United Arab Emirates to establish and to enmesh itself into the economic interest, which raises the stakes of actually putting pressure on the United Arab Emirates. And on the other hand, for the European Union, which has a vested interest in especially renewable energy and free trade with the Gulf countries, as long as there is uncertainty, they can evade voter pressure and public pressure to also then in turn put pressure on the United Arab Emirates.
And why would they want to evade that pressure? Is this about money? Is this about UAE investment?
It goes across multiple sectors in the economy, and one of which is, of course, renewable energy, especially green hydrogen. And because of Europe's dependency or deepening dependency on the United Arab Emirates, the stakes are...
I know we've been busy, but the youth protest thing should be ready for a final check. And then we can just do a short, regular intro for it.
Don't want to do news? We'll just do news separately?
No, well, the news stuff is we've already spun it off to be a separate thing anyway.
Yeah, okay.
We should be constantly trying to
I know.
produce the news regardless of releases.
Yeah, so now that I've lost my license, I'm going to have a bit more time to write, so I will start producing a bit more news. I'm going to try and do 2 stories a week. So just like from a Monday, take a story from Monday, take a story from Sunday, write it up.
Yeah, if you can get into the habit of just blogging.
Yeah.
I mean, I came up in the blogging era, man.
Yeah. I mean, I really should use the 5th Gen page just to, like, write shit. Like, if I see something that's pissed me off, instead of
That's what I was
typing on
telling you.
Twitter,
Is instead of fucking writing rants for people, just channel that energy into writing.
Yeah, because there are a few...
dignify people with replies.
Yeah.
Fucking write an article.
And then basically just use Twitter to post that kind of stuff. And that's what I was saying before, where I've privated my Instagram and I'm only going to be sharing stories and stuff on the 5th Gen account. Because I share a lot of stuff on my personal Instagram. So I'm going to transition that to the 5th Gen and try and also use the repost feature. Did you know about this? There's a repost feature now, and you can repost people's posts. So I'm going to start doing this, reposting people's shit, as well as doing what we've been doing and posting our own content, as well as posting the stories, and then obviously posting articles and links and stuff like that. But it's going to be rough for a little bit. I might put a little blog post out, disclaimer, where I'll write like a 1,000-word thing just explaining what we're doing, translating.
If you talk about it, you won't do it.
No, I'm saying that like when we jump off stream, I'm going to write the post on the Substack and be like, hey, it's gonna be rough.
Okay.
It's gonna be me figuring shit out. Just bear with me. We'll have to talk about monetizing the Substack, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to monetize the Substack.
Oh, it's all optional.
Outside of... No, I know, but like, I want the Substack to be free with the option of paying if you want. That's the ultimate goal for the Substack. I also need to get like a good... I need to start reading journalists who like are good at what they do. So like Ken Klippenstein and shit like that. Like reading people who are actually like real legitimate.
So I saw Hansen was trending. Okay. So I clicked it to be like, I wonder what Hansen is. Okay. The first post is this Jim Hansen guy, and it says, DC shooter has the phenotype of a starving Gazan.
Oh my god.
The rest is Pauline Hanson. So it's probably trending because it thinks I'm in Australia, and she's trending now.
Do you know what she did?
She was suspended from Parliament.
Yeah, do you know why?
No, she showed up in a hijab.
In a burqa, yep.
Okay.
You know what the fun? We'll talk about it. But you know what the funniest part is? She did this in 2017, which means she's owned a burqa for 9 years. She's literally owned a burqa for almost a decade, which is possibly the funniest fucking thing about this whole thing. Also, this is very funny because all the Nazis are very fucking mad and are trying to, and it's here's this. Okay, so this is Malcolm Roberts is the other head of One Nation. He, Pauline Hanson, and the official One Party
you wrote on this
account. Huh? Yeah.
Your comment.
Yep. I've been extremely unfiltered recently. I'm just like, literally shut the fuck up. Like, you're all fucking idiots. But like literally what I said, I said, you know what would have happened by pulling this shit, purposefully trying to victimize yourselves, then try to gaslight people into voting for you. Actually go and fuck yourself. Like, secondly, can we just go back to the picture of Pauline Hanson in the burqa, or like zoom in on it for a second?
Well, there's also...
Like, if you're gonna do it, wear the fucking burqa correctly.
This one.
Like, really, if... Wait, that was us.
What?
Next one. That one. Pauline Hanson, was that me just saying that they endorsed the Nazi rally?
Mm-hmm.
And for famous for calling Australian women uncovered meat. And against the protests of Australian Muslims who correct.
I don't see a picture of it specifically.
Well, basically, because you know how burqas like cover everything and like the front covers
Is this
the
why
legs?
you were asking me about burqas the other day?
Yes. Because I'm like, what's the actual procedure for wearing a burqa? Do you have to cover your legs and shit? And I'm like, if you're gonna fucking do it, at least do it correctly.
Well, like, what was bizarre
dickhead.
is, do you remember the fall of Afghanistan? How, like, a lady came out in the college and she had on garb that, like, I haven't seen before?
No.
Let me show you. It was really strange. Everyone was like, what is going on here? Let's see if I can get something to come up.
But like, no, literally though, like Pauline Hanson knew exactly what she was doing. She's done this stunt before. And of course, predictably, as soon as it happened, she's like, "Oh, I'm the big victim. Where? Be sad for me. I got suspended because of the consequences of my own actions. Where?" Like Jesus fucking Christ. Like it's legitimately pathetic. Let me try and find the actual image. This is also very fun. Let's just have a look at her voting record here. Out of 33 days, she's attended 24. Roughly half of the divisions attended. No bills introduced. 2 motions.
I can't find it, but it was a very...
Here it is. Look,
weird.
Legs exposed. Like, if you're gonna fucking do it properly.
It was very weird, but the lady also was wearing gloves as well. Which everyone was like, what?
Also, I just want to point out this, right? And this is what Drew has been doing as well. So, if you read here, right? Muslim immigrant from Pakistan is the first thing they do. Not Australian senator. Not Australian Greens senator, right? Literally focusing on where she's come from. These people are fucking Nazis. If you ever see someone talking about where someone came from before addressing the fact that they are a sitting politician, these people are Nazis. Their entire goal is basically delegitimizing their position as a politician to make this random fucking account act like some kind of authority. These accounts, I guarantee, are foreign agents. It says Australia, but none of these people actually... And there was a few that I've seen that were in New Zealand. There was a few from America. It's very interesting how... it's not as prominent as the US, obviously, but the foreign influence is still here. It's, a little fucking annoying, to be honest. Also, I'm gonna save this for use later. This is great. Like, that's great. What a great headline. No. Where the fuck is she? Here it is.
Was just suspended after One Nation's Pauline Hanson walked into the chamber again for the second time wearing a burqa. This time it happened minutes after...
Yeah, she's done it before.
I know, I'm just...
And this is an ex-IDF soldier who runs a Canadian fascist propaganda outlet, so that's cool. So we won't listen to a single thing he has to say. Because I don't give a fuck.
Ban you, actually.
She's so brave. She's so strong and brave.
Senator Thorpe, Senator Thorpe, resume your seat. Senator Thorpe.
I am completely
Linda
on
Thorpe
her side.
is yelling about the lady in the burqa right now.
Yep. I'm entirely on her side.
Yeah, well, I already like
Pauline
Thorpe
Hanson.
anyway.
Yeah, like, fuck Pauline Hanson. Like, this, she knew what she was doing. She knew exactly what she was, Did
Thorpe
result.
face any consequences for
No.
yelling and shit?
No,
Good.
but she did, they're constantly bringing up the fact that she was, like, burned down Parliament House and got off. Nothing happened to her. So now they're, exuding cope. Because Pauline Hanson got fucking banned. It's just so fucking funny.
She's only banned for 7 days, right?
7 days. I
Who the
keep
fuck
saying,
cares?
make it permanent. Ban her forever. Also,
Like,
make her give back all the money she took in
That's like
taxpayer-funded salaries.
Getting suspended from social media, you know?
Yeah. And as I brought up before, her voting record, she already doesn't attend. So she's literally getting $200,000 a year plus for not doing her fucking job. She's spent 20 to 30 years in politics and has done nothing.
She post on Instagram?
Not yet. Like, she's done nothing for the country. Every single person I've asked to give me examples of things that she's done is unable to do so because she has done nothing. And right now, because she's done nothing, her entire politics is grifting on this anti-immigration Nazi politics, which is why they go and endorse a Nazi rally and then pull this shit a few months later. This is not unconnected. These are all fucking connected. It is not a coincidence that the current rhetoric from Nazis is surrounding Muslims, and it is not a coincidence that the people who endorsed the Nazi rally on August 31 pulled this shit. It is not a coincidence.
Resume your seat. Senator Thorpe. Senator Faruqi.
President, a dress code might be a choice of the senators, but racism should not be the choice of the Senate. This is a racist senator displaying blatant racism and Islamophobia, President, and someone should pull her up on that.
Senator Faruqi.
And it is you in the chair. You should be pulling her up on that.
Resume your seat. Senator Payman, on the same issue, I take it.
What else would I be talking about, Deputy President? Because if this is about the dress code, she is disrespecting a faith. She is disrespecting the Muslims out there, Muslim Australians. It's absolutely unconstitutional. This needs to be dealt with immediately before we proceed. It's disgraceful.
Senator Payman, resume your seat.
It's legitimately pathetic that this guy is not doing something about it. Like, how fucking pathetic. Oh, ban them later. Nah, kick her the fuck out the second she steps in the chamber. There should be zero tolerance for this kind of shit. This fucking performative political stunt bullshit.
Senator Payman, resume your seat. Your position has been made clear. This is a matter for the entire Senate chamber. I have made the previous rulings of this Senate clear. If the Senate wants to change that ruling, that is a matter for the entire chamber, not for me. Senator Wilson, if this is on the same matter,
like you're
I'm not
shirking
going to entertain
responsibility
any
of
more.
that seat, sir.
Order, that's different, Deputy President.
Senator Wilson.
Senator Hanson is using a prop in the Senate, and it's a dangerous prop. dangerous
Senator
to this country.
Wilson.
But I ask that you rule on her bringing a prop into the Senate.
Senator,
it is not her normal dress code, Deputy President. It is clearly a prop to make a political statement. If I was to wear a Greens T-shirt in here or a Fremantle Dockers shirt or
Senator
whatever, I would get shown the door.
Resume your seat.
What a clown.
Yeah.
What a fucking clown.
So this has been happening, which is very cool. I got blocked by the March for Australia as well, which is great.
Incredibly high, and Russia, we know
Finally.
there's a build-up of Russian military capacities at NATO's Eastern Front, so there is no foreseeable change or major change, geopolitical change at Europe's Eastern Front. So it is important to uphold that relation for as long as possible, especially as security priorities in the European Union have shifted and are preparing for a Russian buildup and more actions, military actions towards other EU member states.
So if the EU did ultimately impose a complete ban on arms sales to the UAE, what sort of impact would that have on the RSF's ability to continue its fight?
One thing we can absolutely not forget is that the actors in Sudan, especially the rapid support forces and in a certain way the United Arab Emirates as well, they have anticipated sanctions. It's not the first time that there have been arms embargoes on both for very different reasons in the past. But what we've seen with the United Arab Emirates in the past 2 years is that they have massively diversified their suppliers in an attempt to modernize their own armies. And it's similar for the rapid support forces that have kept their supply lines as diversified as possible. The United Arab Emirates stands out as one major supplier that has been reliable, that has been able to act very quickly and contribute to the very quick advance of the rapid support forces in Sudan. But it's not the only one, precisely because you wouldn't want to, as a fighting source that has to sustain combat over a long time, wouldn't want to be completely dependent on one particular supplier. And then again, there's the already existing network of arms trafficking that is already happening in the entire region. So there may be weapons funneled via Mali, via Niger into the country. So even if there wouldn't be weapons or equipment coming in from the United Arab Emirates, the RSF already has a number of sources it can pursue. And then one thing that's also incredibly important to note is that in terms of the weapons that pose a danger to civilians, the damage is already done because those weapons have already been in circulations for decades.
Okay. The interests are always complicated in these sort of situations. So we talk about the European interest in UAE investment, but there's growing concern in Brussels about a potential new refugee influx from Sudan via Libya. So there's one now and a potential hazard in the future. How real is that risk?
In general, that's a very interesting shift because the immediacy of the crisis in Sudan has often been assessed by how likely refugee influxes are within Europe. And that has been a deciding factor on whether or not it's important to invest and prioritize it in foreign policy and conflict management. So this is fairly new. The risk is not particularly high. There are a number, tens of thousands asylum applicants, but fairly early in the conflict. The European Union has also invested in migration management, especially in Egypt, in preventing migration flows in making it towards Europe and sort of externalizing European Union borders. There have been similar agreements, there have been similar investments in migration management in Chad, which is also a country in which a lot of migrants from Sudan would flee. And there's especially focus on the rest of Western Africa, because of the recent military coups, that migration should be managed and should be managed long before it reaches the European borders. So that's also very difficult, not very likely, especially because measures have already been in place to limit refugee flows towards Europe.
That's very clear. Thank you so much for talking us through that. Hagar Ali from the Giga Institute for Middle East Studies.
Thank you.
Let's explore this with Nela Riel, who is a member of the European Parliament. She represents the Progressive Volt Party and advocates for human rights and arms control. Welcome to DW. Do you believe the EU is turning a blind eye to the UAE's role in arming the RSF in Sudan?
Yes, I do not only believe that, I know that for sure. I'm just coming from plenary because today we had our debate, our very first debate here in the plenary to this extent on this topic. And it was crystal clear that all the progressive parties in this European Parliament really do want to call out the UAE, but other parties are not so, I would say, they bold, because of course it's not easy. Of course, I totally understand there's also other countries involved, that's for sure. Nevertheless, we need to call out the UAE, and we, as I said, we are very standing strong on that. Today, we were also working on our resolution, and we didn't manage the progressive parties to actually have that wording in there, because of course it's all about the money, it's about the free trade negotiations going on. So conservative parties didn't want to agree that we really need to have this wording in there.
So you talk about wanting to call out the UAE. Shouldn't you also be calling out the European Union for turning this blind eye?
Absolutely, and I am. We've been witnessing genocidal actions for 2 years now, and we've been staying silent for too long. Of course, last year the council, for the first time, was speaking up. As I said, having a plenary debate to this extent today was the very first time after 2 years. I'm always ashamed to say so. This is not what I personally, as a member of the European Parliament, stand for. It's a bit, I would say, we're kind of so used to that there's something going on in Africa, and we're so used to, starvation over there. And this is really the shame that we now, as the European Union, need to take action and not take that as a given. But also, it's not our fault this is happening, of course, but we need to take responsibility now and preventing a genocide like all these, what we see right now, to go even further.
Given the importance of UAE investments to Europe, do you think it's realistic to demand and actually get a freeze on trade agreements with Dubai?
This is not about what's realistic, but this is about saving lives right now. People are starving right now. People are dying right now. So we need to put pressure on the UAE. I don't see any other way. Of course, there's other ways that we can, as a European Union, involve and make sure that there is a way to peace, such as sanctions on the important people over there. That is also something we do now have in the resolutions. So there's, of course, other steps to
I forgot about this. Did you see the Okinawan? Did you see the military in Okinawa arrest a civilian? Like, throw him, a U.S. citizen, threw him to the ground. No arrest training, nothing. Literally just fucking beating the shit out of him, essentially. Apparently, ex-captain of the Marines, they demanded to see his identification, rightfully told them to go fuck themselves because they have no law enforcement capabilities on the island, right? Supposedly supposed to go to the Japanese police, didn't. All of these people are getting fucking fired. There was about 5 of them. I'll try and find some stories. Fucking very interesting situation that happened, but apparently, all patrols are being paused because of it. So
to take, but yeah, we need to insist on this, on calling out the UAE.
Okay, so truthfully, really, do you expect the European Union to ban trade with the United Arab Emirates, despite your best efforts?
As I said, very truthfully, the progressive parties in this House were very clear in what we demand. But we don't have a majority, so that's what we're working towards. Right now, to be very blunt and very honest, I don't see that coming because there's lots of different interests, as I had it before. There's money involved, of course. So that is why I'm being a little bit pessimistic. As I
Right.
said before, we still, of course, still are being pessimistic in this regard doesn't mean that we can keep silent in other
Right.
regards. We still have to work toward peace.
Thank you so much for talking us through that, Nela. Nela Riel, member of the European Parliament.
Oh my god, Facebook's fucking video player is dog shit. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay.
Welcome to...
Amy, please!
What the fuck? Yo, what are you doing?
I fucking told you not to fucking touch me. Get the fuck off.
Yo, what the fuck are you guys doing, man?
You have no right to fucking touch me. No. Don't fucking touch me. You have no right to touch me right now. Get the video, bro.
Yo, what the fuck are you guys doing? What the fuck? Yo, what are you
Pretty
doing?
cool, huh?
I fucking told you not to fucking touch me. Get the fuck off.
Yo, what the fuck are you
Well,
guys
so-
doing, man?
What happened to the guard?
What do you mean?
Well, who is this guy? MP, military police? Like, what's going on?
Well, they have vests on. I don't think they're MPs. I think they're shore leave.
Well, it looks like, is he not handcuffed?
No, I
Or is
think
he
his hands
just
are in his
standing
pockets.
with his hands behind his
I think
back?
his hands are in his pockets. I think what this is the babysitting patrol for shore leave. And they were going around because I don't think black men are very common in Okinawa. They probably assumed that he was active military, and he told them to fuck off. And apparently, this is what happened. That's as much as I've got. I'm not 100% sure. There's articles, so I'll read the articles, but these are just the videos.
Don't fucking touch me.
Because most,
You have no right.
if I'm not mistaken, and if Cal was here, he could tell us, but I'm pretty sure MPs have their little MP arm sash. So they're not MPs, because I don't see any MP markings.
Right to touch me right now. Get the video, bro.
Yo, what the fuck are you guys
have no right to
doing?
fucking touch me. No, dude. You have no right to touch me. You have no right to touch me.
Does this look like people who are trained to arrest people? This looks like some ice shit.
I'm not mentally. Somebody. Now they get all these motherfuckers touching me, bro.
Yo, what the fuck are you guys doing?
So, this guy faced consequences or what?
Okay, the vest does say military police.
That's what I was assuming because of the beret and the handcuffs.
Yeah, okay.
And also being in fatigues
Yeah.
among civilians without guns or anything like that.
Okay, it says U.S. forces, Japan will halt unilateral military police patrols in Okinawa as it investigates a video being aggressively detained by MPs. A patrol consisting only of U.S. military police detained a civilian early Sunday outside a bar in Okinawa City. The civilian was not connected to the U.S. military, he said. The two videos of the incident, totaling 4 minutes, were posted Sunday on a Facebook account that belongs to Garlic Sensations, a sole seafood truck in Washington, D.C. area. This is the account that I saw posting this. Apparently, this was her brother.
Okay.
In the first video of the officer, in the first video, an officer appears to belong to the Air Force Security Squadron, lifts and slams him to the ground, which we saw. The incident appears, blah, 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 blah. Investigation into the incident, paused patrols. Since April, the MPs have walked weekend evening patrols of the nightlife district in Okinawa. Makes sense, considering what we know about the US military in Okinawa. The patrols to enforce an order prohibiting service members from drinking alcohol off base between 1 and 5 a.m. Okay, yes, this is the military hall monitors. The order stemmed in part from a rash of sexual assault allegations that arose in December 23, which we knew about, which is what I was referencing before. He was visiting Okinawa to launch a tech app, and the incident occurred, according to the Post Monday. In the second video, security forces speak to him, and I'll play that in a second. A whole lot of missing context in the video. What led to the slam, one commented, asked. The editing of the video leaves out a whole lot of info. Under the status of forces agreements in the US and Japan, US militaries have authorities to have criminal and disciplinary jurisdiction over US military population in Japan, specifically not civilians. The authority does not extend to Japanese nationals or residents unless they are members of the US Armed Forces, according to the agreement. The guy did not respond to comment. Apparently he's ex-military.
All these motherfuckers touch me.
I did respond to the person and be like, hey, can you show me his medals or service record just for verification? But didn't get a response, so...
Get it all on camera, bro. You guys are so cooked.
You guys are so cooked is correct. Is correct.
Dude, especially for that slam, like, you're fucked.
You know, so can we go back to when he's holding behind him? Because I can tell you already what's happening now. You see the guy who's behind him? That is cop phenotype. He's going to go be a cop, and this is what he's going to do to black people every day. After this.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen.
Put those cups on. What? The second you put those cups on me. What's your name? Senior what? Senior Emmett Taylor? What's your name, Army guy? What's your name? What is your name? What's your fucking name? Kareem L. Captain Kareem L. Retired Marine Corps. Okay. What's your fucking name? No, bro. What's your name? Say your name.
Dude, that's so funny that he was just like, you could have just told us that. Nah, cunt, he doesn't have to. You're so fucked.
What is your
But
name?
that's the thing. Like, this guy, he's already a fucking cop, you know?
Yeah, he's just gonna get a cop retirement plan, which is a New York Police Department job.
Yeah, exactly. That's what fucking really is upsetting me. It's not that it's happening now. It's like when
a vision
you
of the
see
future.
a kid who harms little animals and stuff in a horror movie, and it's like, oh, we know where this is going.
Yeah.
What is your name? Soldier, what's your name? What's your name? What is your name? Say your name. No.
Honestly, I love that he's been so composed the whole time, just telling him, you're so fucked. And then this one is the second one.
You have no right to detain me. I'm not under your policy.
You are in our jurisdiction, so we still have the right to.
So could you detain a Japanese guy over there?
Yes, you can.
You can detain a random Japanese citizen for not showing you their ID?
Yes, and then we can pass them over to the Japanese police.
Oh, okay. You should pass me to the Japanese police. That's essentially what I'm at right now. I'm not under your jurisdiction.
You are. You're in our jurisdiction.
These are legal terms, but I understand what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
I would love to talk to you, Lieutenant Colonel.
Okay. I can see if I can make it happen, but it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and I don't think I'm going to bother my Lieutenant Colonel about the situation. I can.
Like, that's great. It's 2 a.m. I'm not gonna bother him. Listen, motherfucker. Yes, you are. Yes, the fuck you are.
Oh my god.
Like, you're so fucked.
I can route it up. I can let.
In the video, I asked to speak to the commanding officer.
I can route it up to my senior. My senior can then reach out to the Lieutenant Colonel, and maybe we can have a conversation. But I am not going to call him at 2 o'clock in the morning for this situation.
That sounds great, man. Do what you feel is best.
I can maybe even talk to my OPSO and see if they want to do something different.
I support you in doing what you believe is best. I've asked to speak to your Lieutenant Colonel.
Okay. I'll see what I can do. Alright, so I need your right.
So this guy, is he ex-military at all or anything? Because like he seems
he said he was a retired captain of the Marine Corps in the last video, and also the person
shit,
that I
he's
saw,
a captain. Yeah,
and the person.
So he knows what the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah,
here.
exactly.
And that explains. That explains, especially Captain Marine Corps. It explains his demeanor when he's on the ground. I thought it was the camera guy until I could see his mouth moving, reading their names out.
But the person who posted also reiterated that he was retired officer Marine. So like, yeah, they're fucked.
This guy's a fucking legend.
Okay. Yes.
I'm gonna message the person that I saw the post from, and I'm gonna see if we can't track this guy down.
There's probably 100 other.
But so many people I know.
Mainstream outlets already on top of it.
Yes. Why, thank you. Why, thank you.
That's funny.
What did they say?
You're free to go.
So why did they continue escalating?
So there seems to be only 2 articles on this so far. One of them is Stars and Stripes. The other is WN, whatever the fuck that is. I don't know what this website is. Anyway, there's fuck all coverage of it, so I just wanted to talk about this because I got reminded of it. Very interesting situation. I'm pretty sure all those guys are going to get fired, or reprimanded or something. So that's kind of interesting. But while looking for more articles, about 2 weeks ago, there was an article that said a US service member got caught for raping a child. So, go US forces. Fucking hell.
Hugo here, one of the co-hosts of the show. What you're about to watch is a highlight from one of our most recent episodes. To get access to the full version,
just gonna be
receive
podcast.
2 exclusive
I know. It's about Sudan.
Episodes.
It's also only 10 minutes long.
Thing to hear your perspective on, and that is everything that has been happening in Sudan. How this
I can't wait for these absolute brainlets to have the worst possible take on Sudan. This is going to be so entertaining. Also, Second Thought has released a couple new videos if you wanted to watch some of his junk.
horror that is unfolding in front of our eyes came to be, and what's currently happening.
Sudan's case is it's quite a disaster what's going on there. You see,
Sudan
it's this guy. Today is the result of 30 plus years
this
of
is the
it's this guy.
proxy warfare, a failed transition that
this
left
is going to be a fine video because he has somebody who
now that is
actually
army
fucking
and the RSF. So
Real
you must have heard
person,
of this.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy. The guy that we enjoy.
Hi everyone, Hugo here, one of the co-hosts of the show.
You must have heard of this guy, Omar al-Bashir. That's the dictator that was overthrown.
It's very interesting to hear him not reading the script, to hear his more natural cadence.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see what he says just off the bat, and whether this guy brings up anything fucking stupid, and whether he pushes back on it too. That'll be interesting.
Yeah. So he was the architect of all of this horror in Sudan right now. So to understand what's happening right now in today's Sudan, you have to understand that the country never really left military rule.
Nope.
They only changed uniforms. Omar al-Bashir ruled from 1989 to 2019, and he came to power in a coup. He used Islamist ideology, ethnic militia, all these things we've talked about today. He used divide and rule tactics. And then in Darfur, in 2003, the famous genocide that happened there, the regime decided to arm Arab militias. Those guys were at the time referred to as the Janjaweed. And the decision came from there was this rebel group that woke up in Darfur and decided to protest against the marginalization of the non-Arab people in the country. So Omar al-Bashir decided to arm this Janjaweed militia to fight
the
Janjaweed. And the decision came from there was this rebel group that woke up in Darfur and decided to protest against the marginalization of...
Look at that squat, baby. Good lord. Perfect. That's fucking nuts. How the fuck can you do that? I can't sit like that. What the fuck? Is he sitting or standing? I'm so confused.
Both.
The non-Arab people in the country. So
Baller.
Omar al-Bashir decided to arm this Janjaweed militia to fight against the rebel group. This is the origin of the RSF. So this RSF were not any trained military group. They didn't go through any training of any sort to teach them how to handle civilians.
Cal. Hi. You should go onto YouTube, rewind about 10 minutes, and watch what we just watched. And then come back. This is the guy that we've watched a few times, the African bloke who covers a lot of the Africa stuff that we watch. I think he's bald or short hair. Short hair. Good setup. I'm sure you realize who it is. But yeah, go back and watch the thing about the military in Okinawa. Curious on your take there. Or I could send you the article too. Hold on. Oh, maybe you saw it. Maybe you saw it. There was a retired Marine captain got detained by Navy MPs in Okinawa, and conduct was not appropriate.
And how to conduct themselves in war, nothing of such. So Janjaweed militias are formed. They were later formalized into the Rapid Support Forces by al-Bashir, and the reason he did this was to call it the coup-proof. That is to protect himself from the country's military, that is the army now, so they don't remove him from power. So they were like checkmating themselves, the RSF against the army. So this structure was existing right from al-Bashir's time. But the whole thing that turned this group into what they are now is the introduction of this Hamdan Dagolo guy. This guy they call Hemeti now.
Boo!
Hemeti. The leader of the RSF. He was the one that created the empire of RSF as it is today. He turned it into what it is today. Because in 2017, he happened to seize this gold mining site. He seized it with the help of his militia fighters, and then smuggled gold from there into Dubai. This was how the connection was established.
Where did it go from there?
Himself and the Emirati government now. So all the smuggled goods from these mines were shipped out and sold in Dubai, from where everybody gets their gold, you get. But the funds from this mine was not given to the government or anything. He used it to arm this group and then build his own personal war chest. From here, the RSF was now both an army and a business empire. They control gold mine, they control border, and they were also now receiving mercenary contracts. When the UAE government contracted them to help the fight in Yemen, it was reported that each of the fighters got paid upward of $2,300 per soldier. And he had over 100,000 of these guys in the RSF unit. This is a private militia numbering up to 100,000 people.
Insane. Now experienced and trained. Yeah.
How do you have that in the country? Like, you have your own, the country has an army, and then there's a private militia group with 100,000 people. And then 2019 came, the uprising, and there was this illusion of transition into democracy. There were mass protests. These protests now toppled Bashir. And Hemeti, being a very smart guy, decided to ally with the people just at the right time. Bashir had given him all of this power. But now, seeing that this popular movement against Bashir was going to topple the Bashir government, he decided, honestly, he and the Al-Buran guy,
like, obviously it's like, you know, you call in an expert to give a breakdown like this, but it's not like it's not like anything we have covered or said. Like, this is not that far off from the video we put out the day after, you know.
No. Like, it's good that they're not talking. They're letting him speak. That's great.
I certainly know more than I did then. But the basic outline of the situation, you know.
I'm still so annoyed that video plateaued at 750 views.
I'm just, well, I mean, it did good when the fucking conflict started.
Yeah.
But,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I'm just glad because this guy has, like, a big, you know, far left audience.
That they're getting actual good information.
Yeah, so they're gonna get actual information.
Yep. Could not agree more.
The general in charge of the SAF, that the Sudanese People's Army, they decided to ally with the people against Bashir and topple his government. And herein comes the problem. We now have three people vying for power. First, the civilians want democracy, but the military say not yet. But the RSF also said, well, we kind of want our own thing here. We don't want to be part of the military. And therein was the problem. The military wanted to integrate the RSF into the armed forces of Sudan to make it one, so that Al-Buran can control RSF. But the Hemeti guy, if this was done, he was going to lose access to his gold mines. And then he could no longer outsource his guy.
And Dubai was going to lose access to the gold mine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. So he quickly decided, no, this is not going to happen for me. And the fight between Buran and Hemeti began. This led to the civil war we're witnessing right now. But why is the UAE involved? And how are they involved?
Money.
Now, whether people believe it or not, the UAE is funding majority of the violence
A lot of honkies
in Darfur right now. Our next upload is about that particular story. It's a wild story. You have the UAE building what they called humanitarian hospitals in Chad border, and then in...
You don't see what on YouTube? If you go, so I'm looking at it now, it's about it's about 23 minutes ago. Starts about 23 minutes ago. The bit about the military there. No. Literally this stream. So instead of watching on Twitch, go to YouTube.
Well,
go back
he's probably
23
going
minutes.
to our channel when it's not instead of live channel.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
You
Hold
gotta
on.
give him the live channel.
Hold on.
That we're trying to boost.
Yeah.
Did you post on Instagram yet? Because I can
No.
serve some looks.
Because you can what?
I can serve some looks.
I don't know what that means. Oh,
Okay.
like for the picture.
Yes.
Can you post on the Instagram? I'm just doing something quickly. Hold on.
Well, you always take the picture.
Yeah, just take the picture. It's not a big deal.
I don't have it on my phone.
How do I get to my fucking channel? Your videos.
Just click it.
Your channel. Fucking go away. There it is. Okay. Yep.
What?
There you go. That's the YouTube link. Not sure where that's playing. View your channel. Okay, that is the app. Okay.
In these hospitals, they send planes
Also,
with supplies
follow.
that's supposedly humanitarian aid, right?
Okay, now you want to
But
take the picture?
when you open them up,
yeah,
they're weapons.
Wow.
And those weapons are being trucked out to the RSF unit. So Dubai is kind of funding the RSF. Dubai is getting
That'll work.
supplies of gold from Hemeti. And Dubai has been funding agricultural projects in Sudan. So it's more than just gold for them. For Dubai's government, this is like trying to capture land as well. Because having Hemeti, because as it is now, you asked about what is currently happening in the country right now. Right now, the country is effectively split. There is the RSF controlled region and then the Sudanese army controlled region. So I think what Dubai wants is to maintain this status so that they have some level of influence over a government having Hemeti in charge, because such a government answers directly to them, and then it will ensure the steady flow of gold. They can also have land to cultivate their agriculture and ship back to themselves. So you see what the UAE government is doing here, using their money to fund all of these wars outside, gaining influence, arming these terrible, what do I call them, dictators? I don't want to use the word dictator. Arming these strong men, strong men. And then just the civilians dying in mass. It's horrible. Over 150,000 people already reported.
What's wrong with the word dictator?
Apparently, all Republicans voted down condemning fascism.
Mr. Norman, no, Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy, no, Mrs.
Oh, so when they did the condemn communism bill, somebody
Yeah.
did the condemn fascism bill?
And all the Republicans said no.
Mr. Jack, no, Mr. McGovern. Yes. Mr. McGovern, I am Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon, I am Mr. Goose. Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Ms.
Epic.
Ledger Fernandez, I, Madam Chair.
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
The
Awesome.
Cool.
Fantastic. At least we now have confirmation that America is fascist. Now it's not even beyond. It's not even speculation at this point. They've condemned communism and refused to condemn fascism. I think we know what the fucking country is now. So now it's just okay. Your government literally thinks it's fascist. Has said anti-fascism is terrorism. Why are you gaslighting people? Why are you a coward? Why don't you live by your fucking principles? Stop wearing a mask, you fucking pussies. You know, you don't want to condemn fascism, but you're scared of the label. Stop. Just do it. Stop being sooks.
These are civilian numbers. Civilians.
Absurd. It's God.
Yeah.
One thing that I cannot explain to myself to an extent is, okay, it is a fight over resources. It is a foreign state financially motivating a strongman, basically an extremely experienced private military that, basically wants to cut out a country for themselves together with their partners. But when you're doing something like this, again, I'm going to come off as naive for the second time today. Why commit so many atrocities? Isn't that bad for business? Now everybody's looking at Sudan. If they were doing this without literally pulling women and children out of their houses and shooting them at the back of the head, there would be less attention on this. Why such ferocity in what the RSF is doing?
During my research into this topic, I found that the way Omar al-Bashir was rewarding them in the early days was that when they fight wars like this, especially in the Darfur region, the lands they capture becomes theirs.
Oh.
Do you get that?
Oh my God, yes.
So you are not fighting for money now. Whatever you capture in this war, spoils of war. Do you understand? This is sort of like the Vikings movement. You destroy this thing, whatever you find there is yours. So this is basically arming mad people, and whatever they capture in war becomes theirs. Be it women, be it children, be it land. They just level everything. And to make it worse, they are carrying out these atrocities against the non-Arab people. That is the most important part, which makes this ethnic
That is the most important part. So why are you putting music over it?
Thank you for watching.
Because that's the end of the clip.
I know, but come on, editor.
I am going to push the YouTube on the Instagram to try and get people on that YouTube.
Okay.
And then maybe...
As long as I look cute.
And then I think what I'll do is I'll be like, hey, if you want to use Twitch, here's the Twitch link. If you prefer Twitch link is here. Arrow down. Now I need to find a new video. That'll work.
Right now, a coup has been confirmed in Guinea-Bissau. Now, earlier today, we heard heavy gunfire outside the presidential palace, just days after general elections took place. Let's have a listen to that. Crowds of people were seen running from near the palace. Two candidates have claimed victory ahead of the release of results on Thursday. The incumbent, Umaro Sissoko Embalo, is seeking a second term. He ran against opposition contender Fernando Diaz and 11 others. Let's go to our correspondent Nicholas Hack, who's live for us in Dakar in neighbouring Senegal. So, Nick, what exactly are you hearing about this coup?
What we heard from this press conference held at the military headquarters, where a group calling themselves the High Military Command for the Restoration of National Security and Public Order, effectively said that it discovered an ongoing plan to destabilize the country, saying with the participation of drug barons, and the aim was to destabilize the election results. Presidential election results were supposed to be announced on Thursday, tomorrow. And so they're just taking over power just as those results were going to be announced. Two main contenders, the incumbent president, Umaro Sissoko, and Fernandez Diaz, both claiming victory. Now, we don't know the whereabouts of the president, but what we know is that the presidential palace is heavily guarded as we speak, surrounded by the presidential guard, and we have the military deployed. There is fear that there could be ongoing violence. So during this communique, they announced that air, land, and sea borders are closed and a curfew in place in the country. Marlene?
Nicholas, give us some context here, because Guinea-Bissau, one of the poorest countries in the world, in Africa, what does this mean now for ordinary people in the country?
It is one of the poorest countries, but it is also what the United Nations, but also U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency call a narco state, one of the biggest narco states in Africa. Why? Well, because it's on the western point of the African coast, and Latin American drug dealers use Guinea-Bissau to funnel cocaine that then is led and sold on the markets in Europe. And so in this communique, it really points to the fact that the drug traffickers were involved in this election, and that's what they were trying to thwart. There's been accusation that the drug money has infested both the political arena but also the military itself. A couple of years ago, the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency put up a sting that involved the naval chief of the country, accused of trafficking tons of cocaine through the country. But of course, none of that wealth is going to ordinary people. Most people live in poverty. And so during this election process, we saw both the incumbent president and the challenger saying that they would distribute more wealth, that their circumstances would get better. But it has not been the case. And
do you remember making this thumbnail?
Yeah.
Look at the title.
Okay.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yet another coup in a country that has suffered dozens of coups since independence in 1974 from Portugal.
Right, exactly. On that point, I understand it's experienced 4 coups since independence, as well as multiple attempted coups. Do we know for a fact if this coup is really ongoing, and what more can you tell us about it?
It's still unclear what's happening to the president himself. There's been attempted coups before, and that has helped the incumbent president to garner more strength. But what we know for sure is that the military is definitely in charge today, in charge of the country today. But it comes at a time where we've seen multiple coups in the region. It comes on the heels of an election process that civil society claim wasn't free and fair. The main political party of the country, the PAIGC, wasn't able to have a candidate in this election. And so it was really Embalo Sissoko, the incumbent president, against the opposition contender, José Diaz, who was really trying to bring change to this process. So even though the polls were held under calm circumstances, as the election results were coming out today, we saw both contenders claim victory, and that's where the military stepped in.
Yeah,
Marlene?
Didn't we hear from the head of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, just a few days ago, who were observing the election, praising the election, saying that the whole process had been incredibly peaceful. So the developments that we're seeing now, will they have come as a surprise to most people, to most observers?
Yeah, that seems to be a discrepancy with what civil society says, of course. And this is one of the accusations that many people in civil society say about the West African body of ECOWAS, that is accused of being a club for presidents trying to cling on to power. And so what we've seen is there was an election process that was calm, but that doesn't mean that it was free and fair. The fact that one of the main political parties, the PAIGC, that has been offering candidates that was the party from which the main prime minister was from in previous governments, wasn't able to run in the race, really is a blow to the electoral process. Not only that, the fact that the opposition was clamped.
So I just, a guy that I messaged to come on for an LTEC sort of ghosted Instagram for a minute, and he came back on, so I sent a bump message, and I just saw a reel. And you know how, have you seen people on bikes that go past trucks and like drag their hand along the side? It's just a thing that people do. I don't know why they do it, whatever. This was a video, kind of similar thing, except he stopped in between traffic to draw a dick on a truck.
Down the fact that there wasn't enough space for discontent to be expressed inside Guinea-Bissau leads to an election that feels not free and fair, at least from the perspective of civil society. And in this instability, that's where the military steps in. And it happens not just in Guinea-Bissau, but it happens in neighboring countries. We saw it in Niger, in Mali, in Burkina Faso, where the trust in the democratic process is not there among many people in the country. And what they want to see change, they want to see more democracy, but also a trickle-down effect of the wealth that's...
It wasn't Guinea-Bissau that was having the Chinese military base, was it? That was Equatorial Guinea. Different country? Guinea-Bissau is to the left of Mali and shit, right?
It's an equator nation. But yeah, I think it's left of Mali, but it's a small one.
Yes, okay. Where is Equatorial? Oh, so there's Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, and then Equatorial Guinea.
Yeah, Equatorial Guyana as well, I believe.
Ah, interesting. Okay. So it's Equatorial Guinea that China wants to put a military base in, which is on the west coast of Africa, which is a very intriguing spot to put. It's a very, very interesting location to pick.
Promised by these politicians to the people. Marlene?
Okay, Nicholas, thank you for that. Nicholas Hack, our correspondent there in Dhaka. And just to update you on this breaking news that is coming through to us, more details we hope to come in the coming hours. But a coup has now been officially confirmed in Guinea-Bissau.
Cal, did you find it? Very curious of your take on that whole thing.
Earlier, we had heard heavy gunfire outside the presidential palace. This is just days after a general election had taken place where two candidates had claimed a victory. The results had been due to be released tomorrow. That obviously we'll have to see how that plays out. For now, Nicholas Hack there for us.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news, expert...
Panic on the streets of Guinea-Bissau's capital, near the presidential palace and electoral commission headquarters, as gunfire rings out and armed soldiers take control of roads. Then a group of army officers appears on national television to say they seized power.
The High Military Command for the Restoration of National Security and Public Order has decided to immediately depose the president, close all institutions of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau until further notice, immediately suspend the ongoing electoral process, close land and sea borders and national airspace.
But why?
They said they were reacting to the discovery of an ongoing plan to destabilize the country. The move came a day before provisional results from a tense election were due to be announced in the tumultuous West African country, which has experienced 4 coups since independence. President Umaro Sissoko Embalo, who was seeking to win a second term, told France 24 in a brief phone call that he had indeed been deposed. He said he was at military headquarters and was not free to talk. Both he and his political opponent, Fernando Diaz, had claimed victory Tuesday after the first round of voting on Sunday. Former Prime Minister Domingos Simoes Pereira told Reuters that Diaz was safe in Bissau.
Fucking crazy, right? Like, they're fucked, right? There's no way they're not. Like, that's a joke.
And had nothing to do with the incident.
Where we have news of that fast-developing situation there. The army now says it has taken control of the main road leading to Guinea-Bissau's presidential palace. This after heavy gunshots were heard earlier in the day in the capital. The capital, of course, has been in a state of high tension, awaiting the results of a presidential election in which both the major candidates are claiming victory. Hundreds of people have reportedly also fled the capital. Well, we can go live now to France 24's correspondent Caitlin Kelly on the line. Caitlin, what do we know about the situation on the ground? What's been happening over the last few hours?
That's funny.
About the situation on Kelly on the...
Wrong map, dickheads. That's probably why they moved on from it so quickly.
The line to France 24's correspondent Caitlin Kelly on the line.
I'm looking right at
Caitlin, what do we know about the situation on the ground? What's been happening over the last few hours?
So we've just heard that a group of army officers have told media in Bissau, the country's capital, that they are taking charge, is the word they use, and they've suspended the electoral process. We've also heard from sources that all political radio stations have been taken off air and that all the borders to the small West African country have been closed. There's been no reason given for these events. But we do know, as you mentioned, that earlier this afternoon, gunshots were heard around noon close to the presidential palace and the electoral commission, which caused panic. We heard people were rushing around the streets and pulling their children from school. What we've heard most recently in the last hour, if things have calmed down a bit, the army have deployed to the city centre and secured areas, including areas around key government buildings. According to the incumbent President Embalo, he and other military officers have been arrested. That's what he's told media, although this hasn't been independently verified. And yeah, this all comes amidst what has been, as you said, a rather...
He's like a fucking elephant, Archie, right? You know how they, when there's shit on the ground, they'll, tread around it and be super clever about it and not want to step on anything? He literally doesn't want to step on anything. It's hilarious. If there's anything, a shoe, a sock, a shirt in front of him, he won't step over it. It's so funny.
Hence electoral period.
Can you give us an idea about those two major candidates, each of whom are claiming victory in the election? What do they both stand for?
So, yeah, there's been two lots of elections that happened about 3 days ago, a presidential and a legislative election. You have the incumbent Embalo, who has faced multiple coup attempts and was vying for victory. And then, we also had a second candidate, Fernando Diaz, also declared victory, and this all happened yesterday pretty much. In general, the process had gone peacefully. Our own correspondents were in Bissau and said things went well, but this is a country that's had 4 coups since its independence in the 70s and has generally been struggling with insecurity and is one of the poorest countries in the world. We were due to have results for this election tomorrow, but now with the electoral process suspended and the electoral commission surrounded, it remains to be seen what will unfold.
Okay, well, we'll leave it there. Thanks very much for that, Caitlin. Caitlin Kelly there with the latest, and of course we will be following the story on France 20.
I guess that's all we can do for now. I guess we'll follow what happens. Where volcano? Ethiopia.
A volcano in Ethiopia, silent for nearly 10,000 years, has just erupted with such force that its ash blasted 14 kilometers into the sky, higher than most passenger jets ever fly. Within hours, flight paths across India and the Middle East were thrown into global chaos as a river of invisible ash raced across continents. Scientists are stunned. Airlines were grounded, and millions are wondering just how far this crisis could spread. But what started this eruption after so many millennia of silence? The answer begins at the heart of Africa. Just after 11 a.m. local time on November 23, 2025, the ground in Ethiopia's Afar region trembled. Haile Gubi, an ancient shield volcano that had lain silent for at least 10,000 years, ruptured without warning. The first explosion sent a column of ash and gas straight into the sky, rising to nearly 45,000 feet, higher than the cruising altitude of
I did take a message to the battalion XO in the middle of the night once. The first thing they decided was to not wake the big guy. Interesting. Okay, interesting. Interesting. But like that situation, like he's literally demanding to talk to that person specifically. If I was him, I would be that stubborn as well and be like, nah, fuck you, wake him up. You guys want to be fuckwits? Wake him up. Oh, you don't want to get in trouble? Maybe you shouldn't have been a fuckwit. Wake him up.
most long-haul jets. Satellite instruments captured the plume's height and density in real time, confirming what ground observers could only describe as a wall of darkness.
See, I'm curious
global volcanism
because
program.
What happens between them saying you're free to go, and then the next clip is him getting slammed on the ground? What did we miss?
No, I think that it was getting slammed was first.
Oh.
And then that was after the fact, after they had arrested him and moved him away.
Okay, that makes sense.
Was being like, well, you guys are fucked. Give me your commanding officer. That's how I interpreted it anyway. Yeah. Still funny.
The world's leading volcano database cataloged the event.
But like at that point, what he was saying is absolutely true. It's like, okay, you're not going to get your commanding officer. Give me to the Japanese police. Okay, you're not going to do that. Let me go. There's nothing that they could hold him for.
Event as Haile Gubi's first confirmed eruption in the entire Holocene epoch. For volcanologists, it was a once-in-a-lifetime shock.
It would be funny.
A volcano previously listed as dormant.
If the Japanese police did come by and arrested the guys.
The MPs?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if those guys were on ship burning details for a month. Yeah.
Suddenly began rewriting the geologic record. Ash began to drift northeast, carried by high-altitude winds, while the eruption's raw force left scientists scrambling for answers. The eruption's sheer scale, both in height and suddenness, became the new benchmark for volcanic surprises in the region. In a matter of minutes, a forgotten mountain had announced itself to the world. Volcanic ash is far more dangerous than it looks. Each particle is a tiny shard of rock and glass, mixed with sulfur dioxide gas. At 45,000 feet, this invisible threat moved straight into the busiest air corridors linking Africa, the Middle East, and South Asia. As the plume crossed the Red Sea, aviation monitors in Yemen and Oman issued urgent alerts. By the time it reached the Arabian Sea, India's Directorate General of Civil Aviation, known as DGCA, sent a midnight notice to every airline, telling them to avoid the...
So, from what I'm aware, essentially the earthquake split the cap inside the volcano, and a cooled surface temperature materials hit the superheated magma and created an explosion, which blew the fucking top off this mountain. That, from what I understand, that's what happened, but I'm going to try and find a few videos to explain it.
Affected altitudes, reroute flights if necessary, and inspect any jet that might have crossed the plume. Air India and Akasa were among the first to cancel international routes, including flights to Jeddah, Kuwait, and Abu Dhabi. Others, like Indigo and KLM, scrambled to divert planes already in the air. Pilots flying over western India reported ash detection warnings in their cockpits. Within hours, ash was confirmed over Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Delhi, Haryana, and Punjab, and in parts of Pakistan. The risk was clear. Volcanic ash can sandblast a jet's windshield, clog vital sensors, and most dangerously, melt inside the engine's hottest parts, causing sudden shutdowns. For millions of travelers, a volcano in Ethiopia had just rewritten the rules of global air travel. Every decision now ran through real-time satellite maps, redrawn flight paths, and the relentless advance of a cloud no one could see from the ground. Mohammed Idris felt the first tremor before sunrise. His sheepdogs barked wildly. Within minutes, a dark column rose behind the distant hills. By mid-morning, his village in Afdera was covered in ash so thick that daylight faded to a ghostly twilight. The ground, once dotted with tufts of grass, turned gray and lifeless. Goats and cattle refused to graze, their noses crusted with dust and their eyes watering. Idris's family moved their animals into a makeshift shelter, but the fine ash crept through every gap, coating feed and water with gritty residue. By the end of the first day, the village well tasted of stone and sulfur. Children coughed, their throats raw. The few masks sent by aid workers ran out within hours, forcing families to improvise with scarves and shirts. Livestock, the backbone of Afar life, grew weaker each day without clean forage. Reports from local health workers warned of rising respiratory illness, especially among the elderly and the young. Idris listened to the radio for news of relief trucks, but roads blocked by ash kept convoys stranded miles away. The community pooled what little fodder remained, rationing handfuls to keep the animals alive. Each night, families swept ash from rooftops and waited for the wind to shift. For the herders of Afar, survival now hinges on the hope that help will arrive before the land and their way of life slips beyond saving. 12 foreign tourists, including travelers from Germany, the Netherlands, and the Philippines, were trapped near Dalal as the eruption unfolded. Their guide, Johannes Gebremariam, steered the group away from the ash-choked plains sheltering behind a ridge of black basalt. Ash continued to fall through the night, turning water gritty and making each breath a struggle. Using a satellite phone, Johannes reached the Ethiopian Red Cross just after 1 p.m. Emergency dispatch logs confirmed the call, coordinates relayed, conditions worsening, and supplies running low. By the next morning, a Red Cross convoy, joined by a military vehicle, began the slow push north. Ash had blanketed the only road to Afdera, forcing rescuers to clear debris by hand and to navigate around stalled trucks. The rescue team carried masks, bottled water, and basic medical kits. It took nearly 12 hours to reach the stranded group. By the time the tourists were evacuated, several showed signs of mild respiratory distress, but all survived. Relief workers reported the drive back was even slower, as visibility dropped and fresh ash drifted across the track. Aid for local villages faced even tougher odds. Convoys loaded with fodder and water supplies stalled outside Dubti, blocked by ash drifts and broken bridges. The Red Cross logged repeated attempts to reach Afdera and nearby settlements, but progress was measured in kilometers per day. Each radio update brought news of fresh obstacles. The teams pressed on, determined to reach everyone left waiting in the shadow of the volcano. Beneath the Afar desert, the ground is always restless. Scientists tracking the region's movement saw the first hints months before the eruption.
This was the Ethiopian government. This is his plan. This is his plan to take over this region. He set off the volcano.
Satellite radar known as INSAR revealed the crust stretching and sagging near Erta Ale.
Hey, this is the one with an active magma pool. This is slightly south of this one. This is literally what I've been looking up right now, because I was like, there's another one with like an active volcano just south of here in the Afar region, and it seems like this might be it.
Aren't volcanoes just fucking wild?
They are. They're fucking crazy things. Oh, they're fucking right next to each other. It's 600 meters apart. This volcano and the one that blew up.
A volcano to the north of Haile Gubi. In July, a swarm of small earthquakes rattled the rift, signaling magma forcing its way sideways through the crust. This underground river of molten rock, called a dike, traveled at least 14 to 18 kilometers, draining Erta Ale's magma chamber and inflating the ground beneath.
Ah, that's what it was. So the active magma pool
Lesbians.
from that one. So the active magma pool from the active volcano flowed to the dormant one and blew it up. That's fucking crazy.
Haley Gooby. The crust here is thin, just a few kilometers deep, and as the dike pushed in, pressure built rapidly. Professor Tim Wright, a leading rift geodesist, explained that the East African rift is literally pulling Africa apart, sometimes by centimeters each year. When enough magma pooled beneath Haley Gooby, the overlying rock finally gave way. The result was a sudden, explosive release that no one alive had ever witnessed from this volcano. The quiet shield had become a pressure cooker, triggered by the restless forces tearing the continent itself. Mount Pinatubo's eruption in 1991 sent a vast cloud of sulfur dioxide into the stratosphere.
Going through all this trouble to not be landlocked, you know.
Just
another
wait.
1,000 years. Problem will fix
the
itself, guys.
Entire planet by nearly half a degree for 2 years.
Focus on the economy.
In
Time will
2010,
happen.
Iceland's Eyjafjallajökull volcano grounded thousands of flights across Europe. It stranded travelers and cost billions, even though it was much smaller than Pinatubo. Scientists now turn to satellite data, tracking Haley Gooby's sulfur output and modeling how far the ash and gas could travel if the eruption flares up again. Dr. Simon Karn, a leading expert on volcanic gases, notes that the current sulfur emissions are significant, but still far below what Pinatubo released. Most climate models agree. Unless a second, much larger phase erupts, global cooling is unlikely. Professor Clive Oppenheimer of Cambridge points out that only a sustained massive outpouring of sulfur could shift the world's climate. For now...
Is this what we're waiting for? More volcanoes to globally cool the planet?
The odds of a planet-changing event remain low.
You can do it!
Experts are watching closely, knowing that even rare events can rewrite the rules.
Long layover
Earth's
in
crust
Iceland.
is still
What are you,
tearing open beneath
Iceland?
our feet, and ancient giants like Haley Gooby can awaken without warning. As global air routes, food supplies, and even climate hang in the balance, one thing is certain. Nature's timetable does not wait for us to be ready.
Okay, I don't think this is real. But this is pretty cool.
In a stunning geological event, Ethiopia's Haley Gooby volcano, long dormant in the remote Danakil Depression of the Afar Rift, erupted explosively for the first time in recorded.
It's got the AI voice. I'm not sure if the footage is real. I'm just watching for the footage.
It looked crazy.
It looked insane.
I don't think, like, what... That's so close to the volcano as well, you know?
Like, that's what I'm saying.
And they would have to be expecting it.
Mm-hmm. There's no way. Unless you were just, like, that lucky that you had a camera set up when it went off. Which is not impossible, but the chances are just fucking minuscule. Like, nothing. Maybe it's just archive footage. That's fucking wild. Audio tracks for some languages were auto-generated. Okay, that's fake.
What?
This.
This guy just taking a selfie in front of it.
There's no way that's real. Insane.
Just looking at some AI now.
Yeah. Look, it's fascinating. That's why I muted it. Let's do the Indian one. Oh.
Constantly changing beneath the surface, a colossal volcanic eruption in the country ripped through our planet. Our next report explaining how there is a slow but relentless tearing apart of Africa's crust taking place. Take a look.
Crazy. Because, like... What, do you think that was real?
Silent monster.
Hang on, go back. Did you see that? You think that was real? Right there! You think that's real?
That's the realest thing I've ever seen.
A silent monster is waking beneath Africa.
You hear me talking about Africa splitting all the time, right? You know? And look, me talking about it all the time ends up being relevant again.
Mm.
Continent is starting to crack. In Ethiopia, the Haile Gubi...
Okay, that's very dramatic.
Cancelled flights because of massive ash plumes from an Ethiopian volcano. The Haile Gubi volcano has sent smoke and ash 14 kilometers high this Sunday, its first eruption in recorded history. Air India has cancelled 11 flights to make precautionary checks on aircraft that had flown near the volcano. Casa Air has scrapped some flights to Middle East destinations, including Jeddah, Kuwait and Abu Dhabi. I speak now to Juliet Biggs, who's a professor of earth science and co-director of the Centre for the Observation and Modelling of Earthquakes, Volcanoes and Tectonics. She joins us from Bristol. Thank you for joining the programme. Julia, so Haile Gubi has apparently been dormant for around 12,000 years. What could have triggered its eruption now after such a long time?
Well, that's a really good question. So the first one is, has it really been dormant for 12,000 years? We have no recorded eruptions, but that doesn't mean it hasn't erupted. If you look at satellite images of the volcanoes, there are a lot of very fresh-looking lava flows. So it's quite possible there has been more recent eruptions. We just haven't got scientific data documenting them, and that's not unusual in this part of the world, this region. But we do have some idea what might have triggered this. The neighbouring volcano called Ertale is persistently active. It has a lava lake at the surface, and it last erupted in July. And at that time, we saw that there was magma moving underground that went actually beneath Haile Gubi and actually continued further south. So we think this eruption at Ertale, the magma intrusion underground associated with that, is what's triggered this eruption at Haile Gubi now.
And the ash plume has reached up to 14 kilometers in altitude, I believe. What does that tell us about how explosive this eruption was and how dangerous it could be?
Yeah, this is a really explosive eruption. The height of 14 kilometers tells us that there was a really fast mass eruption rate in those first few hours of the eruption. And of course, it would have been very dangerous to be nearby.
And reports mentioned that there was a massive sulfur dioxide released during the eruption. How important is that, and what are the possible atmospheric or health effects of this gas?
Well, sulfur dioxide is the main volcanic gas we track because it's actually the easiest to track. There's not a lot of it in the background atmosphere, so it really stands out. But actually, there's probably a lot of other gases released, water, carbon dioxide, other things like that are actually much harder for us to measure. So sulfur dioxide is the one we track. But really, in terms of human health, the main concern is the ash, which is a problem for aviation, but it's also a problem for people in the area. And there are advisories out for them to wear face masks and things like this.
Yeah, tell us a bit more about the concerns around ash from this eruption. We know it's drifted over to Yemen, Oman, even as far as India and Pakistan. What could this mean for aviation safety and air quality?
Well, the effects of ash on aircraft are quite well studied now following the eruption in Iceland 10 or 15 years ago. And the main advice is for flights to avoid ash wherever possible.
Is that the flight that was delayed?
You've just been telling us, flights are rerouted or cancelled.
Is that the one you're talking about?
To avoid doing that. So in this case, the eruption seems to have died down now. Our most recent satellite images, we can see the enlarged crater, we can see the pits, but there isn't a sustained eruption column. So we think there's no more ash coming out at this time, then the real question is there going to be another pulse of activity, or is this it?
Yeah, on that point, you already mentioned that this particular volcano, Haley Gubi, is part of a wider volcanic chain, the Erta Ala. So what are your concerns now going forward? Do you expect that there will be more volcanic activity? And how do you monitor for something like that, given how remote this area is?
Well, the main thing we can do is to keep monitoring, and there's various ways we do that. So we can use the same satellites that are picking up the SO2 and the sulfur dioxide. They've actually been showing us that there's been low-level emissions over the last few months, so we can keep tracking that. We have other satellite systems using radar that allow us to see how the ground is moving, and that allows us to see if magma is moving underground, where it's moving underground. And we can also use optical images to track what kind of signs of changes we see at the surface of the volcano. So we're going to be keeping on doing that and looking for any sudden changes that we see.
Okay, good to talk to you. Juliet Biggs, Professor of Earth Science and co-director of the Center for the Observation of Modeling of Earth.
Geophysicist Stefan Burns here. There has been an explosion of volcanic activity across Earth just in the past few days. As many of you know, there has been a historic eruption in Ethiopia, Africa from Haley.
Oh, did you not see those before?
That's fucking wild.
Yeah, every video's been putting that on there. It's fucking crazy.
Volcano, which is connected to the African super plume. That was on November 23rd. And in fact, that ash cloud, the carbon dioxide, the sulfur from that event has actually spread out all the way to East Asia. So that was a big volcanic eruption, but not the only one that has occurred. If you go through the timeline, we've been having eruptions in Kamchatka, Russia. We've also been having eruptions in the Americas. Kilauea volcano on the big island of Hawaii is still erupting, also Indonesia. So there's been a lot of activity. If you just go through that timeline, it really starts with Kishenikov volcano. It's been erupting since late July, early August after that magnitude 8.8 megaquake off the coast of Kamchatka. That's the first time that volcano has erupted in 600 years. That activity is ongoing. Then you also have Mount Semeru in Indonesia exploding pretty violently, creating a pyroclastic flow. There are boulders rolling down the hills, lahars. That was on the 19th of November. You have Kilauea volcano on the Big Island now with its 37th episode. That was yesterday, November 25th, less than 24 hours ago as I record this video. You have Volcan Perace having just erupted in Colombia. A couple days before that, we had Volcan Popocatépetl in Mexico. And you also, on the Kamchatka Peninsula today, have Vesmiani volcano erupting.
Did I ever
so there's
show
been
you
a ton of activity.
The botany guy?
Botany? No.
He's like he made this great video. I'm not gonna show the whole video, but
Okay.
I'm just gonna show the opening to this guy's video, and you're gonna understand. This is just one video on the guy's channel. All his stuff is botany stuff.
Plants.
Plant Pokemon taxonomy.
Wow.
Wait
Today our
till you see
presentation
this
is
guy.
on plant Pokemon taxonomy. Oh,
Oh my
welcome
God.
to the wonderful world of Pokemon. I choked on the copy. So, we have our dancing little friends here. Pokemon are so fun and so cute. I've been really into them since I was a kid. Just about as much as I've been into plants, I've been into Pokemon. About the same time I got into them too. I'm original.
But like the background, like all the instruments, fucking fantastic. And then there's plants, and he's got like the wall turf, right? This video is so fucking good.
Oh my God.
Septile. Septile is based on some type of reptile, but specifically of note is its tail and the little yellow orbs on its back. The little yellow orbs are sporangia of this plant of the genus Septridium. Septridium is a type of fern.
Interesting.
This is on its back. Well, of the chestnut, and he has it as 3 sepals. Hibiscus has 5. There isn't really a good analog. There's not a good analog.
What a nerd.
actually, but it's got a pompadour bush on its head.
Oh my god.
He's a cute. So this one is based on the Unova with Lumios. It looks more like a worm, but and now it looks like it's consuming it. We saw this in our documentary the other day.
Oh, is that
Cicadas
is that the fungus for cicadas?
Yeah. Okay. Great fucking idea. He does it. Any video game that has like plants in it, any farming game or something like that, like he'll do a video on it.
That's great.
But then
also
there's
have
have I ever fucking shown you crime pays, but botany doesn't?
No.
Okay. 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 Check this out. Sky rules.
This Mid-America used to look like this. It wasn't always composed of a monoculture of turf grasses that didn't even evolve here, that evolved 9,000 miles away. Kentucky bluegrass isn't from Kentucky. It's not even from North America. There's nothing American about it. This is America. All this stuff is what makes the landscape around you and what made it for thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years before you got here. All right, we need to bring this back, appreciate it. This is building soil, sticking carbon in the ground, and enriching everyone's life around it who gets to experience it. Okay?
What a nerd.
Gotta burn it once in a while, once a year, once every 3 years, whenever. You know? Takes minimal management. Once you get it going, once you get it established, it's minimal management. You want to make a path through it? Yeah, you just cut a little path, mow it, mulch it, whatever. Look at a nice wasp. But this is life. This is what life should be, all right? Lawns aren't normal. They are weird. They're fucking weird. Stop doing them. Bring this stuff back.
Based.
Everybody seems to think that forests fix the most carbon, but in temperate zones, that's not true. The biggest fixers of carbon and the biggest carbon sinks in North America, especially here in the Midwest, are grasslands. And grasslands are dominated by a plant habit called the herbaceous perennial habit, where the roots stay alive, but the tops, the vegetation, dies every year. It emerges, I don't know, here in the Midwest, probably in May or June, just you get this explosion of growth, a massive production of biomass in a relatively short time, and then it's all gone by, I don't know, late October, early November, and the roots stay alive. Trees are adapted to burning, or all that old vegetation just decomposes, on the ground, just slowly rots, gets eaten up by the bacteria and fungi and which of course emits CO2. Burning also emits CO2, but all of that is negated by the fact that you're storing so much more biomass in the ground in the form of roots, because the roots of many of these prairie species go sometimes 15, 20, 25 feet down. I've even heard reports of silphium and some of the grasses going down to 30 feet down below the soil. If you could look at a cross-section cutaway of the soil right here, you would see what I'm talking about, this dense interlacing network of roots. Look here, you can't even see the ground, all right? It's dominated by the solidago, you got the eupatorium over there, and especially these massively important species right here, big blue stem Andropogon gerardii and Sorghastrum natans, aka Indian grass. And here I'm looking at the seeds of Indian grass, Sorghastrum natans. Over here, of course, we got the big blue stem, which is notable for that kind of turkey foot inflorescence, those 3 rames, as they call them. Sometimes you got 4, sometimes you only got 2, but look at the color on that. One of the most beautiful grasses in North America. Beautiful purple color, and you can see those awns looking like
Okay, anyway.
Speaking of grass.
Did you like
8% of the land on Earth is covered in grass. Humans love grass. Wheat is grass. Rice, barley, corn, other grains, bamboo. Grass is so cool. And not the average lawn or golf course grass.
Crime
that
pays,
grass is objectively
botany doesn't.
not cool. But other grass, hell yeah. Make sure you go touch some today. I mentioned that grass is...
We love grass.
It's not lawns.
No, lawn grass sucks. Same as golf courses.
Some earthquakes occurring near these volcanic zones, including like Japan. So there's been this lull in earthquake activity, but this increase in volcanic activity, which is quite interesting.
Have you watched her video on the period of time where grass and shit all came to be? Fascinating. The evolution of plants from
I mean, I probably have at
spores.
some point.
I think it's like ferns reproduce with spores, right? Is it ferns? Like the old school plants, old world plants are like spore plants, and then the other ones are they're what's it called when it's not fertilizing? What do bees do?
Pollinate.
It's pollination. That other like flowers and stuff like that are all the new world sort of stuff is all pollination, and I think ferns and shit are still old world. They haven't evolved. They're still that old. And I think there's I think they're called a Wollemi pine. There's only a few of them left, and they're the rarest tree on Earth apparently, something like that. There's the location is kept a secret.
You know, it's a fucking awesome tree.
Mm.
God, what's its real name? It's the tree of life.
Gum tree?
No, it's literally like what it's called. Its name means that.
Oh, interesting.
Let me see.
Look it up.
And the big question that a lot of people are asking now is this just a like initial warm-up phase for perhaps larger volcanic events? Because if you look through the historic geologic record, what we often see before large volcanic events, like those that create a volcanic winter, is that there's often buildup to that, not just from the main volcano that has that large eruption, but from multiple volcanoes nearby. There seems to be clustering of volcanic eruptions across Earth leading up to big events. So I'm not saying that there is a big volcanic winter type event coming, though it's certainly possible. We can't rule that out. They actually occur fairly frequently on the geologic time scale, every 100 years, every 200 years. We haven't had one for a while. So could just be a pulse of volcanic activity that we're getting right now. It could also be something leading up to more. It's hard to say. The biggest volcanic eruption that we've had in the 21st century is from Tonga. That was in 2022. So this is also following after that G5 minus geomagnetic storm where we had a bunch of magnetic fluctuations across the globe. Interesting to note about the Haley-Gubi volcanic eruption is that there were 4 X-class solar flares, and the light radiation from those explosions on the Earth-facing side of the sun, they only take 8.3 minutes to reach the sunlit side of the Earth. So you can look at what side of the Earth was hit by that light radiation. Every single time with those 4 X-class flares, it hit right over Africa, kind of effectively supercharging that African super plume less than 2 weeks before that historic eruption. So there's a lot of interesting things happening right now, and I'm going to break it down for you in this video. Let's go back to November 19th with the first big main event, and this is Mount Semeru in Indonesia in the Java Island region. And so we see the ash cloud from
the main event. Like it's a show.
We also see the pyroclastic flow. This alert level for the volcano has been raised once again as a result of this latest development. And in general, Indonesia is a very active place volcanically. So there are volcanoes that are going off all the time in Indonesia. What we're looking at here with this video and the current trends right now are how they're stacking on top of each other. So if you just look at one of these eruptions, it's like, okay, that's normal. But you put all of them together, it starts to look a little unusual. It's not like the Earth doesn't go through these rhythms and earthquakes and volcanoes and more. but we are certainly on one of these ascending waves of volcanic activity right now. So this was November 19th, 2025, Mount Semeru in Indonesia, and the fallout from this is still being felt by the citizens and residents in this area. And here we have a great photo showing the ash cloud from that eruption at Haile Gubi volcano in Ethiopia. This is arguably the biggest eruption of the lot, though that eruption at Mount Semeru was also quite large. This ash cloud has spread out all the way to Asia. So this was a big event, first time in 10,000 plus years. And it's not often that you get a volcano that's been dormant for so long to wake up. It was quite notable when Krishenikov volcano in the Kamchatka Peninsula woke up after 600 years of slumber. This has been 10,000 plus years. So this is a historic eruption in Ethiopia, showing that the African superplume is very active right now. This is a deep flow of energy from really deep in the earth, like near the core mantle boundary, going up through the mantle and expressing itself at the surface. And it's quite the coincidence that you get 4 X-class solar flares and the ionization events from that back to back to back in less than a week, just days before this eruption occurred. And then you also, immediately after those X-class flares, had that G5 geomagnetic storm. And so you can look at how the ionization of the ionosphere to a greater degree enhances the electric field potential, strengthening the global electric circuit and the atmospheric conductivity directly in that region, also inducing stronger telluric currents in the ground. These are electric currents in the ground. And you have what's known as the reverse piezoelectric effect. And that is effectively that when you have an electric current flowing through something that has a crystal structure, that induces mechanical deformations. It increases stress in that crystal lattice. So the piezoelectric effect is that if you apply stress to a crystal structure like a quartz crystal, it will generate electric signals as a result because free electrons pop out of the areas in there where they're able to hang out. The reverse piezoelectric effect is that the electric current applied to the crystal causes it to mechanically deform. That is a very solid explanation for what could be happening here with the 4 back-to-back ionization events from those 4 X-class flares, and then that follow-up geomagnetic storm, G5-, very, very strong. Those magnetic fluctuations inducing electric currents all across the Earth, in the atmosphere, in the ground surface, all that could destabilize potentially magma chambers, which are under high temperature and pressure, and just a little shift could then create a domino effect, and boom shakalaka, you get a big eruption. So I think that's very likely here. At least it's a very interesting, compelling hypothesis that's worthy of a lot more research, because the connection between our sun, space weather, and the Earth is much stronger than a lot of people think. And then shortly afterwards, we had a volcano erupt in Mexico. So this is Volcan Popocatépetl. And this footage was captured by a Diego. I'll link his YouTube channel in the video description, as well as the other filmmakers who captured some of these amazing sites that we're looking at. And we see that it is just smoking away at this moment in time. And this is a fairly active volcano, but in my mind, it's more the fact that it's combining in time with the others. It's very synchronistic. So it didn't do its thing 2 weeks later when everything was fairly quiet. It's a clustering of these events all at the same time, which perhaps is speaking to larger energetic changes that are unfolding deeper within the Earth as a result of those induced electromagnetic currents and changing force fields. And then shortly after that volcano erupted in Mexico, we had one erupt just further south in Colombia. So here we have Volcan Parace, and this is a pretty large volcano. This ash cloud did not rise up that high, only going up a kilometer, 2-3 kilometers, but you see that it is quite large. So this footage here is from the geologic surface of Colombia. They captured this from a service road, and we can clearly see that this volcano, just in the past few hours, has also done a big release of Earth energy. And then we also just had another eruption from Kilauea volcano on the big island of Hawaii on the 25th of November. This is the 37th episode from Kilauea volcano going back to December of 2024. It's been like clockwork over the past year, which isn't impossible for that to occur, but it is usually not so regular and frequent. Basically, the magma chamber here has been filling up and then discharging, filling up, discharging, showing that there's just a regular flow of energy coming up from that Hawaiian hotspot, which is one of the largest on the globe. And guys, check out how that magnitude 4.6 earthquake, which just struck the Big Island in Volcanoes National Park, occurred exactly at the end of episode 37 in that large discharge event, showing the clear connection in time between that volcanic eruption and earthquake activity below the surface related to the Hawaiian hotspot. So this was a big event, not as high with the magma plumes, the lava plumes, as the past few events where they've gone up to even 1,500 feet. Here they reached about 300 to 500 feet up, but clearly a big discharge of lava, as you see here, on the Big Island of Hawaii. And that's not the only eruption that's occurred in the past 24 hours. We also have another big eruption from Kamchatka, Russia. Let's check.
I don't know how to feel about this. I'm about to read you his description. I cover solar activity, space, weather, planetary alignments, geophysical energy events, so that we may better understand the quality of the energies of the solar system and the Earth. I believe this helps us in the spiritual and consciousness evolution journey. I also discuss health and wellness like earthing and grounding and cell products. To help everyone stay healthy, happy, aligned on their soul mission. Bro is a soul child.
Strange.
That's so odd.
Check it out. And another big eruption that has just occurred in the past 24 hours is that at Bezmiany volcano in Kamchatka, Russia. And this ash plume is visible from space, showing that this is also another big eruptive event. And so the footage here isn't that good. It's from a webcam, but it's good to at least see something here. We see it really, really getting stronger and stronger. I think this is snow is thawing right there. We can start to actually see the landscape, and we just see this ash and everything just pumping out of this volcano like crazy. So those are some of the volcanoes that have erupted. Maybe I'm missing one or two elsewhere around the globe, but these are the big events that have occurred just in the past week, and it really is quite notable that they're all clustering together. And if you take into account what occurred just a couple weeks prior with all the solar activity, it's pretty interesting. Guess what? Those sunspots are rotating back into view soon, and they've been super active on the far side of the sun. Let's check it out.
Is this guy just... So are you telling me this guy's just talking mumbo jumbo and using science talk?
I don't know.
Like the one guy debating Charlie Kirk, just using science talk to sound smart.
I'm looking. It's so weird.
Burns. Went to school for geology, geophysicist, unknown as to what the sun is in terms of like.
I went to school for. All he said is, I went to school for.
Yeah.
That is not a credential.
It looks like the same guy.
The science and then also like the med.
I went to school for Egyptology. Because I took an intro to Egypt class. You know what I mean? Like,
intriguing.
What does that mean?
Because there are a few things that I was listening to that just sort of struck a bit odd to me. So I was just like, yeah, like associating solar flares with volcanoes. That instantly rang pseudoscience in my head, right? And that was the first indication. And I'm like, I'm gonna check his channel. I'm not gonna say anything, but I'm gonna check his channel. And he's talking about energies and shit. soul journeys. Do you know what the Star Children are? Do you know what Star Child is? Do you know about this? They're fucking freaks.
Hang on. I got a meme. I got a meme. You ready? And I found a way to show it without getting copyright struck.
Amazing.
Well, I could put all the trash into a landfill. It's going to stay for 1,000,000 years. Or I could burn it up and get a nice smoky smell in here. And let that smoke go up into the sky where it turns into stars. That doesn't sound right, but I don't know enough about stars to dispute it.
That's so perfect. Fucking hell. Okay, I want to hear a bit more of how he introduces himself.
Metaphysics. Yeah, hi everyone. My name's Stefan Burns. Went to school for geology, geophysicist, unknown as to what the sun is in terms of like the science and then also like the metaphysics. Like in general, it's calm, cool, and mature and collected, but sometimes it can get kind of pissed off.
The sun's capable of producing enough energy to knock out the Earth.
Sprinted. It's the same with the pyramids. Well, that's Tepe. I felt that too.
Could that have been like
money and prayer?
What did we just fucking stumble onto? Holy shit!
We got the magic word in there.
Oh my god!
Pyramids. Göbekli Tepe. I felt that too.
Could that have been like a kill shot for the power grids potentially?
Well, that's the thing. Like we've had kill shots, and to have that level of explosivity is insane. When
There's no way. This is pure pseudoscience. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Definition.
Mm-hmm.
You saw that?
Yeah, you mentioned an event from 14,000 years ago that took place. Are you familiar with the Younger Dryas epoch? I'm sure.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. So, just a time of dramatic climate change and sea level rise and temperature change and extinction events of something like probably 75% of the Earth's megafauna, which is the species over 100 kilograms, went extinct all across the globe. Much more so in North America. Africa wasn't hit quite as hard, but in North America, you got the North American lion, you've got the short-faced bear, you've got the woolly mammoth at the time, the saber-toothed tiger. So all gone, all went extinct at that point in time. So something cataclysmic happened on the Earth, I guess, in that period of time. This event, 14,000 years ago, I was talking to Randall Carlson. He mentioned that time period as well, that there was something that occurred there.
That name sounds familiar.
Yeah.
It's all coming together. It's all a big party. All interconnected, baby. Interconnected grift.
Look at the comments.
Of this video here?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What does it say? Gets cut off.
Blows my mind that we don't really know what the sun is.
You know, we actually just there's been like some recent imagery of the sun.
Like higher def ones.
Closer than we've ever been.
No shit. Interesting. What did it show us?
Okay, this is a video from NASA. Technically government propaganda. We cool with that?
Mm-hmm.
Using the Inouye Solar Telescope captured the sharpest image of the sun ever taken, revealing ultra-thin magnetic stripes, just 20 to 50 kilometers wide, etched across its surface. These newly observed photospheric striations aren't tied to solar flares but show a hidden magnetic layer shaping
So
the
it's like
sun
4
in
months
subtle
ago
ways.
when
This
the
breakthrough
image.
marks a new era in solar science, turning once theoretical structures into a visible reality. The discovery focuses on fine, bright and dark stripes along the edges of solar granules, convective cells on the sun's surface. These patterns weren't tied to any major solar event. They appeared during routine high-resolution imaging, captured by the world's most powerful solar telescope, the 4-meter Daniel K. Inouye Solar Telescope. The images came through its visible broadband imager tuned to the G-band, 430 nanometers, a wavelength especially sensitive to magnetic features. Each stripe was found to correspond with localized magnetic field variations of around 100 Gauss, equivalent in strength to a household magnet. These variations subtly affect the opacity and density of the surrounding plasma, shifting the depth at which light escapes, an effect known as the Wilson depression. This produces slight changes in brightness visible in high-resolution imagery. Before this, similar features had been theorized in simulations, but had never been observed directly. What's important is not just the appearance of the striations, but that they signal the presence of fine-scale magnetic fields interacting with the sun's convective surface in ways we couldn't resolve until now. The ability to detect them comes down to resolution. At 20 kilometers per pixel, this level of detail marks a breakthrough in how finely we can observe the photosphere from Earth. In previous telescopes, features smaller than 100 kilometers across were indistinguishable from background fluctuations. To confirm the finding wasn't an observational artifact, the team compared their images to state-of-the-art magnetohydrodynamic MHD simulations of the solar surface. These physics-based models had independently predicted similar striated structures. The match between simulated and observed imagery was striking, confirming that these were indeed real magnetic features, not processing noise or instrument error.
Crazy. It's wild that we're still learning.
The detection of
the sun
photospheric
now.
striations has significant implications, not only for how we view the sun, but for how we model it, forecast its
Inform me,
behavior,
government daddy.
and even interpret other stars. For decades, solar magnetic research focused primarily on large-scale features, sunspots, solar flares, and coronal loops. But these new striations show that magnetism plays a role at much smaller, quieter scales. It suggests that the sun's magnetic architecture is far more intricate, potentially forming a multi-layered structure embedded throughout its outer layers. The key scientific value of this discovery lies in what it confirms. For years, high-resolution simulations predicted that fine-scale magnetic sheets could ripple along the edges of convection cells. Now, for the first time, we've directly observed those effects, lending new confidence to solar models used in research and forecasting. These validated models can now be refined further. They help us understand not just surface brightness changes, but also energy transport, magnetic reconnection, and wave generation, all of which are involved in the heating of the solar atmosphere and the origin of space weather events. This matters for Earth because most disruptive solar activity, like flares and coronal mass ejections, begins with magnetic instability. Understanding how magnetism operates at small scales improves our ability to forecast when and where these events may occur. There's a cosmic angle, too. Similar magnetic striations appear in star-forming regions, suggesting this pattern spans across scales. By studying them on the sun, where we can see them clearly, we gain a blueprint for understanding distant systems. They also help explain subtle fluctuations in solar brightness, refining models of past and future solar activity.
Interesting.
The discovery of striations is just one of the first scientific milestones for the Daniel K. Inouye Solar Telescope, which officially began science operations in late 2022. The telescope was specifically designed to study the sun's magnetic fields from the surface up into the corona, where solar winds originate. Now that researchers can identify and monitor these ultra-fine features, The next step is to observe how they evolve. Do they stay stable for hours or days? Do they shift with the solar cycle or react to nearby active regions? These are questions Inouye's extended observation campaigns will seek to answer. Another path forward involves cross-referencing data from other missions. NASA's Parker Solar Probe and ESA's Solar Orbiter are currently studying the Sun from within the inner heliosphere. Coordinated observations from space and ground will allow scientists to connect surface-level magnetic patterns like striations with atmospheric phenomena, such as flares, jets, or solar wind fluctuations. From a modeling perspective, these high-resolution observations feed directly into the refinement of solar simulations. Now that we've confirmed the presence of small-scale magnetic structures, future models must account for their formation, evolution, and interaction with larger systems.
That's
This
crazy.
breakthrough isn't just about our sun. It opens the door to studying magnetic textures on other stars too, especially those with intense activity. The same techniques could sharpen how we image distant stars or decode their light spectra. And here at home, understanding the sun's magnetic architecture with this level of detail moves us closer to forecasting solar storms more accurately, protecting satellites, flights, and power systems from the chaos of space weather.
Space weather.
The sun may seem chaotic, but this discovery reveals a hidden order. Ultra-thin magnetic striations, once invisible, show that even the sun's surface is shaped by fine, structured forces. They raise new questions about the sun's magnetic depth and complexity. Sometimes, real breakthroughs come not from explosions, but from seeing the quiet details we've missed all along.
Space is cool, man. Space is fucking
Like,
cool.
how much closer could you get to the sun? So I love this. We don't even really know what the sun is. Stuff that they're talking about.
It's so funny. Let's see what else I got in here. Magnetic magnetic anomalies. The moon.
No,
Oh,
to
good-
see if they say there's
good
radiation
Lord.
that prevents us from going to the moon right in the beginning here.
On the moon, have you?
Dude, the I
Yeah.
went to school for was so fucking funny to me.
What about? So, have you studied much on the moon? Have you looked at the moon much?
Yeah, I mean a good amount, but not like I saw your Randall Carlson talk. Not from that perspective so
Okay.
much, but
Okay.
I mean general.
I've only clicked around like 5 or 6 places in an hour and 46 of this entire podcast. And 2 times we've stopped, and within 5 seconds they mention someone intricately linked to Graham Hancock. The same guy.
Good. Well, since we're on this, go to Flint Dibble's channel.
Okay.
So, like, I guess if you're the Earth and you're getting hit by some massive iron object or metal object, and it impacts and hits the mantle, and then over time it's getting brought into the
Which one?
center of the Earth because of gravity.
It's
because of Earth's
Graham
rotation, it's gonna
Hancock video
connect to
that he
the-
recently did.
The did Joe Rogan?
Bring up his so I can see it. Birth of Graham Hancock's Doomsday Cult. But this guy he has on to just highlight this. Dr. Zahi Hawass is the Egyptologist.
Yeah, the guy.
He has ran the program forever.
They hate him
you
because
know.
he doesn't let them ruin and destroy the ancient
Yeah,
Egyptian
but
artifacts.
he does have some
He's a bit of a
misconduct
wanker.
allegations and I think very credible evidence of corruption behind him and stuff like that. Not that anything it can be discredited of what he's saying. I'm saying maybe not a good person.
Yeah. You can be a piece of shit and still be credible.
Yes. But it's like, that is the expert. You cannot get a higher authority on pyramids than that fucking guy.
Yeah.
No, go back. Go to the Doomsday Cult video.
I want to hear their little schizo rant about the moon. And then we'll go to Flint Dibble. I want to... And as far as I'm concerned, I just wanted to know what volcanoes were exploding. The rest of it was just noise. But I'm glad that we've figured out that this guy is a fucking pseudoscientist. That's fucking hysterical.
To the core of
almost,
the Earth, like, over time.
Almost fucking got past me too. Almost got past me. Like, how far into that video did we end up getting? Like 2/3 of the way through.
On the moon, though, when the moon gets hit with something, well, there's a bulge on the moon right now, and that's why the moon rotates once per orbit, because it's not free to spin on its axis. There's a bulge on the moon on the surface of the moon that's facing us, apparently, according to Randall. And I just wonder, there's so many bits of evidence that the moon has a hard shell. And I just wonder why, if these metal objects are impacting the moon.
Hey, on the Streaming Fun playlist, did I save a video that says something like, what if you point a laser at the moon?
Let me check. There are so many fucking videos on this list.
It would have been a recent thing, like a few hours ago. If I didn't save it, that's fine. But there's a great little science video I watched.
I'm trying keyword search. It's not showing up.
Yeah.
Oh well.
They do to the middle of the Earth.
Yeah, I the moon's very interesting.
It's weird.
I don't have the...
It's weird.
In general, I think there's just not enough information.
Yeah.
And so, for example, with like the
we literally have samples of the moon. There are people landing on the moon at the moment, are there not? I'm pretty sure we know what's going on.
Landing?
On the fucking moon. Didn't the Chinese land on the moon?
Oh, the people?
Didn't they? Or were they planning to? I swear they fucking did launch a capsule with people to the moon at least. I swear they did. Maybe it was dark side of the moon. Let me double check. China moon landing mission. Lunar Exploration Program. 2030. I swear they did do something though. I must say though, the name of their rockets, baller. Calling them the Long March, that's great. October 31, launched 3 crew members, orbital outpost. Ah, it was a space station. Never mind.
evidence that the moon was ringing like a bell.
They put up their own space station.
That was because the seismic waveforms took a long time to die down.
And they put a satellite on the other side of the moon.
Gone that many seismic measurements over the moon. So how many of these measurements do we have? The bigger the library, the more we can...
I know. Just get your ship to launch a probe. You find materials and shit. It's real handy.
Accurately quantify the actual internal characteristics of the moon.
You might even find some
and then
artifacts.
there's also our own comparison to like what's happening. So for example, I did a lot of seismic work right after the pandemic started, and the reason why is because the noise level.
What is seismic work?
Way down.
I don't believe
people are driving around and stuff. So
what does that
we have
mean?
Our own preconception of the seismic.
I did seismic
Earth,
work.
You could say.
So nothing.
That's because we have all these extra noise sources. Well, the moon doesn't have highways and all these things, and so maybe that's one reason why it rang like a bell more, because it wasn't being attenuated out by all this interference like we have on Earth. And so I got great seismic data during that time frame because there was less noise. And so in terms of our understanding of the moon,
the Earth has a vibrational frequency, does it not? The Earth
I don't know enough about
fucking
stars,
moving.
Jack.
Does the Earth have a natural noise? Oh wow, look. Yes, the Earth does produce a natural noise known as Earth's hum. You fucking dickhead. Like, interference? Where's the interference if you're in the middle of the fucking ocean, dickhead? What about the middle of Australia? Huh? All the highways in the middle of the fucking desert? You reckon there's still noise out there? No interference out there, huh? Some fucking... They'd come up with some excuse, wouldn't they? Why does the Earth hum? Even without earthquakes, seismometers constantly record seismic energy. They record periods of oscillation about every 6 seconds as background noise. Earth hum was once thought to be a very mysterious in nature. It went unexplained for decades, but now scientists discovered that these oscillations are due to ocean waves constantly crashing into continents. Wow, that was hard to figure out. It's all those highways, though. Humans are unable to hear Earth's hum because it ranges in the low megahertz. In general, can hear anything from 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz. Earth's hum is about 10,000 times lower than we're capable of hearing. That's why we need special seismometers to detect this ultra-low frequency. Why does it hum? Do you ever wonder? Okay. Earth hums due to a phenomenon known as microseisms, which are low-frequency, long-period seismic waves that constantly reverberate through the planet's crust. That sounds like a bell, my dude. Hey, John, how does a bell work?
You hit it.
You hit it and what? It reverberates through the surface and creates a sound. How interesting. These subtle vibrations are generated primarily by the interaction of the ocean waves with the seafloor and Earth's crust, creating a continuous hum that can be detected by sensitive seismometers. Interesting. There's some science, I guess. Scientific-ish things.
Like in that talk, you talked about like the crater size and stuff. I can't comment on that. We know the similarities in like the mineralogical composition. It's different but similar, seems, with the Earth. But I think we just need kind of better characterization of it, like for the internal characteristics with these, like with the Earth, we have like global seismograph stations.
And like unless the moon is literally just a dead rock, if it has no core, if it has no like live inside.
I don't know enough about stars to dispute him.
No, I'm just sort of spitballing here that like maybe the moon wouldn't have a tone. But again, I'm not an astronaut. I don't fucking know. I'm just assuming that if the rock was dead and separate from anything else, then theoretically it could not have a sound. There's no atmosphere. Sound doesn't really travel in vacuum, right? It's not like it's gone. I think. Let me, because people always like, oh, sound doesn't, no one will hear you scream in space.
Well, again, no, if nothing is there to observe the sound, it doesn't exist.
Yeah. Sound cannot travel in space. It requires a medium like air to carry sound waves. Okay. See, that's an interesting question. How has NASA recorded sound in space if sound cannot travel in space? To answer some, we've sent all... Okay. Humans are naturally able to sure sound in space. What is this?
See only in certain specific frequencies and wavelengths. But space has a multitude of waves beyond our narrow perceptions, so how do we study them? As you may know, sound waves are nothing but air vibrations. When these vibrations are in the range of 20 Hz to 20 kHz, we can hear them. Sound waves basically travel by vibrating the particles in a medium, such as air. These vibrations are passed on to consecutive particles in the medium, meaning that sound waves cannot travel without a medium. The reason we can't hear sound in space is typically due to a lack of such a medium. Fortunately, scientists do have the means to examine certain space waves by converting them into sound waves. Sonification is the conversion of any non-auditory data into sound, and is analogous to data visualization. Space is full of radio waves, plasma waves, magnetic waves, gravitational waves, and shock waves, all of which can travel in space without a medium. These waves are recorded by instruments that can sense them, and the data is then transferred to Earth-based stations, where the waves are sound-coded. NASA has an instrument called EMPhASIS, Electric and Magnetic Field Instrument Suite and Integrated Science,
Great
plugged
name.
into 2 probe spacecraft that measure magnetic and electric interference as they circle the Earth. There are 3 electric sensors that measure the electric disturbances and 3 magnetrons that measure the fluctuations in magnetic fields. Some of the electromagnetic waves lie in the audible frequency range, allowing scientists to translate the remaining recorded frequencies in the audible range to interpret the data. Dozens of space sounds.
That's fucking fascinating. So that explains how we got this. This is what a black hole sounds like, apparently. And that's creepy. That's weird. I fucking hate this.
Just before I put on the NASA video, this is government propaganda. Are we cool with this?
Like, this is spooky. A galaxy cluster has so much gas that we've actually picked up sound. That's insane. That's fucking crazy. Alright.
Alright, y'all.
This one.
This might be the absolute craziest discovery I've ever made about Graham Hancock. It's an unknown interview from 1996 for the South African TV show
Oh
Focus.
my god.
And it totally documents the birth of Graham Hancock's cult.
The public were not to be told what was found under the Sphinx until the millionaire leading the entire expedition decided that the public should be told. We think there's a danger that an attempt is being made to fulfill prophecy here, using big money.
Welcome to Archaeology with Flint Dibble. I'm Flint Dibble, but let's meet Graham Hancock, the leader of the doomsday cult of fake archaeology. Look, we all know Graham Hancock as the most popular purveyor of fake archaeology in today's world, with his best-selling books and TV shows. He's convinced millions of people that there's a globe-spanning civilization with advanced technology from the Ice Age, despite the fact that he has no evidence at all. This video from 1996 provides...
That's right. I was trying to remember what the connection to the Younger Dryas was. That's literally this is the origin for the Dead Master race, isn't it? It's like they were wiped out then, and the Younger Dryas is the key.
Like
some bullshit like that. And they're like, oh, nobody knows what happened, but like you look into it a little bit, and yeah, they do.
provides a new perspective on Graham before he was popular. In my opinion, it seems to show that he's willing to just straight up lie about archaeology and about archaeologists in the clearest possible way. Most importantly, the whole video gives off this really creepy cult vibe. The video begins with some of Hancock's fans in the mid-1990s when he was still a relatively unknown figure, but his books were starting to grow in popularity. The year is 1996, 1 year after Fingerprints of the Gods came out.
For the last 30 years or so, which have been the orthodox doctrine is just being blown away by him, and they just don't want to know about it. You know, it's almost as if there's a big conspiracy against him. It's a lot of pompous scholars around, you know, who just don't want to know about it.
I had a look at the Sphinx, and the watermarks or the erosion on the Sphinx indicates definitely that the age of the Sphinx is, as he says, not 2,500 years.
I think it's mind-boggling. It obviously still leaves questions of doubt because nothing is proven, but there is so much geological and astronomical fact in what he's given us that it can't be left alone.
I think there are a number of reasons why it's so successful. I think that, first of all, it's written by Graham Hancock, who is a regular person. He's not a crackpot fanatic. He's not a...
That's literally what he is.
Isn't this great?
That's fucking awesome. It's just like... Avi Loeb is another one. What was it? The interstellar objects. Avi Loeb continues going on about how, they're alien spacecraft. Zero fucking evidence. Zero actual logic. He's also... his field of work is not in this. I think he's a mathematician or some shit. Or he's a astronaut or some shit like that. Hold on. Astrophysicist. Theoretical physicist, that's right. So a theoretical physicist is just like, oh, by the way, this interstellar object is an alien spacecraft. Believe me, please.
Academic with hundreds of PhDs behind his name. He is an investigative journalist, and he was taken by this and wanted to find out more about it. So it's something that people can relate to. It's very readable, and it makes people say, stand up and say, you know, why have we not known this before? And we've been hoodwinked.
Because it's not real!
The survivors of a lost civilization, determined to keep the light of their knowledge burning in the world, and they spread around and settled in different places, and this is a memory of them.
Come on, this is just a...
It's always the same shit, isn't it? It doesn't matter if it's fucking pseudo-archaeology, doomsday cults, or fucking MAGA. It's always, they're taking information from you and we have the answers. Every time.
Classic example of poisoning the well. There's a big conspiracy of pompous scholars who are trying to shut him down. Cry me a fucking river. Fingerprints had just come out a year before. Graham was basically an unknown person at this point. Nobody was trying to shut him down, man. He's neither a crackpot, nor a fanatic, nor an academic with 100 PhDs. He's just a dude like you and me, but with some pretty amazing ideas that will open your mind. In the next section, the interviewer teases the climax of the video.
A disquieting aspect of Hancock's work is the fact that he believes the Egyptian authorities have granted excavation licenses to a fanatic American multimillionaire who is part of a sect that is hell-bent on fulfilling the predictions of a psychic who died 50 years ago. Hancock says the work these people are doing at the Sphinx is secret, and they have no intention of sharing the knowledge of their findings.
Come on, more poisoning the well before the interview even starts. There's apparently a huge cover-up. A fanatic multimillionaire who's part of a secret sect and is somehow controlling Egyptian archaeology. If this is true, it's a huge story, a massive example of colonialism and foreign wealth interfering with...
That's like me, except I just don't want I just don't want migraines.
The Egyptian management of their most important heritage site. Archaeologists themselves will be up in arms about this. That is, if it was actually true.
Personally, what they're doing to the monuments, you know, with this multimillionaire who's just basically buying up the pyramid, and the guy said he's going to drum as much out of it as possible and just...
You know those cunts who are like, oh, there's secret chambers in the pyramids? You know what they were proposing? They're like, let us in. We're going to drill through the wall, is what they said. We're going to drill through the wall. Of the wall of a fucking pyramid. And they're like, oh, these guys are suppressing us because they didn't let us drill through a wall of a pyramid. You fucking idiots. Like, you know, there are machines called X-rays where you can see through walls. And like even better is lidar, I think. No, not lidar. I can't. What's the technology that penetrates the ground? Is it lidar?
Yeah.
Or is it just radar?
LiDAR
Whatever.
is laser beams.
Yeah, it's the ground penetrating radar, whatever that is, right? They literally have this ground penetrating radar that they can see into structures. You don't need to destroy shit anymore. But these people are obsessed with destroying shit. And it's just insane. And then the more that people realize that they're obsessed with destroying this shit, the less they give them access, and the more that they claim that they're persecuted. It's so funny. Like, imagine if they demand access to Göbekli Tepe, and they get told to fuck off, because it's like a super precious site that they're still excavating. Right? And they're like, oh, they're not letting us in. Then they sneak in and destroy part of the site. That's 100% what would happen. I guarantee that it's happened before, that people who have been rejected because their pseudoscience wasn't entertained have then gone around the backs and destroyed archaeological sites to try and prove their pseudoscience. I guarantee it. And as most people, most archaeologists say, once you remove the artifact from the place it was found, it's useless. It tells you nothing. Like, it's literally harmful to understanding human history to let these people touch these artifacts.
And just use it as some kind of big publicity stunt or something.
I think Graham Hancock should actually be involved in the whole thing, because he seems to have a neutral overview of the whole story.
Commercial fact, the money pumped into it is wrong. Science should be placed before commerce.
This information belongs to humanity. And the information is there not just for a minute group, but for us all at this time of crisis to extend our consciousness
dickhead.
and awaken people.
It already was. Loud.
Come on, seriously, tell me this isn't a cult. The music, the text, the setup, it is 100% cult vibes. Graham is the charismatic cult leader who imparts esoteric knowledge, setting up Hancock as a hero or savior whose enlightened ideas will extend our consciousness and expose the evil millionaire that has somehow bought up the pyramids of Giza. This is like the perfect plot for a fantasy movie, complete with creepy music. Except, of course, they're all pretending that it's real. All right, this is the introduction and setup. Let's dive into the interview.
With us in the studio tonight is Graham Hancock, former journalist and author of the 3 connected books, The Sign and the Seal, Fingerprints of the Gods, and Keeper of Genesis. His books are a drastic re-evaluation of man's past using the latest technology available to us. He says the orthodox ideas of a linear historical development is simplistic and way off the mark. Graham, good evening and welcome to Focus on Sunday.
Good evening, thank you.
Your final line in Fingerprints of the Gods is, there is indeed nothing new under the sun. Tell me what prompted you to undertake the ultimate journalistic investigation. Where do we come from and where are we going to?
Jesus Christ, such over-the-top flattery. The ultimate journalistic investigation. Where do we come from? And where are we going to? That little laugh betrays that she's just here to set up Hancock's rehearsed answers.
Tell me what prompted you to undertake the ultimate journalistic investigation. Where do we come from and where are we going to?
A sense of an enormous and unexplained mystery in our past. And my sense of this mystery came from my first contact with ancient Egypt, and the realization that this extraordinary civilization, which created the most wonderful monuments that the world has ever known, and which passed down to us a spiritual tradition of tremendous depth and wisdom, appeared from...
Hey, I'm curious, why are we listening to a journalist talk about archaeology like he's an archaeologist? Shouldn't he be referring to experts that know more than him? That's kind of what journalists do, right? Yeah, we have a
What I
subject.
really like about this is just like Flint being coming, he's got this new thing now where he's just showing that this is a doomsday cult. He's now just being like, Graham Hancock is a cult leader, and this is kind of the start of this arc that Flint's on right now.
I'm not opposed to it, honestly. Like, it's been culty for a hot minute. It's surprising they haven't taken this angle yet.
Literally nowhere on the stage of history. It's as though at one moment there are little more than primitive hunter-gatherers and agriculturalists in the Nile Valley, and at the next moment they're building pyramids. They have a fully evolved writing system. They have incredibly sophisticated spiritual ideas. There's no evidence of an evolution to account for the sudden emergence of this society. It's just there, fully formed, and I wanted to find out why was this so, and
Graham is either a liar and a con artist, or simply put, the worst journalist in the world. I won't spend so much time debunking everything he says in such detail, but this is his first claim. And there's so much stunning archaeology that proves either he did little to no investigative journalism, or he's flat out lying. The core mystery for Graham is that Egypt appears out of nowhere. The early Egyptians are sneered at as no...
You know what the craziest thing is? Like, if I'm looking at this story, and let's say I'm taking him seriously, and instead of talking to him, I'm fact-checking him and redoing his story to try and do it again. If I'm in Egypt, in the plateau where the fucking pyramids are, with the Sphinx, you know where I'm going first? The Nawaz guy. I'm gonna be like, hey, what's up? Tell me everything. Then I'm gonna go to another guy. Say the same thing. Cross-reference. Anything don't line up? Further check those. Until everything lines up. You know who I'm not talking to? People who
Graham
think...
Hancock.
People who think that the Egyptian society just spawned out of nowhere. Because he's too fucking stupid to talk to experts who fucking know. Like, the last thing I'm doing is standing in the middle of the pyramids of Giza, going, wow, these are incredible. Aliens must have built these. That is probably one of the biggest illogical leaps in logic you could possibly have, especially as a journalist.
I'm not sure if that's exactly what Graham Hancock believes.
Like, where the fuck is your journalistic curiosity to find the truth? Like, you're literally... It's so crazy. Like, I understand exactly how you get to this point. Right? He's probably worked a few years in the industry, however long he's worked in it, bit dissatisfied, not really happy with it, found a little niche and then went for it. And then found some rubes and then built on it. And because people are increasingly fucking stupid and have no clue how to fact check shit, or realize that this guy is not an Egyptologist, not an archaeologist, not a scientist at all, and would in fact be not an authority on any of this whatsoever, in any capacity, even now. Oh, but he's been doing it for 30 years. I don't give a shit. He's still not an authority. If he can't show me evidence, and his source is, trust me bro, it looks that way, that's not evidence. Just being, like, pointing to the Easter Island heads and being like, oh,
okay,
well,
so
those
Egypt
are big
creation
heads.
myth, where all the stars were jizzed out of one of their major gods, I would say you're probably correct, because there's a lot of jizz in Egypt god stuff. There's this whole thing where, like, basically, one of the gods tricks another one of the gods to fuck him in the ass, but he really puts his dick between his thighs.
Okay.
So he doesn't actually implant the sperm of creation or something, and then the guy who faked getting fucked into the ass ends up coming on the ground, and that is what happens to bring about something or something. Lot of jizz in Egypt.
Weird obsession with sperm.
People juice. You know that video? No samesies?
No.
no more than primitive hunter-gatherers, who in the very next moment are suddenly building grand pyramids. This is all just a lie. Anybody who has read anything about Egyptian archaeology...
Oh, and this is the other thing, and these guys always bring this up, but it's such a good point, and it applies to like tankies and shit as well. Is like they ignore the people, and they only side with like the authorities, and they completely and utterly remove the agency of the actual people that existed, both under the governments now, but also at the time. Reducing them down to these, like, insufficient, inferior, helpless little savages, if you would. Right? Completely ignoring the fact that they had dental in fucking Egypt, didn't they? What was the medical thing that they had that was fucking...
tons of... Egypt was advanced very far, but specifically the dentistry was because they put sand in their bread, so there was a lot of abscesses in Egypt. And so, like, they were early on figuring out that, like, you could use, like, saline and salt water to gargle to help clear out stuff like abscesses.
Okay. Yeah,
So-
okay.
And they also, just like the mummification process, the special salts that they use, they had a great understanding of salt and what it can do, and other different minerals like
Wasn't
salt.
there a gigantic
That's why,
salt
like, when
mine?
you get to Cleopatra, like, it keeps on in Egypt. Like, their medical knowledge keeps on, because they never really collapse. They just go through a series of occupations and stuff.
Aren't there, like, so fucking many Egyptian doctors everywhere? Isn't that, like, a thing?
Well, the RX symbol is the symbol of Egypt.
Oh, is it?
Like, yeah, it's the Latin way of writing the Eye of Ra.
Oh.
So, but, like, if you think about Cleopatra, she would put fucking atropine in her eyes to dilate them. So it's like they had a pretty advanced knowledge, and then like, I want to say they probably know more about, like, the Europeans when they're talking about how air gets you sick and you have 4 fluids inside you gotta balance. You know, I want to say, like, they knew a little bit more. Like, there was probably tons of pseudoscience and things like that.
Oh, I'm sure.
Like, they knew what they were doing with mummies.
Yeah. And this is like, and this is the point, is like, they literally, it's just racism, really. Because
and, like,
it's
you
like,
can also see their technology advance, too.
Because I guarantee these people are, like, Western supremacists, too. I guarantee they're like, Western culture is the best. All of these fucking people. But, like, when it comes to Egypt, there's no fucking way that Egyptians were that advanced without help. Like, fuck you.
Knows it's simply not fucking true.
Your video, go.
Yes. It's a classic.
All right, everybody, quiet. Okay, we're here today to talk about a pressing issue. As you all know, our population has been dwindling, and we think we've figured out why. When men are with men and women are with women, basically when we do samesies, no people come out. So we can't do samesies for a while. What? No, we need more people. We don't have enough people. Are you fucking serious?
I love samesies.
We all love samesies, okay? Just let me explain. Okay, I've created these drawings to help illustrate my point. I'd like to thank Anne for the blood. Where's Anne? Lazy Anne. Lazy.
She's so lazy,
Okay?
I don't get it.
Look, all right? All of us have come from opposites. Almost nobody from samesies.
That's not true. What about Kirby?
We're not certain about Kirby.
Well, why can't we just do both?
Because you waste the people juice when you do it samesies.
People juice? What the fuck is people juice?
No.
I waste a lot of people juice.
All right, listen, hear me out. Check this out. Ready? We still do samesies, but take the people juice and we throw in an opposite.
You know you're not going to do that.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Well, what if I get 2 girls to do samesies with me, but I promise to put a people in both of them?
Yes, that's fine.
Awesome.
Any more questions?
Yeah. Why does he look like the knight?
Questions about samesies. Yes.
Yeah, hi, I'm Ilg. I'm the animal herder for the village. You guys know me. Anyways, I think this is great, okay? Samesies are disgusting, okay? No, I'm serious, guys. No, a man should lay down with his woman, not his samesy.
You know this new rule means you can't fuck sheep, right, Ilg?
That's not true, is it?
Listen, okay? Right, we've got to get moving.
All right, I'll do opposites with Carly.
Ew, no.
Fuck you, Carly. I don't even... Enough! Listen, we don't have enough people. We can't get them if we keep doing it with samesies or with sheep.
But they're lady sheep.
Listen, we have to do opposites for now, I promise. Once we have enough people, we'll go back to doing samesies.
And sheep.
Actually, Ilg, I think I speak for the group when I say the sheep thing has got to stop.
Totally.
Okay? So no more sheep, right? No more samesies for now. No more sheep, like ever.
All right, fuck me then.
Wait, what if one day there's too many people, right?
Oh, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. All right, that's it. We're only doing opposites. More people, no more sheep. Only opposites, and no more samesies.
Hey, I didn't know there were other people in these woods.
Starting tomorrow.
That's fucking great.
Fucking
When was
classic,
that?
bro. That's old
funny as
school
fuck.
YouTube. You
Hilarious.
Cattle husbandry and pottery first shows
Back
up in the
when
Western
skits
Sahara of
were
Egypt
the-
around 8000
Yeah.
BC. We can see this trend at the
Bring him
famous site
back.
of
Bring back skits.
Nabta Playa, where a megalithic stone circle was later erected 1,000 years before
Erect.
Stonehenge. It's fucking cool. It was a calendar. Agriculture next shows up in the Fayum and Nile region around 6000 BC, with the arrival of a whole suite of domesticated plants and animals from the Fertile Crescent. With these developments, larger settlements start becoming established across Egypt. Our first hieroglyphs are from 3250 BC, so over 5,000 years ago. They were essentially labels and accounts at first, not transmitting stories or histories. This ceramic jar from Abydos dates to 3100 BC, and it's one of our very first historical records because it mentions King Ka, a local pre-dynastic ruler whose tomb has been excavated. Nearby at Hierakonpolis, archaeologists have also found the Narmer palette, which reveals the conquest and unification of Upper and Lower Egypt around this time by Pharaoh Narmer. All this happened hundreds and thousands of years before the pyramids appear. But it's at this time when tombs are starting to become bigger and more elaborate. And we can trace the development of Egyptian tombs from mastabas to step pyramids.
Were the ziggurats before pyramids? Surely.
Yeah, right? Well,
surely.
There's
because there's a ziggurat in Babylon.
Babylon is pretty fucking early.
Yeah.
It'd be hard to fucking say, honestly. They gotta be pretty fucking close.
Etamanaki.
Also, how big is the Ziggies compared
Mm.
to the pyramids that Egypt is building?
True. It is unclear when Etenemaki was originally constructed. It says it was constructed sometime in the 14th and between the 14th and 9th century BC. So thousands of years before those pots. But when
Well, what
were
is the
pyramids
first
made?
pyramid in
When-
Egypt?
Egyptian pyramids. When was the first pyramid in Egypt? 2780 BCE.
Which is how far apart?
At least 7,000 years.
Damn.
7,000 prior. So yeah, the ziggurats are way fucking earlier.
Also, like I said, the size as well.
But that being said, this is the first one. So Pretty small one. Where, like... That's a ziggurat. Like, man. Thousands of years before. Like, to think that the pyramids are an impossible structure when these exist is fucking dumb. Babylon was destroyed in 680.
I'm pretty sure the ziggurats are quite small. Like, I want to say they're regular tile improvement in Civ. They're so small. No, it had the size right there.
That's not...
No, go back. It had the size.
Oh.
Click the... Yeah, click that page. There you go.
Ziggurat pyramidal stepped tower temple. Architectural religious structure. Mesopotamia. 2200 until 5500 BC. After. Apparently. Wait. That doesn't make sense. I was lied to by Wikipedia. Unless Britannica is lying to me. Doesn't matter. The ziggurat was built with mud brick, exterior covered with baked brick. No internal chambers. Was unusual.
Yeah, okay, so that's another thing too. The ziggurat is mud. They're not fucking sandstone.
True.
So the pyramid is like they had to carve those stones.
So the pyramid, yeah. So the pyramids are an evolution of this kind of architecture, I guess. No internal chambers, square or rectangular, averaging either 170 feet square. So 50 meters squared. That's not small.
Well, if you think about it, like obviously Egypt would have more sandstone, right? Like this area might have limestone, but like it's the Fertile Crescent. The thing you're gonna have the most access to, and the thing you're gonna be most familiar with is mud. You mean it's like the Eskimos, you know, being so familiar with snow. You know? So, I don't necessarily think they influenced each other.
Yeah.
Like, I think people think, like, let's build a fucking big triangle. Like, I think that's just a common thing. Because, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Like, when you were a kid and you played with blocks, did you not make a pyramid in the blocks? But you were drawing on your knowledge of what a pyramid was, right?
Yeah.
So, like, if basic geography exists at this time...
Yeah, that's true.
Right? Then they would say, like, a three-dimensional triangle is a pyramid. It would probably be, you know, a different type of thing. Obviously, it's not going to be called a pyramid. Like, if they understood a triangle, they understood a three-dimensional triangle, even if geography didn't exist. Right? Because you still, like, to build anything, you need to know how to do the fucking, you know, that's why the first thing you give the babies is the square hole, triangle hole, round hole.
Yeah.
You know? That's, like, step one.
So is this what the theory of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon were? That they were on a ziggurat?
Look it up. There's
that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. Well, that explains why they haven't been preserved or found yet. It says no ziggurat is preserved at its original height. Ascent was only by exterior triple stairway or spiral ramp, but for almost half of the known ziggurats, no means of ascent has been discovered. The terraces' sloping sides were often landscaped with trees. The best preserved ziggurat is at modern tall... in Iraq. Okay. The largest
in Iraq.
In Iran is 335 feet square. That's huge. And 80 feet high. Fucking hell. stands at less than half its estimated original height. Holy fuck. That's insane. The legendary Tower of Babel has been popularly associated with the ziggurat of the Great Temple of Marduk in Babylon. Interesting. What's this? Ah. Is that Babylon? Ah, I see. So this is... What, the Iraqi border comes up here. Okay. Yes. Yes. Along the Tigris River? Up this way? Is the Tigris in Iran?
The Tigris and Euphrates should be in both, I think.
Okay.
But maybe...
I'm gonna look that up.
Like, Iraq should have both. Iran should have maybe just the Tigris. I'm not sure.
No, they're both in Iraq. Suck shit. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of cuts up here. Like this up here. Interesting. Okay. What are we on this one? Yeah.
To the Straight Pyramids, to the Great Pyramids. Heck, I have a whole deep dive on this with Egyptologist Dr. Beth Hart. They don't appear out of nowhere.
But when you look at these in the context of over time, how they develop over time, all the different components, they all really make sense together, and it's more challenging to see individual pieces.
Like, look at this shit. They're literally, like, you can literally see the evolution of the pyramid. In history.
All the different components.
In rock.
They all really make sense together, and it's more challenging to see individual pieces as, like, an anomaly. So that's a perspective I want to take and just give people some of that context of what was happening and, the 1,000 years leading up to the Giza pyramids and all that we see there.
And are we seeing this chronologically right here in this slide, I'm guessing? Sort of from the top? Yeah. Okay. Let's get back to Graham and the birth of his doomsday cult.
In your research, you speculate about what happened in about the 11th millennium. It seems as if a cataclysmic event overwhelmed the Earth and destroyed much of it.
No doubt. There's no doubt that something awful happened to the Earth at the end of what we think of as the last ice age.
What do you mean, no doubt? Give me a break, man. The confidence with which you say no doubt.
I mean, no scientist is ever going to give you 100%, really. Unless it's like corroborated time and time again. No scientist is going to be like 100% this is what's happening. Especially not with something like that.
Doubt just smacks of, well, a confidence man. All he'd have to do is read a book about the end of the Ice Age to know that most scholars doubt the idea for such a cataclysm in 1996, and they still doubt such a cataclysm today. Most of them think the gradual warming of the planet opened up all sorts of possibilities for humans, spurring the development of agriculture around the world.
No doubt. There's no doubt that something awful happened to the Earth at the end of what we think of as the last ice age. Everybody knows there was an ice age. Whole of northern Europe was covered in ice more than 2 miles deep. Most of North America the same.
I wonder if he realizes that an ice age just means there's ice at the caps. Like, we're in the tail end of an ice age.
2 mile thick ice caps, 6 million square miles of it. This ice was stable for 100,000 years, and then suddenly, around 14,000 years ago, for reasons that no geologist has ever been able adequately to explain.
Graham Hancock knows more than he fucking lets on. He has to deliberately know more to fucking twist stuff.
Like, there's no way that he doesn't know exactly what the facts are, thus knows exactly how to skirt around them and how to avoid them.
Geologist has ever been able to explain it? What the fuck? This is the biggest crock of shit I've ever heard. Well before 1996, scholars understood Milankovitch cycles, changes in the Earth's orbit, and their impact on interglacial periods when the ice melted. Graham's timeline is all wrong too. The last glacial maximum was around 25,000 years ago, not 14,000 years ago, when the ice started melting gradually over tens of thousands of years. Again, these are all just lies, or this journalist has done no investigation at all.
It all melted. Within just 1,000 years, that huge, enormous quantity of ice was gone. Sea levels had gone up by 400 feet. Hundreds of animal species had been rendered extinct all around the world. There's evidence of enormous volcanic activity, earthquakes.
Brother, 1,000 years is a long fucking time.
Nobody knows for sure what happens. The only thing we can say definitely did happen was a catastrophe, a cataclysm. By any definition, this was no slow-acting climate change. This was something terrible. Maybe it was a strike.
No, it was fast-acting climate change, based on what Flint just said, based on an orbital change. What was it? What did he say?
Fuck if I know.
Some kind of Milankovitch cycles. It was a Milankovitch cycle, I think is what he said. Hold on.
Fuck. This is the biggest crock of shit I've ever heard. Well before 1996, scholars understood Milankovitch cycles, changes in the Earth's orbit, and their impact on interglacial periods when the ice melted.
There you go. So the orbit changed, changing where the Earth goes, melting the ice, rapidly changing the Earth climate, killing off species in an extinction event. There's your explanation. I'm sure it's a bit more complicated than that, but there's the explanation.
Graham's timeline is all wrong too. The last glacial maximum was around 25,000 years ago, not 14,000 years ago.
How far down did that go? Oh, that was still pushing Finger Lakes out. I think this might be where the Finger Lakes formed. Because this would have been the recession of the ice sheets.
Yeah.
It would have dragged them
Finger
out.
Lakes are...
Up here.
Nope. Keep going.
No, here?
Right,
Here.
there you go.
Yeah.
Right, a little lower, a little
Lower?
more west.
When the ice started...
Right there, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, around there, ice pulls back, and I think it pushed back up again, and then pulled back again, which dragged them out, and then it's been receding ever since, I believe.
Over tens of thousands of years. Again, these are all just lies, or this journalist has done no investigation at all.
It all melted. Within just 1,000 years, that huge, enormous quantity of ice was gone. Sea levels had gone up by 400 feet. Hundreds of animal species had been rendered extinct all around the world. There's evidence of enormous volcanic activity, earthquakes. Nobody knows for sure what happens. The only thing we can say definitely did happen was a catastrophe, a cataclysm. By any definition, this was no slow-acting climate change. This was something terrible. Maybe it was a strike by an asteroid, a huge meteorite hitting the Earth. Maybe it was a displacement of the entire outer crust of the Earth. I review some of these theories in Fingerprints of the Gods. The honest answer is we don't know what caused it, but something dreadful happened.
How do you review those theories, Graham, when you are an unqualified, not a scientist journalist? Did you consult people, or did you analyze them? Because that seems strange. Seems like you're really claiming expertise when not an expert.
I love this. Graham goes from a confident, no doubt, and ends with, the honest answer is we don't know what caused it. Again, I need to highlight that none of these ideas have been confirmed with evidence. It's all doubted.
So we have a handful of survivors of this lost civilization surviving the cataclysm and settling amongst peoples in various parts of the world. Take us briefly through that scenario.
I think that this is perhaps the most interesting aspect of it for me, is that all around the world are preserved memories in myths of this enormous cataclysm. The flood of Noah in the Bible is an example, and Noah's Ark is an example of the survivors. All these myths suggest that there were survivors, that they settled in many different parts of the world, and that their determination was to keep the light of their knowledge burning. And this was not...
Just let Flint go. He'll tell you.
That's such an incredible claim. Hey, you know this religion that was made 3,000 years ago? Yeah, it's actually 14,000 years old.
Not just a high technical knowledge capable of creating wonderful monuments, but also a high spiritual knowledge, that these were a people who had a sense of the meaning and mystery of life, a sense of how we should live to make our lives purposeful, and a sense of the life beyond death and what we need to do to prepare for it, and that they sought desperately.
Hey, do you ever
pass this
question
knowledge down to
the
future
ancient
so that it would not
constructions
be
of
extinguished from the
white
world, so that
people?
it would not be entirely lost?
Of course, the goddamn flood myths. Look, there's flood myths everywhere. So they must all be connected. Really? Really? I mean, just in my lifetime, I saw the flooding of New Orleans by Hurricane Katrina and the flooding of the nuclear reactor at Fukushima in Japan by a tsunami. Both have had major economic and political impacts. Both have led to movies and crazy stories, but neither are related to one another. Seriously, what's more likely? Every flood story talks about the same flood, each a secret story cherished for tens of thousands of years. Or the myths talk about different major floods in different times in different places. Floods are and were a big fucking deal. They've wiped out settlements. They've led to epic struggles for survival. We need more than just a mention of a flood to say it's the same story. Floods happened all the time.
But the place where they made their greatest mark and left their most lasting legacy was at Giza in Egypt. And the 3 great pyramids and the great Sphinx of Egypt are an integral part of this mystery, and they are not the tombs of megalomaniac pharaohs.
But then, why don't you believe the Egyptians who tell us in countless hieroglyphic texts that the pyramids were their tombs of their early pharaohs? Why not?
That's been popular belief up to now, especially by the Egyptologists, that this is where the pharaohs were buried.
Yeah, don't believe your eyes.
And that was the main raison d'etre for the
One
pyramids.
of the horrifying things that I learned as I was doing this research is that there is not a single shred of worthwhile evidence which supports the Egyptological view that the 3 great pyramids of Giza in Egypt were tombs. There are more than 90 pyramids in Egypt.
That's a lot
Many
of
of them
nuts!
from later times were tombs. But these early and mysterious pyramids never contained any burial of any pharaoh. They were found when they were first opened by the Arabs in the 9th century to be completely empty and clean as new pins.
Wow, why didn't they
contain
find
no
anything in the
inscriptions of
tombs, Jack?
Maybe they were looted.
We have no intelligence!
any kind. They are totally anonymous, and the Great Pyramid weighs 6 million tons. It has a 14...
Hey, remember when I said that?
You know what was great about it?
What?
See, they went in and they fucking carved shit into the walls, Graham. Outside the tomb, it tells you whose tomb it is.
Hey, Graham. How many of your countrymen took bodies of Egyptian pharaohs and ate them?
Like, the fucking... Like, one of the great things about Egypt is not that it was, like, this amazing civilization or something like that. Like I said, it was not around very long. It was mainly under occupation its entire existence. Mm-hmm. Even, like, and I mean, like, until a few years ago. Right? So, like, this land has always been occupied. Like, it was under the British Mandate for a long time in the modern history, right? But, like, because of what they did to preserve everything.
Yes.
It just is such this great, like, wealth of, like, knowledge where...
Human knowledge, yeah.
You can find... Like, if you're studying ancient history, sometimes you can get going into Egypt and you can find an alternate source to, like, what you're studying. Because the Egypts would have also fucking logged it. Egyptians would have logged it as well.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, that's why we know that, like, Exodus in the Bible didn't happen.
Because of the Egyptians.
I mean, come on. They had a god who was a fucking scribe. Like, writing was considered a god to these people.
And Exodus, there was nothing about it in their writings.
No. Also, Moses isn't an Egyptian name. It's close.
What would the Egyptian equivalent be?
Tutmosis.
Ah, okay. So what is the Israeli name?
I mean, technically it is now, yeah.
What was it before? Just a Semitic name? But
also, like... It's just, like, Google evidence Jews were in Egypt. Were slaves in Egypt. The thing is, that's a modern understanding, is that there weren't slaves in Egypt, too.
Yeah, it was artisans and craftsmen, wasn't it, that built the pyramids, they found out, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then, like, a small group of, like, maybe a prison force or some shit like that, like a slave force or some manual labor sort of thing, but... Like, that kind of thing, like, the way that they explain how it's so even, like, so level, is because they use water.
That's
use
another
water.
thing, is the Nile was essential for Egypt's life.
Yeah. And that's the other thing about the Sphinx as well. The Sphinx is on a floodplain. And then I think as they dammed up the Nile River, the water got lower and it didn't flood anymore. Right? Something like that? Someone check that. I'm pretty sure that's what happened, is as they dammed up the Nile...
Mr. Honky!
The,
Honk,
the
honk, honk,
river,
honk, honk, honk.
the river levels went down, and the farming and floodplains around the Nile up on that end started to disappear, I think. I don't exactly recall, but it's something like that. Don't quote me.
An acre footprint. It's more than 450 feet tall.
There is not a single shred of evidence that the pyramids were tombs. Come on, man. These statements are either straight up lies or extremely misleading. There are hieroglyphic inscriptions in the Great Pyramid that mention Khufu. There is the diary of a worker who helped build the pyramid, although admittedly I'll agree that was discovered more recently. There were coffins in all 3 pyramids in Giza, coffins that had been looted and emptied. A quick plug, my video next week is on this very topic, with a deep dive into the mystery of the Great Pyramid of Giza, complete with an interview with the legend himself, Dr. Zahi Hawass. At the beating heart of the Great Pyramid of Giza is the key to understanding it, and that is this right here, the sarcophagus.
Another gang name was found through CD, and this was found 6 months ago, and mentioning year 13 of Khufu's reign, written by the workmen before they moved the stones.
What I find especially funny is that Graham says he agrees that later pyramids were tombs. But most later pyramids also had empty sarcophagi. Practically every single tomb, with the exception of King Tut, ever found in Egypt was found completely looted. Pyramids, underground tombs, whatever. Looted.
Yeah, that's why King Tut's important.
Why was his not looted?
It just wasn't found.
No shit.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
But like King Tut was not an important figure in Egypt whatsoever.
No.
I'm not sure if you know this, but like he was like pretty inbred.
Yes, he died pretty early, right?
Yeah. He had a leafy ass chin.
Looted. So Graham, why do you believe the later pyramids are tombs, but the 3 found at Giza aren't? It makes no sense at all. This is just straight up stupidity.
Just backtracking a bit, these master scientists and knowledgeable people, what is the scenario? They found themselves amongst people who were a lot less knowledgeable, were fairly barbaric in comparison. Why the great split?
I think what the evidence supports is the settlement of a very small group of people who are remembered in Egyptian traditions as the gods. And amongst these, the archetypal figure was Osiris, the god of resurrection and rebirth, the bringer of civilization to Egypt, seen as the founder of the dynasty to which all the pharaohs belonged. There was a direct connection between the pharaohs of Egypt and this remote period when they said the gods came to their land, and they saw themselves as the descendants of the gods.
Okay. So we don't believe the Egyptian stories about their pyramids at Giza being tombs, but we do believe their stories that they were descended from gods. Make it make sense, man. Help. Seriously, almost every early society claimed they descended from gods. It's how people claimed authority and superiority.
Yep.
There's also new evidence, the work that you're talking about and some other work that has shown us that the Sphinx
what I
is
talk
not
about when
as
I
young
talk
as
about
it's thought to be.
how
Geology
Judaism
is the other
had
science
to have
that
come
brings to
to
bear
be.
on this. The Great Sphinx
Is
is,
that
a
they
totally
said
anonymous
that
monument. It bears no inscriptions of
my
any kind.
God
It's
is bigger
undateable
than
by
your
carbon
God.
dating. You need
Like my covenant with our, like it was because the Jews historically were the shepherds. They the clergy taxed them for letting their sheep graze the lands. So one day a bunch of them, the cult of Abraham, would have said, we cut our dicks and this was our blood offering to our God, and now we have more authority than your God. These are our lands, come at us. And when they tried, they threw stones at their head. And,
is that the Goliath? The Goliath story?
Well, I mean, like the Egyptians, like you have to think about, or sorry, the early, like the cult of Abraham that like would descend from this religion. The fact that they're shepherds, the main thing that a shepherd would have would be a staff and a sling.
Yeah.
And they would be able to shape balls as they're herding the sheep to have like superior technology in their slings. So
okay,
that's the thing is, like, they would have been deadly accurate with these weapons, which means that, like, you would need a sizable force to actually displace them.
Yeah, true.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
like even like one, and that's the like whole thing of David and Goliath. Like, it's like, I don't know if that's supposed to be King David. I don't know the Bible that well, but like, like just having the superior technology of the sling and like hitting him square in the head with a rock. What's also interesting is some of the first slings that are used in war, they look at the balls, right, and they find two different types of balls that were used by these slings. And what it revealed is that when they ran out of ammo, they started trying to make balls in the field, but they weren't dried and shaped like the other ones, so they had a greater depression in them.
What do you mean depression?
Like, because they were a little bit more wet, it would be a more flat side of the ball instead of it staying more round.
Okay.
And, like, they know this because of, like, geological evidence from the fucking Akkad era and shit.
Oh, interesting. What would they typically make them out of? Just stone?
Clay.
Clay. Okay. Just hardened clay.
Yeah.
Did they
Most
blast
of
them
the
or
Babylons.
just hardened?
Well, like, there's also this awesome. I don't remember what exactly they do, but they literally like cut out slabs of clay and dry them in the sun and like do something like build a bridge up to someone or something like that. Like, they keep like stacking them to like build them like giant stairs for the entire army.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly what happens, but it's something crazy like that.
Huh.
And then also like early copper, right? So what they would use the bronze tipped weapons for in this specific era, like this very early, right? Way, like, this is like not even like early Bronze Age, I want to say. They still had some bronze and copper tipped weapons.
Yeah.
And what they would use them for is pry bars. So they would go to the walls and use the like metal tipped weapon to pry and loosen the walls. And they would have they like made these big spears.
Yeah.
That were just made for
poking,
getting the fucking mortar out between mud brick to knock down walls and stuff.
Ah, interesting. Huh. When did the trebuchet come around? Like medieval era, right?
Way later. Later.
Because like, did they have that kind of mechanical knowledge in like? Because they understood slings, right? So where does that sort of knowledge of slinging something?
Well, also the other
into
thing,
big sling whip rock. At
the other
wall?
thing that you see develop in ancient warfare, besides slings, is something similar to the sling. That's the atlatl. Like, the Aboriginals had pretty advanced atlatls.
Yeah.
Actually, I think it's called an atl.
Okay, spell it.
It's a spear thrower.
Ah.
But I think it's actually pronounced atl. I think I learned that recently.
Yes. I literally typed in spear chucker and it gave me exactly what I wanted.
Whoa, careful.
No, it literally gave me the sling.
Watch your mouth.
I don't know what the fuck it's called, but it gave me the exact kind of sling that I wanted.
The Aboriginals had them.
They are fucking cool. Oh, I see. So what, you put the spear in the actual thing, and then you kind of use that to yeet.
But that's what I'm saying. It's the same type of force understanding that would make catapults function.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing, is the catapult is like, you needed weapons that you could bring with you.
A Woomera spear thrower. Oh my god, it's fucking $2,400.
You can just make one yourself.
You could.
Like that one guy who does the weapons.
Mulga wood, 100 years old. Oh, this is a legit Aboriginal one. That's why it's so much money. Holy shit.
This guy who does the Stone Age weapons.
But how did fragile primates outcompete predators built to kill? Well, we did it at a distance. Our ancestors came up with a simple but ingenious weapon that changed human history. A stick that throws another stick. It's called the spear thrower, or the atlatl. The idea is simple.
What? Hang on.
It's called the spear thrower, or the atlatl. The idea is simple.
Atlat.
Wikipedia says
a long dart is hooked
Hold
onto
on, pause.
the end of a lever, adding leverage to your arm, multiplying the force and sending the dart flying at incredible speeds.
Hell yeah.
For tens of thousands of years, it defined the hunt, and with it we brought down bison, bears, and even mammoths. And we did it all from a safe distance. For the first time in history, nothing on Earth was beyond our reach.
That's Aboriginal, right?
Yeah.
We're going to be breaking down the history of this weapon, and then we're going to put it to the test.
First, we need to talk about what life was like before this tool. Ancient humans primarily killed their prey with thrust divot in the back and make some simple duct tape fletching. And just like that, you have a simple dart. Okay,
Duct
now
tape
let's finally
fletching.
put this weapon to the test.
I want to see how far I can throw a spear thrower as compared to a javelin. So first, we're going to throw this javelin to see how far we can throw it. Now keep in mind, I'm not an expert at throwing javelin nor spear thrower, so this is all relative, but let's see what I can get.
Hello. Wow, bro.
Well, I threw it 66 feet or 22 yards, so that's okay, but now let's compare it to the spear thrower. This is my setup for distance right here. I just have a way longer lever and a pretty light dart with some little sleek fletching. So let's see how far I can throw this.
Holy shit.
Well, at the rangefinder, it says I threw that 65 yards, so that's 195 feet, and I'll put the thing up for
far enough to not want to walk out and get it, clearly.
Holy shit.
Thrower than a javelin.
I fucking want one of these.
We're going to be testing out 3 different stone
You can just make one, that's what I'm telling you.
The first is this javelin.
It's like a blowgun. You ever make a blowgun?
No, I haven't. It's literally what
this
Wendy
massive
just
stone point on it. The second is this
Go to the plumbing section of the hardware store.
Obsidian point.
Okay.
And you can fucking make a blowgun real quick. The key is to fucking just get a cap that will make sure you won't inhale the dart.
Yes.
And like, you just get a fucking long plumbing tube. PVC's fine.
Yeah.
Put a cap on it where you won't inhale the dart. And like, I would use like, I would put fucking nails and like steel wool on the nails.
Okay.
And like, you could still be hitting like a football field's distance.
Seriously?
Yeah, with nails.
That's fucking crazy.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, you could totally do a Nerf dart for a blowgun.
Yeah.
You could do a Nerf blowgun, and it would be... It's like, literally, that's what Nerf is a blowgun.
Oh, yeah, basically.
With a chert tip. All right, we're going to be doing it from pretty close up because I don't want to miss and then...
I have this. I don't need a spear chucker. I got this. Although I haven't used this for a while. I probably have to get it lubed and fucking serviced. These are
gun
cool,
lube.
though. Gun lube,
right?
Sure.
Cal gets it.
But like, man, you ever used one of these and made it and held it wrong and had it smack your arm? It sucks. It fucking sucks, man. Why? Did I stop sharing? Why did I do that? Oh.
He's shown that it was exposed to thousands of years of heavy rainfall after it was first carved.
I really should use it more, but man, arrows are expensive.
Yeah, but that's what I'm telling you. Cal said, "Yeah, LOL." I thought it was a pretty fucking good joke that I knew he wouldn't get. That was for you, pal.
Because I keep breaking arrows.
Jack, just do me a favor.
I'm running them out.
Type in gun lube space lube again. Gun lube space lube.
Gun lube space lube.
Yeah, so gun lube lube.
In YouTube?
No, on Google. It should come up.
No, it's literally just giving me gun lube.
Oh.
Because, like, these arrows are, like, my good ones, and I never want to use them because they're carbon shafts, and when they break, I have to spend $50 to get another one. It's not fun. I need, No, I didn't even have any of my garbage arrows left. I broke them all. That's a problem.
And such rains did not fall in Egypt in 2500 BC when the Sphinx is supposed to have been built. The last time that such rains fell in Egypt was when the Sahara Desert was still green, at the end of the last ice age, more than 12,000 years ago.
Green Sahara.
Everything is focusing our attention on the date of 12,000 or more years ago.
Graham is seriously the worst journalist ever. The African humid period, also known as the Green Sahara, ended about 5,500 years ago and does not point to 12,000 years ago. What the fuck, man? This is just terrible journalism, if you want to call it journalism. The Sphinx erosion story is also total bullshit and based off of absolutely pathetic evidence. It still rains heavily at Giza. I know this because I experienced it myself on my very first visit to Giza. In the taxi, just next to Giza, it started pouring rain and slicked up the road. Our cab was rammed from behind. My colleagues and I had to sit and looking at the pyramids from the window while our cabbie got into a shouting match with the guy who rammed him. I've also got a whole video with 2 geologists who show quite clearly that the Sphinx is not older than the
cabbie
and that the geological argument for weathering ignores modern weathering that we can observe happening right now in real time. It's being monitored.
Time for a break. When we return, we'll continue talking with author Graham Hancock. Stay tuned.
Man, I forgot how cool this fucking thing was.
Is this video great, though?
This is a good video.
I agree. I think it's time for a quick breather, crack a beer, do some push-ups, smoke a joint, whatever it is that suits you. Because the real cray-cray parts of this video, they're still to come.
Everything indicates that an enormous labyrinth of underground corridors and passageways lies beneath these monuments, and that initiates were immersed in this subterranean world to prepare for the journey that they confidently expected they would have to undertake after death. And the ancient texts speak of a great secret of the gods concealed there, a secret that would reveal the divine origins of Egyptian civilization, and the steps that were necessary for us to take in order to attain eternity.
I cannot emphasize enough that these are all lies again. The bedrock at Giza has been explored extensively, dozens upon dozens of drillings, all hitting the water table tens of meters below, as well as many forms of remote sensing, electroresistivity, muon scanning, ground-penetrating radar, and even more. There simply is no labyrinth or hidden city under the Sphinx or the pyramids. Similarly, there are no ancient Egyptian texts speaking about a secret hidden there. Jason Colavito has documented quite clearly in his book on the pyramids that these stories of hidden knowledge or treasure are legends from the medieval world, not earlier.
Curiously enough, not only the pharaohs appear to have sought for that secret, we've discovered in our research that a modern-day quest is going on at Giza for precisely the same thing.
And apparently this has been done secretly with licenses that have been granted under strange circumstances. Tell us about the society that is conducting this research.
There's an odd American organization called the Edgar Cayce Organization, the Association for Research and Enlightenment, which exists to promulgate the teachings of an American psychic, Edgar Cayce. Now, Edgar Cayce died in the 1940s, but before his death, he spoke repeatedly of the
What
lost
is he
civilization of
talking
Atlantis,
about?
and he said that
What
survivors
the
of Atlantis
fuck
had
is
built
he
the Sphinx
talking
and that they
about?
concealed a hall of records beneath its paws containing all the wisdom of their civilization.
Oh my God, this
and that
is
this
where
hall
it
of
comes
records, he
from.
prophesied, would be opened between 1996 and 1998. Oddly enough, an American team led by a multimillionaire who is a life member of the Association for Research and Enlightenment had been granted a license just 2 months ago by the Egyptian Antiquities Organization to conduct an expedition at the Sphinx. They're there now with $1 million worth of ground-penetrating radar and seismic equipment.
Okay. What the fuck? This is literally as nutso as it sounds. Now let's back up. Let's unpack this cover-up. Edgar Cayce was a famous psychic from the early 20th century. He went into supposed trances and talked with his ancestors from Atlantis and Egypt. He's the one who popularized the idea of a hall of records existing under the Sphinx, which we know doesn't exist because of all the investigations there. Now, it is true that his sons founded the Edgar Cayce Foundation to promote Cayce's psychic predictions. And it is true that this foundation contributed funds to archaeological research in Egypt. For example, the famous radiocarbon dates published from the pyramids across Egypt that confirms their dates to the Old Kingdom. That was partially funded by this organization. The followers of Edgar Cayce, like Graham Hancock, believed that the pyramids and Sphinx were older than Egyptologists claim.
Wow.
So, the foundation put their money where their mouth was and donated funds for
I'm gonna have to redevelop those fucking muscles, because damn.
What?
I tried to draw the bow. Fucking Jesus Christ.
Okay, why are you playing around?
Look, I was just curious.
Quit
it's
farting around.
I think it's a
Quit farting around.
65-pound draw. And
Quit farting around.
I used to be able to do that. That seems heavy.
radiocarbon sampling to test their hypothesis. There's nothing wrong with that. But let's be clear. The primary funding for this radiocarbon project came from David H. Koch, the famed billionaire political activist, not the Edgar Cayce Foundation. And the study was led by trained archaeologists and scientists and overseen by the Egyptian Ministry of Culture. But seriously, Graham's claims, they get even crazier.
Their team operating with great secrecy. We were invited by the team working at the Sphinx to be part of their expedition because they were very interested in our astronomical work. Our astronomical work, when you transpose a map of the sky in 10,500 BC down onto the monuments, it indicates a place to look under the Sphinx. But they imposed upon us a condition that we could not accept, and that condition was absolute secrecy, and that the public were not to be told what was found under the Sphinx until the millionaire leading the entire expedition decided that the public should be told. When the Edgar Cayce prophecy was made, he said the Hall of Records would be opened between 96 and 98, but he also said the information in the Hall of Records would not be shared with the public. We think there's a danger that an attempt is being made to fulfill prophecy here, using big money.
What the fuck? He fears an attempt is being made to fulfill prophecy, and they're using big money. What the fuck is this? And they're keeping it all secret. This is the wildest thing I think I've ever heard Graham Hancock say. It's absolutely the biggest phony baloney that I've ever heard about fake archaeology in my life. This is perhaps the clearest evidence that convinces me that Graham Hancock is a knowing liar. Nothing has been kept secret. All of these investigations have been published in the decade after. The radiocarbon dates were published in 2001 and an updated sequencing in 2011. They confirmed that the pyramids, not just those at Giza, but others around Egypt, were constructed during the Old and Middle Kingdom periods and not significantly earlier. The American Research Center in Egypt survey of the Sphinx that Graham discusses here has also been comprehensively published. The raw granular data is available on the online archive Open Context. Countless measurements, 2,716 photographs, 5,000 slides accompanied by plans and maps. Links to all of these are below.
Wow, that sounds like evidence.
Similarly, a number of very popular books and journal articles have been published summarizing the results very openly for everybody. From Mark Lehner's Complete Pyramids, which appeared in 1997, to Zahi Hawas's Pyramids, Treasures, Mysteries, and New Discoveries, which was published in 2003. You just need to know where to look in the library and online to find all this information.
You recently had a briefing for the Egyptian ambassador in Washington. What has been the response to what you told him? Because you said that you didn't feel that a certain level of the Egyptian government was aware of what was going on.
I think that this matter has been entrusted to a relatively small department within the Egyptian Antiquities Organization, and that most of the rest of the Egyptian government doesn't know what is happening at Giza. I gave a briefing to the Egyptian ambassador to Washington, D.C., together with a number of American senators, and we're calling for an international public inquiry into this project at the Sphinx and into the project that is taking place inside the Great Pyramid.
Wow. Graham Hancock actually brought this completely nutso conspiracy theory to United States senators and the Egyptian ambassador to the U.S. What a fucking nothing burger. All of this has been published comprehensively in the open and is available. Look, if this conspiracy was real, actual archaeologists would be shouting about it. An American millionaire controlling data from Giza would be a scandal of epic proportions. The legacy of colonialism is right now a huge deal in Egyptology today. From the recent calls to return the Rosetta Stone to the Egyptian Ministry of Culture asserting agency in controlling its heritage sites. The smoking gun is that Graham has completely forgotten about this conspiracy theory.
The Rosetta Stone?
Yeah. Why the thing
What?
got fucked up?
What is that?
You don't know what the Rosetta Stone is?
I'm aware that it exists. I don't know what it is.
It's basically an ability to index, and on each side of the stone is a different language. So it allowed us to learn what all the hieroglyphs mean, because we could reference it with Greek, I believe, because Greek is also on one of the stone sides.
Oh, no shit.
Yep.
That's pretty fucking valuable. Yeah,
and also people are like, oh, if they return it, like, you know, because they'll be like, ISIS destroying stuff is why the British Museum should exist. And it's like, first of all, I think they've studied the Rosetta Stone. I think they know I don't think they're going to make new discoveries about it, you know?
Yeah, I think they can give that back. I don't think they're going to have anything more. I was about to say, is it in the British Museum?
Yeah,
I
believe
course
so.
It is. Because of course it is, because why the fuck wouldn't it be? We are superior! Ha ha ha! We're going to steal your shit! Ha ha ha! Fuck off. I fucking hate the British, honestly. Fuck them.
But, like, also, like, I think its existence might... Because, like I was saying about Egypt being occupied, I think that's why something like the stone existed, is because people needed to know how to translate between the languages that would have been common.
Yes. And yeah, because Greek would have been... Because what, Alexander, Macedonia...
Yeah, so, like, if they're, like, archiving old scrolls and stuff, they're going to need to know what those scrolls say.
Yeah, because it's a translation key, then, is basically what it sounds like.
Yeah.
What a great little thing.
If it was true, the cover-up would still matter today. So the fact that he's not bringing it up proves that he doesn't believe it. He's moved on because he knows it's all fucking bullshit.
Graham, you've been working on this project and amassed a body of work that is quite stupendous. What has been the effect on you and your own spiritual development of uncovering all this knowledge?
It has completely changed my outlook on the meaning of life.
Look at how he leans in here after the softball setup. What a fucking con job.
It has completely changed my outlook on the meaning of life. 10 years ago, I was totally atheistic. I thought, like most of our modern scientists today, that life was just a sort of cosmic sick joke, that we were a kind of accidental collection of molecules with no purpose or function whatsoever.
Pretty sure that's not what scientists think, but pop off, Queen.
You see how culty this shit is?
Yeah. Like, I'm almost certain that is not what scientists think.
He really refined this shit to come across way less culty, huh?
Immersion in the ancient texts, the scriptures of the Egyptians, has caused me to review that attitude. And I passionately believe that life has meaning, and that everything that I do and that we all do here counts, and how we behave towards one another matters, and we will be judged, and there will be a reckoning of what we do. I think that life is a precious opportunity. We shouldn't waste a single second of it.
Wow, what an ego. Look, here we can see Graham fully embracing the role of being a spiritual cult leader, with all of its trappings. He defines his new form of pseudoscience, a combo of twisting actual science with his invented version of esoteric and ancient Egyptian knowledge. This is just so fucking nutso. By the way, did you know that Graham Hancock currently ranks 20th on Watkins' spiritual list for 2025? He's a real serious spiritual leader. His rhetoric works.
God.
You indicate that we could be bringing another cataclysm down upon our heads in the near future, as close as 2013?
All the ancient traditions, which speak of the destruction of a great civilization in a horrendous cataclysm thousands of years ago, warn that that cataclysm could return.
Was that supposed to be 2012?
Just wait.
Focus on our time, on our epoch. The Maya of Central America actually put a date on it, the 23rd of December, 2012.
The computers are going to go to zero.
Into ours. But all these ancient traditions also say
so
our
it's
time, on
around,
our epoch, the Maya.
Because it's in December. It's around 2013.
Amazing.
of Central America actually put a date on it, the 23rd of December, 2012 AD, when you translate their calendar into ours. But all these ancient traditions also say that that former civilization, which was destroyed, in some manner brought down the destruction on its own.
You know what we should find? We should find an interview from Graham Hancock in June 2013.
I don't know
and see...
when he abandoned this, though.
Well, if the Mayan calendar failed, which it did, because of course it did.
I don't know if he did 2012 shit beyond this. I don't know enough about him.
That's what I would be curious to find out, is whether he did go hard on this 2012 thing.
Like, he might have abandoned it because it was total horse shit and nobody was buying it or something.
Possibly. There's so many people were fucking
It was
crying
too
about
discreditable.
2012. Maybe.
Heads. I think mankind stands poised at a crossroads. I think we stand poised at a moment of choice. We must...
Certainly thinking a lot. Yeah, is this kind of how you say, oh, it looks like? Same logical leap there? Something like that?
Choose between good and evil, between the better or the worse. I think we can choose our own destiny. I don't think there has to be a cataclysm, but I think we are heading down a path to destruction, and the time has come for us to make up our minds that we're not going to go that way any longer, to reach into our hearts and find the decency and the goodness and the worth of human life, the precious gift that we've all been given.
And we must protect the future for the white children. You're right, you're right. You're right.
This is a fucking doomsday cult. I've covered this before in my video about Joe Rogan and fake archaeology. Check it out here. The reality is that Graham Hancock has been full of shit for decades. In the late 90s, he claimed some blurry photos were evidence of monuments from an advanced civilization on Mars that was destroyed in an ancient apocalyptic cosmic impact.
And it's a very important point that the face structure, whatever it is, whether it's a hill or whether it's actually some kind of face, is set in a context, and that context is very large, surrounded by a lot of other structures, being hit by a bombardment of asteroids, or I believe more likely fragments of a giant comet. And the question that really arises is Earth subject to the same fate that Mars has been subject? And this is why the monuments on Mars, in inverted commas, of course, the supposed, the alleged monuments on Mars, are so interesting to me, because taken in context with the cataclysmic history of the planet, with, again, disputed evidence of primitive microbial life on the planet, which under any normal evolutionary laws one would expect eventually to have developed into higher life forms. But to me, this raises a whole other issue over the story of life on Mars, and the story of what happened to Mars, and the story of what happened to Earth.
Graham Hancock is full of feces. The reason we don't hear about the face on Mars and these other structures, alleged structures, in the Cydonia region is because they were based off of stupid, blurry photos. And
Hey, what about the Great Arse of Mars? Where's that? That's a real thing.
Res photos now show these are just natural plateaus. So in the 2000s, Hancock cleverly pivoted and abandoned the Mars mystery, but he kept much of the same cataclysmic story, nearly word for word, updated to match the 2012 Mayan apocalypse.
There you go.
The prophecy, literally, of the end of the world in our time, certainly at the end of civilization, as we know it, and very specific date. And the date the Maya put on it, translated into our calendar, is the 21st of December, 2012.
I thought it was the 23rd.
Of a comet that had struck the Earth before might be due to return in exactly this period, and perhaps the Maya used fortuitous events in the sky, which they were able to predict extremely accurately, to act as a marker or a signal for the return of this event.
This is a fucking doomsday cult. But of course, the world did not end in 2012. Or maybe it did and we're all just trapped in this hell. But since we are all still here, Graham has pivoted again. No longer bringing up the Mayan calendar and 2012, instead tying this same story into the refuted pseudoscience mumbo-jumbo known as the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis.
The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, which is solid science, although undoubtedly disputed, which suggests that multiple fragments of a disintegrating comet hit the Earth 12,800 years ago. The comet that disintegrated, that caused so much damage on Earth 12,800 years ago, its debris stream is still in orbit. The Earth passes through it twice a year, and in the next 30 years we're going to be passing through a very lumpy bit of this 30 million kilometer wide debris stream that's called the Taurid meteor stream.
Like I said, this is a fucking doomsday cult. Get out if you're in it. We have no evidence for these comet impacts, no evidence for a lost civilization, and no evidence that our planet is in any immediate danger. Look, Graham might be most famous for his fake archaeology, but at its heart, his spiritual movement is absolutely a doomsday cult, with constant predictions of a future cataclysm which never, ever come true. But
is he always asking for money?
He sells books. Yes. His revenue stream is solid already, you know?
Hey, what did Scientology's guy do?
I
books,
saw a
right?
great clip of Patton Oswalt talking about how he did Joe Rogan.
Uh-huh.
He was talking about Harlan Ellison, the guy who did Eye of the Mouth and I'm a Scream, and how he knew L. Ron Hubbard. And how crazy it was to see this guy who he knew as a writer just suddenly start running a cult. And he's Patton Oswalt is telling that story comparing Joe Rogan to L. Ron Hubbard.
Really?
Yeah.
That's hilarious. If you find it, send it my way. I'm curious.
Graham just keeps shifting the goalposts and moving on to new predictions. Okay. There's one final important point to make about this video from 1996. Let's check out the ending.
Thank you very much for coming on to Focus tonight. It's been wonderful talking to you.
Thank you. Nice to talk to you too.
That's our program for tonight. For those of you who are interested, Graham Hancock's books are published by Heinemann in the UK and distributed by Strake locally.
Published and distributed by Strake? Where have we seen Strake publishers before?
I think there are a number of reasons why it's so successful.
Oh my God, no way.
I think that, first of all, it's written by Graham Hancock, who is a regular person. He's not a crackpot fanatic.
Okay,
Amazing.
He's clearly a fanatic. We've established that. But even more clear, this is not even a real news report. It's just a promotional video featuring the author and the employees of the company that published the book. It's all just a lie within a lie within a lie, like a nesting doll of Graham Hancock's. But wow, stepping back for just a quick second, this video is absolutely amazeballs. It's a promotional video to sell a book, but it isn't just selling a book. It's selling the whole doomsday cult outlook. I don't really expect it, but archaeologists certainly deserve an apology from Graham Hancock. He has repeatedly claimed that archaeologists have only criticized him because his books were so popular. But this video shows that he's been attacking archaeology and archaeologists with vicious lies and conspiracies since before he became a household name. His entire narrative relies upon poisoning the well, much like how the video started with the conspiracy to silence him.
It's almost as if there's a big conspiracy against him. It's a lot of pompous scholars around, who just don't want to know about it.
The bombshell claim of a conspiratorial cover-up at Giza, despite it being a lie, is the climax of the video.
Absolute secrecy, and that the public were not to be told what was found under the Sphinx until the millionaire leading the entire expedition decided that the public should be told.
But at the heart of the video is the birth of Graham Hancock's cult of fake archaeology, a movement wrapped up in spirituality, doomsday prophecies, and the absolute fucking laziest of all lies about archaeology, archaeologists, and our historical evidence that I have really ever come across.
Rhymes and riddles, tickle, tickle, giggles, squiggle, jiggle, fiddle, flint, pun, tibble. Rhymes and riddles, tickle, tickle, giggles, squiggle, jiggle,
Our Jay and Brian, who's there on the scene, you have some other witnesses, I am told. Jay, I know our photographer, Chris Plater, Jay, was there on the scene getting
Whiplash.
pictures even of those National Guard members on the ground getting worked on by EMS. Let me know if we can talk to him. Tell me who you've been talking to. Who's with you, Jay?
So we've got a number of eyewitnesses here lined up for you. One of them is Chris. Kira, we're going to go to him in a moment. But first, I want to bring in Stacey Walters here, a Howard student who was in an Uber when you heard some of these shots. Howard alum. Yeah. You were in an Uber when you heard some of the shots. Is that right? Yeah. Walk us through. So you're in the car. You hear the shots. What happened?
I was in the Uber. I heard boom, boom twice. I was looking at my cell phone, and the Uber driver said, "Why are all these people running?" So then I looked out the window, and it was little children. They looked probably about 5 years old on both sides of the street running, and adults. And whoever was supervising the children said, "Go, go, run, run." Then I heard someone yell, "Help, help," in the direction of the shooting. But I didn't see who yelled to help. I don't know if it was the individual who was shot or someone yelling for help for the individual were on 17th Street Northwest. So I knew I wanted to like research Slater. So I asked the Uber driver, what's the cross street? But he didn't know. And I was just at lunch going to go to the dry cleaners. And then the guards, I don't know if they're guards, Secret Service, but their uniform definitely looked government level, said you have to turn around.
We're
You
guards.
have to turn around. And that was around 2:15 p.m.
Stacey, compared to where we are now, right, using this as our place, where were you approximately when you heard these shots?
That's the thing. I never paid attention. We were turning on to 17th
Shooting weekend soldiers
that's why you even
is
asked
crazy.
the driver.
We're down the street.
It really is. I was expecting this and have expected this for a little bit.
It's
now.
just like like for the most part, that's the thing. Is just like sometimes the National Guard, sometimes they do get deployed to like fill in for prison guards. They just got deployed here for that not that long ago. There are parts where it's like sure, shitty aspects of like, sometimes they fill in for like standard police roles and stuff, but like
yeah,
the National Guard is like a dumb org to target. It's like,
especially while ICE is around literally kidnapping people. Like, this is not the target, but like the frustration is at a boiling point, I feel. And as I said, I expected something like this to happen for a little bit now. And that's why I sent you the message. I'm like, it finally happened. It finally happened. Like, we've been waiting for weeks.
Well, I remember that granny was pulling out her gat against ICE.
Yeah, she was, yep. So, like, it was only a matter of time. Because what are the National Guard in D.C. actually doing?
Picking up trash.
Yeah, like they're not really doing anything. They're just sort of giving Trump his facade of safety.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be interesting to see what the motivations were for this. That's for sure.
This is what happens.
Yeah,
when you
like
fuck a stranger in the ass.
Like that's pretty much what my reaction was as well, and it's kind of concerning that is our reaction. Because like this should be shocking, but it's not. But is that desensitization?
I mean,
or is that?
It's really not that far off from the one guy who tried to fucking shoot ICE and ended up fucking shooting detainees.
Shooting the migrants, yeah. No, it's not really. It like everything now, we get to see the way that the state responds.
Turning onto this street.
We were so close that the shooting had just happened in the road. They had just, like, they were still letting people through. Mm-hmm. But by the time they got to us, they said, you have to turn around.
When you saw those people running, what went through your mind?
The children. They were little children. And it's such a beautiful day. That's the first thing I thought about, like, who would do this? It's getting ready to be the holidays.
Well, somebody think
and
about the
so
children.
Many children. They just weren't on one side of the road. They were on both sides of the road. Little children running.
When you heard those pops, as you described, did you immediately think it was a shooting?
No, I'm originally from Connecticut. I only came to D.C. for Howard University. I'm from the suburbs. Like, I've never been so close to anything like this. I didn't even know there were gunshots. All I know, I heard boom, boom 2 times.
Stacey Walters, thank you so much.
I thought guns were everywhere in America. How does she not know what gunshots sound like? I thought gun violence was literally on every single corner.
They sound like fireworks.
I really appreciate it. Kira, if you will indulge me here, I'm also going to bring in Chris Plater, who's been behind the camera for all of this coverage here. It was Chris Plater who was walking back to work at our AP.
I think for me, the difference between, like, the thing I'm listening for if I'm hearing bangs is if there's a crack after it. Like a bang crack. Because if there's a bang crack, that's a very different thing. That's a bullet. That's a very fast bullet. Yeah. Tell me, 9 mils are supersonic generally, right?
Do you tell me?
I don't know handguns. Someone tell me. I'm pretty sure 9 mils are supersonic naturally, but you can get subsonic ones. But correct me if I'm wrong. Because they're like, but then also suppressors don't necessarily take away the supersonic crack either. That's the other thing. It more just suppresses the actual internal gun sounds and the gases that let those sounds go. But yeah, I'm pretty so like, and depending on how close the shot is as well, it's not. I don't think it's that easy to be like, oh well, that's a gunshot. Yeah, the supersonic unless specified. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Because I don't like unless you're relatively close, or it's like rapid fire. You could easily dismiss a gunshot as like a nail gun or fireworks or a backfiring of a car's exhaust or something like that. You could easily mistake something like that for a gunshot. Or, if you're a cop, an acorn.
ABC Bureau, which is just a few blocks away, who heard that gunfire, and then he saw what appears to be those National Guards members wounded, lying there on the ground. I want to bring Chris in here as he steps around the camera. And Chris, you've been with us for the entire day. It was you who called this in to our bureau. What did you see at first? What did you hear?
Okay, so it's what I heard first, and what I heard were, like pop, pop, pop. It could have been a steel plate or something. There's a lot of construction and things going around. So I just thought that maybe it was some plates going on or something like that. But then boom, boom, boom. And so I'm starting to handle these big guns. I'm like, okay, this is something's going on. So people at first were a little shocked. It was like, is that construction? And so some people kind of jogged a little bit. And then when those big booms started happening, people started crying out like, yo, this is a little bit serious. This is shooting. There's something bad going on here. So immediately I went forward to see what was going on. And as you see in the video, I see 2 National Guard members.
Oh, remember how we were
and people were working on
talking about cool trees?
Mm.
It's like the tree of life tree. Okay, lignum vitae. Okay. Right. This is what see the banding in the wood?
Hold on. Yep.
Right.
What country are these trees in?
Jamaica.
Okay.
I guess. Bahama. Okay. So it's an oily self-lubricating wood, historically used for bearings, pulleys, and other parts requiring low friction, but is now rare due to over-harvesting.
Of course it is.
Right? So, if you've ever heard of wood bearings, right? Ever see something like this?
Never.
Submarine.
What the
right?
fuck?
Why would it be used in a submarine? Why would wood be used in a submarine?
Floating.
Lignum vitae is so dense that it sinks in water. It's the densest wood.
Oh, so they use it because it sinks.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And because even when it's cut, like the oil as a jewelry self-lubricates, right?
Huh.
So like lignum vitae wood jewelry is like some of the best quality wood jewelry you can get because it upkeeps itself. And it's uncommon for a reaction. Like something like a bloodwood, which would be a redwood.
Mm.
Literally, it's red in color. That is more likely to have a reaction.
Okay.
And it's just it's a beautiful wood. It's just this dark tiger stripe type of wood. Looks really good in like huge plates, like even like lit plates. If you made those out of lignum
Yeah,
vitae,
I
I've
can
seen
imagine.
a couple of those that look really nice.
Spaces.
Big jewelry, shit like that.
I actually, speaking of it now, most people I know that have them use plastics or glass. But now that you mention it, I have seen a few people with wooden ones or like laminated, maybe not laminated, but like coated wood ones. Just like coated in, I guess, some kind of okay to stick in your body kind of thing. I guess, I don't know. I don't know about that shit, but I have
prefer
seen
stones.
people with wooden ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Why?
Like quartz is better than glass.
Ah, okay, so quartz.
You know, and like you can get basically like all kinds of different quartz for really cheap because it's quartz.
Yeah.
On them,
providing first aid.
Providing first aid.
And when they drop, they don't break.
There was, some police officers that came a little later. It was kind of strange because it seemed like it took like 25 to 35 seconds for any police to respond. When you think about where we are, the White House, so close. And so that's when I was like, could it really be? But it really was. These National Guard members were down.
So, Chris, in relation to where we're standing now, we're across the street from the metro station. Can you describe where you saw the activity and what you saw where in relation to where we are here?
Okay, so where we are right now, I came up and crossed the street.
So you were you were a block away on the other side of the street.
I was right here at the metro stop. Yeah. I went over there to see what was going on, and that's where you see the video. I began videotaping, and they at some point got to clear us out and move us back here on this corner here. And so then I continued shooting and waiting, and that's when the police were responding and everything.
I continued shooting. What? There he is! That's the shooter right there!
A lot of people just running, the opposite way, through the park. And
got him
past me, and there was some people that were, one person said something like, man, the guy went up there and started shooting at the National Guard. I didn't get to talk to him. I didn't get to, know who he was, but it sounded like he suggested that somebody went up and started shooting at the National Guard.
So, Chris, just to walk back a second here, one of the things you saw was very graphic, and we have to describe it with care here, but you did see, and you videotaped, one of the, or both of those National Guardsmen having first aid provided onto them lying on the street. Is that correct?
Yeah, one National Guard was lying on his side. They were rendering aid to him. He wasn't moving, but he was on his side. And then I looked at the other National Guard member that was down, and I saw compressions going on.
Not sure about the caliber. One was shot in the head.
I imagined. It's one of the things I was thinking. I was like, I bet did he get shot through the eye?
Not sure.
That was a Seven Psychopaths reference.
But the picture that I saw seemed pretty dead to me.
Popped him like RFK's gay uncle.
Like, generally, you want the blood inside your head, not on the ground. So, I'm gonna say probably dead.
There was a lot of people around there, so I don't think it was the person that done the shooting. And all I could tell you is that I identified 2 National Guard members that were being worked on. Eventually, the one National Guard that was on his side, he got to move a little bit while he was on his side, and they were still, kind of, working with him. But the other National Guard member, I just saw compression going on with him in the chest area, and that's all I can tell you.
Chris Plater, my dear friend who's been behind the camera with me over the course of the day, thank you, sir. And Kira, if you want to just stay with us for 1 second, because Chris is now going to go back to the other side of the camera and just show you one thing that we have not seen yet before, which is the full vantage point of this scene here. As Chris and I were talking, you probably saw
that was literally the
fire
camera
truck that
guy
was blocking the entrance to the metro station drove away.
That's fucking
so you
awesome.
Get a sense of
or it was the producer, something like that. It's somebody behind the scenes.
Yeah, well, he said the guy who's been filming with me all day.
Yeah, filming with, not necessarily filming, but filming with. So he's been there with him all day on the job or on the story. But I don't know. Could be a camera guy. Not sure.
Of exactly the scene that Chris was describing. It's difficult to make out where he was, but he was on the right in front of that metro stop there. That's that open door that kind of looks like a garage door. You see it there. Chris was standing there watching them perform CPR onto one of the wounded guardsmen, and then he was moved to the other side of the street, had a vantage point of the scene there, again chaotic. And now, as we've been saying over the course of the afternoon, Kira, it's now transitioning from the immediate aftermath of the shooting where they were rendering first aid, they were loading as we witnessed.
Okay.
All right, Fox News alert. This is
Fox News alert.
breaking right now. We can confirm now 2 National Guard troops have been shot in Washington near the White House, is what we are told. We do not know about their conditions at this time. We are just starting to get brand new details, but we can confirm 2 military personnel have been shot near the White House. Paul Morrow is joining us by phone. He's a retired NYPD inspector. Paul, we're just starting to get details here. What can you add to what we've learned so far?
Well, you know, obviously it's very sketchy at this point, but your mind has to go to the fact that, of course, the National Guard has been deployed as an anti-crime measure in Washington. So while normally we would think of the White House as being, okay, maybe they were securing the White House, that's not really what they do. The National Guard doesn't really have that as a primary role. You have the Capitol Police and Secret Service and other elements there. Can the National Guard be involved? Sure. But where my mind goes right now is the fact that they've been out there using their omnipresence as a deterrent. I keep making this point on the air. A lot of people misunderstand the role of the National Guard in this counter-crime stuff. They're not there to answer 911 calls, to boom doors, to get cats out of trees. Their thing is to stand there, be present, be a deterrent. They look very impressive in the uniforms. We have them here in New York and have since 9/11. Something else that people miss. We've had them for 25 years here in our transportation hubs. But all you can think right now is, just thinking logically, is this sounds like, at this point, you have to consider, is this something relative to the crime deployment that we know is going on in Washington?
Yeah, Paul, to orient our viewers a little bit, so you're looking live at a shot of the White House, but the incident, this shooting apparently occurred at 17th and I Street, which is about 2 or 3 blocks away from the White House. It's right by Lafayette Park and the Farragut Metro. One of the deployments tactics of the National Guard was to put them around these downtown metro stop areas, and so you would normally on any given day see a few guard troops in these areas. But this location, I'm wondering if you make anything about the fact that this is one of the central areas in downtown, just blocks from the White House.
Well, Griff, I think you make a very good point. That has been one of the sort of salient locations in all of this, going back, in fact, to the riot that we had there around the monument and all of that. So it's quite conceivable that if somebody is trying, again, we're just speculating now, but if somebody is trying to send a message, you'd have to think that that would be a place that has particular significance. But either way, I was just down in D.C., to testify to Congress, actually, and you see them around, and I passed 2 of them 3 in the morning, 3 in the morning, very late at night, and there they are walking along the street, just again their omnipresence, their eyes and ears, and they were just walking by me, and I made sure to say hello to them and let them know they were appreciated. But the point is that they're just out there as eyes and ears. And the fact that they are out there just that way, unfortunately, you have to recognize, because their presence is somewhat passive, it makes them potential.
Stupid CNN. Shut up. This National Guard deployment was ruled illegal a few days ago. Okay. For an appeal. Great. So to contradict the guy, them being there for crime enforcement is explicitly illegal. Cool. Great. Looks like citizen justice. Taking out illegal occupiers.
Targets. And I just hope that, both of them are okay, because it's a brave thing to be standing out there and to be told you're here just to be seen. By definition there,
It's so brave.
People might wish you ill intent can't see you and can take that.
Stunning and brave.
So, I mean, as far as what we know right now, this is coming
at the monitor
from Jen Griffin
again,
and Bill Mears.
just to be sure.
Two sources
it's
are
Fox
confirming
News
that,
we're listening to.
that 2 National Guard members
Like,
were
what
shot in Washington, D.C.
are these cucks talking
This was about a mile from the White
I have
House.
no idea.
The conditions of those 2 guardsmen are not known, and the whereabouts of the alleged shooter are not known. So, I mean, Paul, you have to imagine that there is a massive investigation already underway, and search is on.
Oh, absolutely. I can't work the phone right now because I'm on air, but
right.
I'm getting some texts in here. Look,
Okay.
let's just put it that way. There's video everywhere in Washington. They're going to roll these guys up. They're probably all over them already. You got to imagine there's a mad scramble on. One of the things I would just say now is this is important.
Okay.
Somebody has to take charge.
We're starting to get a whole lot more information. The story is going to pick up coverage here after a break. Kristi Noem is confirming DHS is working with local law enforcement to gather more information. She is confirming 2 National Guardsmen were shot moments ago in Washington, D.C.
Right, a new news conference is now being held on the shooting in Washington, D.C. Let's take a listen to Kash Patel, that's the FBI director.
Were brazenly attacked in a horrendous act of violence. They were shot. They're in critical condition. As you can see behind me, we have assembled the full force of both the federal and state and local law enforcement agencies to bring bear all of our resources to make sure we find the perpetrators responsible for this heinous act. And make no mistake, they will be brought to justice. Since this is an assault on a federal law enforcement officer, this will be treated at the federal level as an assault on a federal law enforcement officer.
They're military.
The FBI will lead out on that mission with our interagency partners, to include the Department of Homeland Security, Secret Service, ATF, DEA. And we're thankful for the mayor's assistance in this matter, the Metropolitan Police Department and their skills in investigating homicides and gun shootings in this city is exceptional. We will work together collaboratively because this is a matter of national security, because it's a matter of pride. President Trump has been informed. We've been in contact with the White House. We will shortchange the American public with no resources to make sure we find and safeguard our nation's capital right here in Washington, D.C., and bring anyone responsible for this heinous act of violence to justice. I would lastly like to add to the American public and the world, please send your prayers to those brave warriors who are in critical condition and their families. They are here serving our country. They are here protecting everyday Americans and citizens around the world in our nation's capital. They are the heroes of this day, and we must remember them on this day and every day, and their families and the sacrifice they have made. I will now turn it over to Chief Carroll of the Metropolitan Police Department. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeff Carroll. I'm the Executive Assistant Chief here at the Metropolitan Police Department. At approximately 2:15 this afternoon, members of the D.C. National Guard were on high visibility patrols in the area of 17th and I Street Northwest when a suspect came around the corner, raised his arm with a firearm, and discharged it at the National Guard members. The National Guard members, there were other members that were in the area.
When he did it, did he say pow, pow, pow? If not, why not?
Area, they were able to, after some back and forth, able to subdue the individual and bring them into custody.
I was just
Within
saying
moments,
on Monday
members of
to
law
a
enforcement in the
guy,
area were also able to assist.
See that politicizing the military is dangerous. Yeah,
it is. It really is. It's a very fucking stupid decision.
And bring that individual into custody. At this time, as the director mentioned, the National Guard members are being treated at a local hospital. DC Fire and EMS responded to the scene to provide first aid for those individuals and transport them to a local hospital. The suspect in this case was also transported for treatment at a local hospital. Madam Mayor?
Thank you. I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C., and I, too, want to send my thoughts and prayers to the families of the guardsmen and to the guardsmen who are in critical condition in a local hospital. I am joined by members and leadership from the D.C. National Guard, from the West Virginia National Guard, United States Secret Service, Deputy Mayor Pia, Fire Chief Donnelly, and Metro's General Manager Randy Clark, and we join with the FBI Director in ensuring that MPD investigates, the U.S. Attorney prosecutes this case to the fullest extent of the law. I've had the opportunity to brief U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi, who was speaking to the president when I called, as well as the United States Attorney Pirro, who assured me that this case will have her office's complete attention.
Mayor, was there any other suspect?
Chief.
Sure. So no, at this time, there was no indication that there was any other suspect. The one suspect that was involved in this incident, they were shot during the interaction, and they were transported to the hospital for treatment.
Mayor, does this validate the need for the National Guard here in D.C.?
What we know, Andrea, is that this is a targeted shooting. One individual who appeared to target these guardsmen, that individual has been taken into custody.
Mayor, can you tell us any more details on the condition of the two National Guardsmen and whether or not anyone else was injured? And a quick question follow-up for the FBI Director. You said that we'll make sure we find the perpetrators for this act. So just to clarify, the person believed to be responsible is in custody and there are no other suspects?
Sure, so I can start out. Again, Chief Carroll from MPD. So both the individuals, the guard members, they are in critical condition in a local hospital at this time being treated. At this point, we have no other suspects. We have reviewed video from the area. It appears, like I said, to be a lone gunman that raised the firearm and ambushed these members of the National Guard, and he was quickly taken into custody by other National Guard members and law enforcement members.
Have you got any sense of motive?
No, at this time, obviously, we're very in the preliminary stages of investigation. There's a lot of things, a lot of agents that are here from various federal agencies, law enforcement agencies. We have the full power of the FBI and our federal partners here in the task force. So we're looking at all those different aspects, but we don't have any motive.
Were the National Guardsmen armed, sir?
The National Guardsmen that were shot, I'm told they were armed.
Did they get off shots?
At this time, that's part of the preliminary investigation.
Do we know who shot the suspect?
Chief.
Sure. So how the suspect was apprehended, as I said, the individual, the suspect came around the corner. He immediately started firing a firearm at the two National Guard members. So at that time, there were other National Guard members that were in the area. They heard the gunfire. They actually were able to intervene and to kind of hold down the suspect after he had been shot on the ground until law enforcement got there within moments.
He was shot by a National Guard.
At this point, we're still investigating exactly who shot the individual. It's not clear at this time.
Very cool.
We don't know what kind of weapon. There was D.C. police. It happened right in front of the Metro, although there is no indication that the perpetrator was on the Metro. So there's Metro Transit Police in the area, and obviously being on 17th Street by the White House, Uniform Division of Secret Service were in the immediate area as well. We do not know at this time. It's still under investigation.
We're going to be able to take a couple more.
Has been able to question the suspect, or is his condition so severe that you haven't been able to have a conversation?
Sure. Again, so as I said, we're very preliminary in the investigation, so we're looking into all aspects of who the individual is, his connections. At this time, he's still in the hospital receiving treatment.
And I would just like, hang on, I would just like to add, the reason that this suspect is in custody is because of the bravery of the men and women of the National Guard who responded due to their extensive training to secure American lives today. There was not any further injury and any further shootings. We should highlight the fact that the men and women of law enforcement, the interagency, the Department of
Your job is not my problem.
War, and the National Guard executed their training with great precision today and prevented an even greater tragedy from befalling us. These National Guardsmen are heroes.
Donald
and
Trump
we must
killed
pray
these
for their
National
safety
Guardsmen.
and their speedy recovery. And as the chief said, we are in the preliminary stages of this investigation. We will run down every single lead, every piece of evidence. This is the power of the U.S. government at its best, at the state, local, and federal level.
Just
That is
leave
why
us
this
out of your
interagency
weird
group is
hobby.
standing behind us to assure America and the world that we will continue to keep D.C. safe. And thankfully, we have Metropolitan Police Department, the National Guardsmen, and federal agents, and the Department of Justice and Attorney General willing to prosecute the mission to keep Americans safe. And President Trump has rightly stated that this heinous act will be investigated, and he has thanked the National Guardsmen and women and the men and women of law enforcement.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right now, that was some of the different officials there in Washington, D.C., giving an update on that latest shooting, confirming that the two National Guardsmen are in critical condition, not dead. There was confusion about that. Kash Patel, the FBI director, also saying that the reason why there is a suspect in custody in the first place is because of the men and women of law enforcement that have been able to be at the scene and respond very quickly. Let's go live to Rosalind Jordan, who is there. Rosalind, I believe you were standing.
Law enforcement. Mm-hmm. Just saying.
We have breaking news just into CNN. Several people have been shot, including a National Guardsman just a few blocks from the White House. D.C. Metro Police said that they are on the scene.
Is standing by. He actually has with him a witness. Christian, tell us more.
Yeah, right now we're standing with Michael Jones. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. I know you said that you didn't quite see the shooting, but you saw the aftermath. Can you just, what exactly did you see?
Very simple word, bedlam. The chaos that ensued on both sides of K Street, all the way from between the two metros, was just a rush of, excitement and fear, with people running away from the scene, and then the police coming on there, and then multiple, departments, Secret Service, Park Police, MPD, all coming to the scene to address the issue, and then the ambulances, of course, and then just the buildup of curiosity watching, and then the expansion of the crime scene to, continue the investigation, and then obviously what has happened now, where we are, where you're standing right now doing the reporting with all the other reporters.
When you say bedlam, I mean, did you have any idea? Because I know. Right now we have an operation, two National Guard troops.
Many people were walking down saying service members were just shot, National Guardsmen, so there was a concern. Our restaurant was put on lockdown. Many places were put on lockdown. Obviously, we're so close to the White House that it was immediate lockdown with them, and then other businesses were doing the same thing.
Was there a concern for your safety? Because at that point, I'm sure you didn't know if the suspect was in custody or not.
I think there's always a concern. When they say active shooter, you think of the same things with high schools and elementary schools, that when that happens, you have to be concerned about who's out there, and you have to watch it. So we had customers, and we have to make sure that we're taking care of them as well, too.
When you heard that possible service members that were shot, what was your reaction? What's your reaction now? Hearing that the West Virginia governor says that they're dead now.
Still, we have to figure out what all the facts are. I mean, hearing the fact that these National Guardsmen who are here for a reason, they're doing a job, it is absolutely just appalling and horrifying to hear the day before Thanksgiving that we have
who's going to get their dick ripped off tonight?
Somebody's reckless behavior.
And you having this restaurant, I know
just want people to have health care.
Business leaders and public safety advocates around the time when the federal enforcement and you had the National Guard deployed in the city. There are people on both sides. Obviously, people didn't want any sort of federalization. DC, you had people welcoming the safety. What was your reaction when you first heard of National Guard troops being deployed here, and then to hear this develop?
I think that we follow what the federal government is operating right now. I don't really have an opinion whether or not it's done effectiveness or not. I think that I've not seen anything, unusual happening. I think they've done a very professional job, but nonetheless, this is something you don't want to have happen. So,
you mentioned, we're right before Thanksgiving. You have the family time, Thanksgiving, and to hear that, two families are now dealing with this heartbreak. Just when you think of that, just what goes through your mind?
And it tears at you. This is something nobody wishes to have happen, especially this is a domestic terrorist. And this is something that you just don't want to have happen or even dream to think happen. And it has. And so being close to it, seeing it, it's a conversation that's going to be happening.
There's mosquitoes down there that are bigger terrorists than Boko Haram.
Start the holiday season with, my God, what happened yesterday?
And my last question before I let you go, but you said you've been here for decades. We've seen shooting scenes throughout the city. I mean, just on a given day. But have you seen anything quite like this? I mean, we've seen so many city blocks just taped off.
What's better to talk around the table at Thanksgiving? current state of politics, or damn, those 2 National Guards got fucking capped. I think that discussion's a bit more fun than discussing
Watch
the
out.
fucking
What
shit
safety?
show.
Honestly, since I used to work at the White House, not since the Oklahoma bombing have I seen a heightened sense of
my
security,
God.
and that,
Wow.
and then with 9/11, this is pretty much equal to that level. It's
Boko Haram did not do
This is
9/11.
the
That
Oklahoma
was
City
Al
bombing,
Qaeda.
of
Jack.
being here and doing what they had to do, the due diligence with the investigation.
Crazy.
But nonetheless, here we go again. We're dealing with unfortunate situation that we have to embrace and work through, and hopefully understand and move forward.
Well, Michael, I really appreciate you taking time to talk with us. And we're just kind of set the scene here too. We just heard a little bit of yells. Sorry about that. Something just caught our attention, but it doesn't seem like to be anything much. But we've moved over to 17th and K right now. And I want to kind of give you a shot. We're right by Farragut Square, and you see just kind of the massive police presence out here. Very similar to what we saw just a few blocks down. And right now it looks like they're about to set up for a press conference. We're hoping to get a little bit more information from this press conference, and I want to send it back to you so we can kind of get set up, so we can get a little bit more information. Obviously, this is an evolving investigation, and just very few details at this point.
First, before we get started, on a somber note, we had, and some of you may have seen this on your phones,
A couch?
or on social media, but apparently there was a shooting outside the White House just a couple of hours ago. And we're still learning everything. We still don't know.
It was really white boy jihad summer.
We haven't yet figured out, but what we do know is that a couple of National Guardsmen were injured in the line of duty. And first of all, I want everybody who's a person of faith to say a prayer for those 2 National Guardsmen, that they're able to spend Thanksgiving.
They're adopting the woke language, person of faith. What do you abbreviate that down to, Puff?
Thanksgiving with their families instead of losing their lives. I understand they're still in pretty tough condition.
Cal missed it.
But I think it's
he said, J.D. Vance said person of faith, and Jax goes, they're using woke language.
It's a somber reminder that soldiers, whether they're active duty, reserve, or National Guard, our soldiers are the sword and the shield of the United States of America. And as a person who goes into work every single day in that building and knows that there are a lot of people who wear the uniform of the United States Army, let me just say very personally, thank them for what they're doing. We're grateful to them, and we're praying that they're going to be safe and they're going to spend Thanksgiving with their families. God bless them.
Yeah, that was it. Okay. This
a sense of what the expectations were of at least the the MAGA expectations of what was going to come out of this thing. And I would imagine also we know the expectation of what the Democrats were because we watched the Democratic leadership vote in favor of the resolution to criticize socialism or whatever it was, whatever that dumb thing was, because they thought their first reaction is always like, we're going to lose. We need to get into like our crouch with our shield up. And here is Jack Posobiec, Bumble Jack, asking a question of Mamdani. And look what he does when Trump basically ends it. Like, it's Johnny ball game for these people.
Yeah, they're...
You're continuing this idea of race-based property taxes.
No, to be very clear,
what you said.
No, the use of the term was a...
We got a cam on him too? Hell yeah! Now we get to see his face when he gets wrecked by Trump. I'm so
Description of
excited.
neighborhoods, not a description of intent.
So you intend to tax the whiter neighborhoods more?
No, we intend to create a fair property tax system because we want a New York City that is not only fair and equitable, but also one that every New Yorker can afford.
Well, Democratic Socialist and New York City
wait,
Mayor
that's not the.
Zoran
Oh no,
Mamdani
there was. I'm
getting
sorry. There was another clip where we watch him walk away.
Yes, he
That's
got
just
very
on his angle.
disappointed.
Because what happens after that is, and this is the reason why Fox cut this clip, is because Trump starts talking about like how it's important the city is a.
Hey, I knew you'd pop up when that happened. That's why I laughed.
Portable. Do we not have that clip? I thought I put that in.
That's all right. But we can describe, as they're pulling it up, we can kind of describe it a little bit here. There is there's footage of that lingers on Posobiec after he asked that question, after Mamdani answers, and then as Sam is describing, Trump undercuts it as it goes, and Posobiec literally, well, I won't spoil it.
Because I want to know if they figured out what they said to each other as well. That's the other
I
reason
don't know if they're
wanted to hear
highlighting
them.
that.
That much as
Here,
we
let's just
have
put it.
right now.
Let's play it. This is so we'll watch Posobiec. Look at his face. It will show you the expectations they had for this, and the ultimate. Yeah, this is it. The expectations they had for this. Go ahead. And ultimately, what happens?
Would you feel comfortable living in New York City under a Mamdani administration?
Yeah, I would. I would. Especially after the meeting. Absolutely.
What makes you comfortable?
We agree on a lot more than I would
Look
have
at him,
thought.
fucking doofus.
I wanted to do.
There goes. I'm done. And that's it for me.
That's
What's
hilarious.
interesting in that Fox News clip that we started is that he tries to spin it that he had Mamdani quivering.
Oh yeah, let's leave
during his question.
Yeah.
Who says this?
Hold on.
Very clear.
What you said.
No, the use of the term was a description of neighborhoods, not a description of intent.
So you intend to tax the whiter neighborhoods more?
No, we intend to create a fair property tax system because we want a New York City that is not only fair and equitable, but also one that every New Yorker can afford.
Well, Democratic Socialist and New York City.
Okay. That's all it shows. Sad.
Let's leave
During his question.
Yeah.
Who says this?
Posobiec.
Oh my God.
On some of his most controversial policies. Let's bring in the journalist who asked that question.
Journalist!
USA contributor and veteran Navy intelligence officer, Jack Posobiec. Jack, great to have you on the show. You confronted Mamdani today. The back and forth was great. Did you believe it when he said that he meant to
Jack the dumb cunt. Oh, sorry. Sobiec. Sorry, I read it
Not at
wrong.
all. Again, this was his choice descriptor. He was talking about the specific characteristics of white neighborhoods, and he said that we need to reduce the burden on ethnic minority neighborhoods. And Trace, this is the same type of rhetoric that you hear from cultural Marxists on the campus. You hear it from cultural Marxists when they're in the street with Antifa, and now we're hearing it from a cultural Marxist who apparently is going to be the mayor of New York City.
Apparently.
Yeah. Were you surprised at anything that happened today? People were calling this very cordial. Did you think it would be that cordial, Jack?
Bro is using Gamergate language in 2025. Like, Jesus Christ, dude.
Well, I wasn't sure how the president was going to play it. I think that, going in, we did certainly think there were going to be more fireworks. We thought that there might be some debate going back and forth. But it looked as though Mamdani, I think, was honestly a little bit timid. He was quivering when I was interviewing him. He had definitely not faced that type of questioning before. I think he was intimidated by the Oval Office, and I think he was intimidated by President Trump. And that's why you didn't get this
that
rhetoric
is some
like you
major
had before
cope.
on the trail talking about
Talking about what? Genocide? Talking about what? Like, keep going. Let's see what.
and that's why you didn't get this rhetoric like you had before on the trail talking about
I don't have
defunding
a
the
mood
police,
for clowning
talking
right now.
about, and by the way, not just going after ICE agents, he's gotten in the face of ICE agents before, and now all of a sudden he's saying you're going to work with ICE. Trace, I just don't buy it.
Not in the face of
He was going to work. None of that
Everything he just said.
And here is...
I swear he's talking to his girlfriend. I had him quivering.
He was quivering.
Oh my
he was
God,
quivering
I was
so
gonna
much that
beat
I
his
walked
ass.
away when Donald Trump said,
Yeah, he was scared.
I'm looking forward to living in Mom Donnie's New York.
This is the part
My
where,
girlfriend and my boyfriend.
just to get the raw footage here. This is the part where he's asked about by Posobiec, and we can see the quivering here.
A New York City that is not only fair and equitable, but also one that every New Yorker can afford.
Trump honestly looks. I don't think my father has ever looked more proud. I don't think there's been any more pride. Probably not even anything closer than Trump's going like.
It's because he's good on TV.
All of his children just said the same thing.
That's literally Emma's right. That's literally all it is.
Was a kid that was good on TV.
Trump only
and
cares
clicked on
about how
his
good
feed, and
somebody
then
is on
he's got
TV. He's our fucking
Tweedledee
ratings guy.
and the one I want to fuck.
and that's the thing. Like Trump's like, ooh, that's a tough one. And then Mamdani, if Mamdani answers it like competently, Trump is like, oh,
Okay,
wow.
he's good. He's really good. Well, here's Donald Trump the next day, of course, in celebration of Mamdani's communism, wearing a red flag around his.
merch?
Yeah,
This is a reference only for you, Sam,
Wait,
but he's dressed
what?
like Robert Goulet.
exactly. Yes, he's got his what are those called, ascot on, because he was obviously impressed by Mamdani's style too. Here we go.
Do you still plan to
Oh
deploy
my
the National
God.
Guard to New York City?
If they need it, right now other places need it more, but if they need it, we had a very good meeting yesterday. We talked about that. But if they need it, I would do it. Are you willing?
Okay.
Whatever he wants.
Do you understand that, like, Stephen Miller just started to cry when he heard that?
Oh, yes. That's the other person who I'm just so happy is probably upset about this. Zionist, racist, nativist Stephen
For
Miller.
weeks, all we've heard is how Trump's big, beautiful bill will cut Medicaid. But almost no one's reporting on a buried provision that would make Trump untouchable.
Hey, man. Don't you fucking slipping that in on us. Let's go with this one. This looks fun.
Mary Weiss says
All
she
of
wants
us-
to use her new perch at CBS News to redraw the lines of what falls in the 40 yards of acceptable debate in American and political and cultural life. She says the aim is...
Hey, Barry. Fuck off. Just because you're fucking king shit of CBS now doesn't make you king of the fucking language. Fuck you.
is to sideline voices like Hassan Piker, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, and elevate charismatic figures such as Alan Dershowitz and Dana Loesch to reflect where the vast majority of Americans actually are. Now, obviously, I think this is funny for a couple different reasons. One of the reasons why it's funny is because this is Barry Weiss saying the quiet part out loud. And another reason why is obviously because she's referring to Alan Dershowitz as a charismatic figure. Like, she's literally saying, look, whether you disagree with these people, with Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes, I certainly disagree with them, or not, whether you disagree with these people or not, like, it's ridiculous to say that people like myself or people like Tucker Carlson don't have massive, real audiences as a...
But also, to imply that Nick Fuentes' unacceptable speech is fucking insane. The only fucking place that Nick Fuentes is acceptable is, I don't know, Gab? Where the fuck does he stream? Some fucking Nazi website? Like, what the fuck?
Probably the same place EDP streams.
Like,
Nick Fuentes might be the only person more blacklist than EDP.
Yeah, like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, he's... The only place that his speech is acceptable is in dark corners of Nazi land.
I mean, he
You
was
fucking
just on
idiot.
fucking Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, but that's because Tucker Carlson's a fucking Nazi platforming dipshit. Like, he just does whatever he needs to get as many people watching his dog shit Twitter show as possible. That's all it is. He's just a corporate media whore. And there's nothing more about it. It's all Tucker Carlson has ever been. But Nick Fuentes... Like, if people were to platform Nick Fuentes, I think there would be... widespread fucking outrage through the general public. Most people probably don't know who this fucking guy is, and it should be kept that way. I've been saying this so much on fucking Twitter, and so many people get very mad when I say it, but Nazis don't deserve to have their speech heard. We heard their arguments after World War II, and you know what we did to them? John, what did we do to them?
Put them to hang with some guy who was twisted and really into it and wanted to make them suffer.
Exactly. We fucking hanged them. We heard their fucking arguments. They don't get to speak anymore. And on top of that, fucking Nazis are inherently anti-democratic and anti-free speech. So if you're getting gaslit into supporting Nazis based on free speech...
Well, so are the Republicans.
What the fuck are you actually doing? Because, like, at the point that you let the Nazis speak, they start generating support, and their narratives become entrenched in normal speech.
Yeah. You know how crystal knot? You know that word? Crystal knot, I believe.
No. No idea.
I believe that's the night of the long knives.
Okay.
Crystal knot. We can call it Christo knots.
Sure.
Because that's what they are. They're Christian Nazis. Right?
Crystal knocked.
I think it's night of the long knives.
Yeah, sure. Go on.
Well, is that what it is? That's all. Just call it Christo knots. It's like a pun.
Sure,
and
sure.
puns are fun, right?
Sure. But like, it's literally like, because like we're literally seeing, I'm literally seeing it happen every single day in Australia on the fucking with those dipshits that went to the March for Australia. Like, I'm watching them normalize Nazi rhetoric and be completely unaware that it's Nazi rhetoric. And I'm just like, this is what happens when you let Nazis speak, right? You start infecting stupid fucking people with smooth words from fucking Nazis, and then, boom, it's normalized, and now they want to start a political party. Okay, how about this? They're anti-free speech and anti-democracy? Cool, ban them and don't let them speak. Give them a taste of their own fucking medicine. If they don't like it, fuck off to America.
Post of Alan Dershowitz or Dana Loesch, you know, media animals that, media demons that have been propped up, you know, tenured professors and media demons that have no organic platform on their own. So the idea that like the
and I think you said it last time. You're like, oh, you're anti-free speech, and I was like, yeah, fuck your free speech.
Yeah, because I'm fucking around. Fuck these people.
Because it's like, you know, and specifically if they're like, if someone, literally anybody, was like, oh, you don't believe in free speech. Nah, I don't. Fucking Nazis don't deserve to speak. Suck a dick. They don't think that we should speak. They don't think that anybody but white people should speak. So they should go fuck themselves. Because why should I give them space to then impose their worldview onto other people? Go fuck yourself. That's the only response a Nazi should ever get. Is just getting shouted down, don't let them speak, and just abuse them. That's what they want. They're violent people. Meet them with violence.
Association of me and Nick Fuentes is ridiculous. The association with me and Nick Fuentes is ridiculous, but it's one that Zionists regularly will present, not realizing that this doesn't actually make me look bad, but it actually normalizes people like Nick Fuentes in the eyes of many people, because the position I hold is the majority position on Israel, right? It wasn't the case post-October 7, but it certainly is the case now. So all that does is, I think, normalize Nick Fuentes more in the eyes of many Americans, and it's a dangerous position that these dipshits actually advance, even if they don't realize it. And apparently she did end up uploading a debate between Alan Dershowitz and Dana Loesch on gun control, and that debate got 1,994 views in 10 hours. So obviously it's definitely not something that the American population, or anyone as a matter of fact, is looking for. But let's take a look at this population or views in 10 hours. So obviously it's...
Wow. 2,000 views, boy. Man, people really wanted to hear Alan Dershowitz talk about gun control.
Definitely not something that the American population or anyone, as a matter of fact, is looking for. But let's take a look at this this silly thing, and I'm going to give you the tea
Remember how
afterwards
Barry
as well.
Weiss tried to position herself as anti-establishment?
Which makes it even funnier that Barry
What
Weiss
a
and
dumbass.
CBS News is mentioning my name alongside people who should be deplatformed.
See the moment that we're in. And all of us see that the choices that it feels like we have sometimes, which is Hassan.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. You know, we heard their arguments and we hanged them for it. You know, we got your answer. We don't need to hear it anymore.
Piker and Tucker Carlson or Nick Fuentes and, you know, Andrew Tate, the kind of people that are rising in the podcast charts.
I like that she had my...
It's fucking baffling to me that the boomers and the Generation X that just said nothing but never again are just like rolling over and literally supporting genocide. Like it's nothing. It's fucking crazy. And now Nazis are back, and they're also
Nazis are
supporting that. Like, what the fuck is going on? People are. I just can't figure out what the fuck is wrong with people. Is it just ignorance, or is it just the internet has cooked people that much?
My name locked and ready to go, the first name that she brought up. And it's really interesting because I leaked some tea after this video was going viral on Twitter. And that tea is that they literally are trying to get me to do a debate on CBS News with a person that happens to be on this panel, Ben Shapiro. That's right. They literally want me to do a CBS News debate with Ben Shapiro. And I said I would do it as long as it was about Israel-Palestine. And they want to do it over capitalism. And I was like, that's boring, you know? So it's so funny that she's like saying this. It's so funny that she's talking
You know what? That'd be pretty
His son
good.
just did that interview with the other guys.
Yeah, that'd be pretty
I put
good.
it in the streaming fun stuff.
That would be all right. I would watch that. I would watch Ben Shapiro rage quit. That would be very funny, and he would rage quit because he can't fucking use his bullshit defenses. Hassan won't stand for it. It'll be exactly like that Charlie Kirk fucking thing that I was watching.
with Ben Shapiro on that panel, and she's literally on the sidelines trying to set up a debate between me and Ben Shapiro. So what happened? You're like, oh, we need to sideline people like Hassan Piker at CBS News, while, you know, in private, she's trying to set up a debate. I said, what makes this funnier is that her outlet CBS News is currently trying to set up a debate with me. Yeah, also her bestie Olivia
My favorite thing is when people are like, the Nazis are dead, or the Nazis don't exist. Like, okay. Sure, bro. Sure.
Feingold wanted the profile.
Yeah, who else tells me that? Nazis.
You, I know. So which one is it? Am I supposed to be a dangerous extremist voice that needs to be deplatformed, or am I actually a person with a fairly large audience that you want to actually
somehow
bring over to
Nazis
CBS
return.
News, bring eyeballs over to CBS News? Interesting.
Those don't actually represent our values, and I don't think that they represent.
Like, Star Wars is entertaining enough that I can just like watch it.
That was
you know?
random. Sure.
Kind of like, I can kind of do that with like maybe the Transformers movies. Where they're like entertaining enough, I can just watch them as long as I can see what's going on in the movie. Right. To fucking close the Star Wars epilogue saga with an opening that says somehow Palpatine is returned, and then bro, this movie, it's so funny to me. It's so funny.
Is this
like, I don't think
the
it's
ninth
as
one?
bad as like Attack of the Clones. But like Attack of the Clones, I still enjoy like the Yoda fight at the end. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because there's laser swords. Also, the whole beginning is great when they chase the bounty hunter, and then there's the Rex guy. I like that guy too. It's really just the Anakin and Padme stuff that you can fast forward through.
In the third
right? No, in the second one, Attack of the Clones, right?
Yes.
So like, to close the series, like, it's so fucking funny that they find a dagger that like makes no sense whatsoever, that they could like pull something out, and like everything just somehow happens to link to the next thing, but like in the dumbest way fucking possible.
Yeah, that's called lazy story writing.
And then at the end, when Palpatine just summons an entire space fleet of ghosts.
Yeah, just raises it from nothing.
And then there's people on horses fighting a spaceship. And then just death no longer matters. Like, talk about lazy story writing. And they die, but they came back to life and they died again. Also,
I watched it once and I didn't watch it again.
I was gonna show you something one time and I forgot, and then I remembered when I was talking.
At band camp?
No. Lazy story writing stuff. Fuck. I finished my rant and then was gonna go back to it and fucking forgot. Because I asked you if you had seen something one time and you said no. And it popped in my head again, but I forgot what it was too quickly.
Oh well.
The values and the worldview of the vast majority of Americans. And so this is an opportunity to speak for the 75%, for the people that are on the center left and the center right that still believe in equality of opportunity, that still believe passionately in the American project, that still believe in all of the things that everyone in this room believes in, which is liberty and freedom and individual responsibility and in the most basic level, the right to know what is actually going on in the world.
Hey,
not the world as propagandists and ideologues imagine it to be, but what's actually going on in the world and in your community, so you can make decisions about where to send your kids to school, about where to live, and about how to vote. That used to just be normal, and the goal of what we're trying to do at CBS is to get back to that normalcy. And I feel incredibly energized and enthusiastic because I think that is where the vast majority of Americans actually are.
Well, so that articulation of that set of goals to speak into the lives of the 75%, how are you going to do that? What's your strategy for success?
So I think one of the problems is a lot of people have tried to do centrist news. I know this because I am like...
This is some, like, you are illiterate, let me speak and read for you Lenin shit. We are the arbiters of the majority speech. We direct how you think. We run your life. Like, fuck off.
The target audience for those things. And the reason that they have all failed is it's like trying to force feed spinach down someone's throat, right? It's felt very like tofu, oatmeal. It's like centrist news is choosing the midpoint between every single topic. It's felt like an absence.
I do love her.
Hey, dickhead. It's called news. Everything should be center. Everything that's news should be neutral. You would think a person running CBS would understand this. But I guess not.
Her being like 75% of Americans, like, why won't anybody point to what 75% of Americans believe? And it's like, okay, let's ask 75% of Americans how they feel about Israel. You know, who do you think they're closer to on Israel? Person who's sitting as a propagandist for the apartheid state, or guy who says Israel sucks. I wonder what Americans would be tuned into in terms of...
Oh, he's gonna shuck his dog.
Me or Barry
She moved.
Weiss? Like, what a stupid argument. And I'm not even talking about the rest of the world. Obviously, the numbers get even worse if you go to the rest of the world. But like even in America, even in the United States of America, who's closer to the average person's opinion when it comes to America's seemingly endless loyalty to the apartheid state of Israel? And it also doesn't make any sense because she goes, oh, it's broccoli. Centrist news is what 75% of the population demands, but it's also broccoli. It's also spinach. It's also boring. Actually. Okay, which one is it? Are people desperate for some centrism and some normalcy and some normal voices in media? Or is it actually boring and you're...
I should clarify. I didn't mean center. I mean neutral. And you can be neutral while covering certain subjects. It also kind of means you skip out other subjects unless you're actually... you know, ethical about it.
I mean, I make my biases clear, but I also try to speak on the perspective of... I just, like, when I'm talking about the perspective of fascists, I'm going to fucking talk about them like what they are.
Yes. And, you know, on the stream, it's a bit aggressive and it's a bit...
But it's, it's still describing them as they are.
Yeah, like we're a little bit sensational on the stream just because it's a stream. You know, we're not going to sit here and deadpan news to people.
I'm saying that even when I'm sensational, I'm still giving the perspective.
Yes, and that's the other thing is that
I think that's totally fine.
Yeah, and whenever we can, we try and relinquish it to somebody who is
to say
more
that you have
knowledgeable.
a partisan shift would be to accept untruths about your reporting in the news.
Yes.
You know, we know Fox News are deceivers, and they know that they're deceivers.
Yes. Yeah, Murdoch press in general just sort of all have the same general opinions and manufactured talking points and all that sort of stuff. And CNN has the same, and it's all very easily noticeable if you just look. And then you can sort of pass through information and figure out what's what. It's not too difficult. It's just impressive that so many people do find it difficult. It's very interesting. It's like, you need to click an extra link to find clarification to make sure you're not telling people utter fucking lies. Wow, that's too hard.
You're trying to manufacture consent. Where are we at on this?
People have tried to do centrist news. I know this because I am the target audience for those things. And the reason that they have all failed is it's like trying to force feed spinach down someone's throat, right? It's felt very
But for example, if we, where we cover, I don't know, let's say U.S. Let's use Venezuela. Let's say U.S. invades Venezuela, right? How would we cover it? We would say U.S. invades Venezuela in something. U.S. hits Venezuela with missiles. U.S. drops troops in Venezuela and then talks. U.S. imperialism is probably going to get a mention. We're not going to not say that kind of stuff. Where you might have an article that's just the facts, where it's 150 words, tells you exactly what happened, then you have further explainer pieces, and that's where you see the bias. That's where you see, and when I say bias, I'm talking about the angle that they're coming from. So a pro-US source would be US forces land to liberate Venezuela from Maduro or whatever.
Yeah,
fuck
but
it
that
might be
I don't
from
think
Fox News.
I don't think U.S. sources would even use that type of language. It had to be exclusively fucking.
It would have to be super partisan.
Actual people who partisan hacks.
Yeah.
Everyone is going to look at that and say you only need to look back at the Iraq War. Only a few journalists and organizations sold that shit to the public. Most journalists were this is fucking imperialism and bullshit.
Yeah. Because it's mostly the corporate press that this problem comes in. But even the corporate press, like Fox News, CNN, they won't really sensationalize
it was specific
those
journalists. who sold that war. Not even like orgs.
Yeah, it's the opinion pieces that you need to look out for. The opinion pieces that they push.
Like, what's the
news.
fucking lady's name? Who's literally like considered the reason we got involved in Iraq. There's a journalist specifically.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I can't remember her name.
I think she's New York Times. Was at the time or something.
Makes sense. But yeah, it's the opinion pieces that get published, and then because of the opinion pieces, people put it on the news outlets. But the news outlets just mostly do news. Like that's the thing. This is why you cross-check news sources. It's why you double-check who's talking to you, and then you cross-reference and double-check. It's really not that difficult, especially if you're in like a news reading mood at the time. Then do the due diligence. Like you're already doing it.
Due diligence.
Why mindlessly consume the news? Why not actively consume
What was our nickname for those guys?
I cannot fucking remember. But yeah.
Tofu, oatmeal. It's like centrist news is choosing the midpoint between every single topic. It's felt like an absence
No, it's
of
not.
charisma and identity. And
yeah, that's why we need to bring in incredibly charismatic sexual dynamo Alan Dershowitz to CBS News. It's like I was thinking, like, where can you get more Alan Dershowitz? In mainstream media, that's it. Whether it be an article that he will write about how we must lower the age of consent laws, or whether it be going on Fox News
It's Epstein's
on a nightly
guy,
basis
bro.
to
Not only
talk
that,
about how
he's an advocate for the fucking Nexium cult guy. Like, did you ever watch Ethan's attack interview with the Nexium cultist?
Yes,
he like Dershowitz. That's Epstein's guy. That's one of my favorite lines.
The victims of Jeffrey Epstein are liars, right? Alan Dershowitz is on mainstream media all the time. Dana Loesch is a mainstream media figure. She was an NRA spokesperson. It doesn't make any sense. The funniest part about this, in my opinion, is that she is so objectively
He hasn't done it in
bad.
a while. And it's mainly because of the fucking Israel-Palestine stuff.
Yeah.
But, like, he also did a fucking, he would do interviews with people who he knew were, like, idiots, and then he tried to do it with Sam Cedar, and it made an ass of himself. Right? But he interviewed just Pearly things as well, and that one's pretty
she's
funny.
A fucking moron.
It's pretty funny.
I bet. She's so stupid. Like, incredibly dumb human being. Didn't she try and renounce Nazism and then got told to go fuck herself?
Well, I just know, like, before she did the fucking conservative grift, like, she had boyfriends, and then she stopped having boyfriends.
That's
And,
why
like,
she's a femcel.
At least one of her boyfriends was a black man. Right? So, like, she did this grift at her own expense.
Yes. She wasn't smart enough to keep it from backfiring, I guess.
Oh, I mean, her, like, relationship expense.
Right.
You know? Like, she was clearly dateable. She had boyfriends. I know she had boyfriends. At least one.
At her job, that this is a failure, in my opinion. And it's not just a failure. I mean, it's the type of failure you can see, right? The example Barry Weiss gave of the charismatic mainstream debate she believes will revitalize CBS, namely the gun control debate she arranged between Alan Dershowitz and Dana Loesch, has so far been watched by a grand total of 860 people in 5 hours since posting. Perhaps for all of the anger and resentment that you might have towards independent media content creators who are not abiding by whatever norms existed in legacy publishers, norms, i.e. norms, for example, of demonstrating unconditional loyalty to Israel. Whether you like it or not, it is obvious that people on the independent side of things have to actually carve out their own audiences, and in an effort to do so, they have to be more entertaining. They have to be more charismatic than the people who get hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to sit on a CNN panel, or to sit on a CBS panel, or to sit on a Fox News panel. This is not an issue that you can solve with money. Jay Caspian Kang says, so basically she's going to cancel everyone she disagrees with and elevate Alan Dershowitz. Also, if you're going to redraw lines to square up more with what 75% of Americans believe, how are you going to cover aid to Israel, which is widely unpopular amongst that 75%? Also, maybe I'm slow, but Hassan Fuentes and Tucker aren't on CBS this morning chopping it up with Nate Burleson. How are you going to cancel them from CBS News and foreign free press? Is Coleman Hughes going to do an impassioned segment on 60 Minutes? It's like PS4 saying to PS5, you're canceled. It's just like, I'm not on CBS News. And not only am I not on CBS News wants me to be on CBS News. So what is this conversation? Like, did they want to have me on CBS News so they could turn around and be like, actually, we never wanted you on there. Okay, what is this? Come on, man. What? Not prestigious for much longer. Come on, man. It's still one of the OGs of...
It was at 10 hours, I think 1,900 views. Yeah.
American TV. So was CNN. I don't respect them anymore. It's not about respect, honestly, just the history. CNN is no way comparable to CBS, though CNN is like a baby age wise to CBS. No, this chatter is correct. CBS, amongst like the 50-year-old audience and over, still has a lot of prestige. And I think Barry Weiss and the Ellisons are going to utilize that prestige to do like, they're going to utilize that prestige till the very last moment to basically pump out as much pro-Israel content as possible. But that generational divide is already there, right? That generational divide has already existed, and it's not going to make people my age and make people younger than me turn around and be pro-Israel. So they're just using what remains of the institutional legacy, as like a prestige premier news network that has a long history of objective reporting as a last-ditch effort, I think, to continue pumping grandmas full of even more pro-Israel content, which is, again, not exactly a unique position in mainstream news anyway. As you're watching this, consider that she likely made this exact pitch to David Ellison, and he said, yes, precisely, here's $150 million and the top job at CBS News. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Anyway, let's finish this.
As nostalgic as people might be for an era in which 30 million Americans every night watch Walter Cronkite and saw him as the voice of truth, and I understand why they're nostalgic for that. We're not going back to that. So how do you build trust in a moment of unbelievably low trust in all of our public institutions, especially the mainstream press? I don't think it's by pretending like we can go back to having a view from nowhere. I think it's about who's in the room, right? I think it's about redrawing the lines of what falls in the 40-yard lines of acceptable debate and acceptable American politics and culture. I don't mean that in like a censorious gatekeeping way. I mean having people that are...
Okay, you don't mean it in a censorious gatekeeping way. It kind of feels like you mean that in a censorious gatekeeping way. Except the irony is these guys are no longer the gatekeepers. That is the irony. CBS News no longer has the same level of relevance. And I say this as someone who gets a ton of mainstream press coverage, okay? And in my own personal experience, going on the Theo Von podcast is infinitely better for boosting my profile than any number of different prestigious mainstream legacy newspapers writing profiles on me. Straight up, the Joe Rogan Experience is more of a real gatekeeper now than any number of different news articles. It's just the truth. And I say this as someone who obviously cares about mainstream press, who cares about good journalism, who defends good journalism all the time. The reality of the matter is, as far as PR pushes go, podcasts in general are infinitely more relevant in boosting people's profile in a real way than the previous gatekeepers are. Nobody gives a shit about going on CBS News. I'm serious. If you go on CBS though, you'll pick up the GILF demographic. I know, and honestly, the wine moms are the revolutionary vanguard of America. Like I don't like make no mistake. I do believe that, which is why I think there is value in doing those sorts of articles. There's value in doing those sorts of articles. There's value in doing mainstream media press. But overall, if we're looking at like the real gatekeepers, like it is no longer the Barry Weiss of the world. It is no longer the CBS News of the world, okay? It's social media. And social media is such a vast space and so directly associated with these fundamental libertarian principles where all of these billionaires that want to change people's minds by controlling the algorithms still have a higher degree of priority on profit that they will actually still let you say whatever the you have to say as long as you are generating revenue for them, as long as you have eyeball retention on those social media platforms. And it's too big of a behemoth to control, at least as it stands currently. Now, with AI, that might change, right? If they start processing their own content, and if they just keep pumping their own content, they can actually change and people's consciousness, right? And they can actively make people feel some type of way. Not only is the idea that Dershowitz and Loesch represent normal people hilariously wrong, the idea that Hassan, Tucker, and Fuentes don't represent normal people is hilariously wrong. Those guys are probably because millions of Americans like them and like what they have to say. Hassan is not the same as the other two. 100% agree on ideology and substance, but my point is that they're all organically popular figures. All hate Fuentes and Tucker until the day I die, but I can't deny that a lot of people really like them. Yeah, it's true. As much as I wish that wasn't the case, a ton of people watch Tucker Carlson, even more people that watch Tucker Carlson than watch me, and a ton of people watch Nick Fuentes as well.
That are clearly identifiably on the center left and on the center right in conversation with each other. And we've been doing so much of this at the Free Press. I was in, where was I? Chicago. Last week, I think, I've lost all track of time, where Dana Lash, former spokeswoman from the NRA, was debating Alan Dershowitz on guns. Now, these are people that have wildly different opinions on the Second Amendment, and yet showing that they can have good faith, very passionate, very charismatic disagreement and still like each other at the end of the day, we think it's important. And so it's...
I'm going to be honest with you, at least in the age of stupids, if you really want to tap into the collective consciousness and where they're at, you need to have like OnlyFans models going up against like misogyny podcasters, like misogyny merchants, you know? That's like, I think that has a ton more relevance in the minds of the
Enemy
average
Charlie
person.
on the One Guy show?
No.
Oh. It's going super viral right now.
I touched too much grass to give a fuck about
virality. Oh, it's like Too Lazy to Try has a video on it.
Okay.
Like it's all over the place right now. She fucking, and like anytime we raid her, she's like always doing like a multicam debate type thing.
Yeah.
But it's the whatever podcast guy.
Yeah,
like everyone's clowning on him after this.
That's hilarious. Did you find one?
Yeah. Do you want to finish this or right now?
Yeah, go for it. No, it's pretty much done.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, sir. We send you on your way. We'll see you on the weekend. That silly dog. Having a sleep. Alright, let me know.
Here we go.